down. I don't have any idea why. Hopefully nothing serious. I'm sure some fucking bullshit. So, but in the meantime, ladies and germs, I'm gonna mute myself. D, take it away. Do that thing that you do.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back. Welcome back. This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to get out. That means you, little Johnny, back there. I see you hiding. Cheers, everybody. Back to you, Freemanor.
Thank you, D. Very well done. Chat is still not showing up for me yet, so I'm gonna have to wait for a second before I can pin the thingamajigger.
There we
I
go.
just got a
Like I said
notification.
before, ladies and germs, you guys, if you've been in the meeting before, if you've hit the Zoom link before, our meeting is there. It should say Fumador's private meeting or whatever. Sometimes they're unlabeled, but generally it is labeled. If you've been recently, it'll say Fumador's private meeting, whatever. So hit that link, ladies and germs. Come join us. Don't be a dick. Don't show your dick. Don't bullshit. That's pretty much the only rules. Back to you,
Live
ladies and
chat.
gentlemen. I can't remember who was talking. Was it Bud Kilowatt or I can't remember at this point.
Just remember, guys, too, live chat, talk chat, live chat for better chatting experience.
That's it.
Back
So
to you.
I'm still here. We're all still alive.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm so fucking.
Is this real life?
Don't everybody talk.
That was tis but a scratch. I'm so fucking high right now.
Dude, I'm gonna be rolling up some of that Fumadoro Queen Anne Revenge, whatever
That's
it is.
fancy.
Yeah, up our own Mrs. D's joint.
Oh wait, I misunderstood. That wasn't something that Dave bred. That was something that I sent him that I bred.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was the question mark, I guess. Yeah, the Queen Anne's Revenge to the Morgana. I'm glad it was awesome. Yeah, right on. A
Dude,
lot
yeah,
of
that's
people really enjoyed it. It was a baller. I wish I had that Queen Anne's Revenge still. I'd love to breed that strain again. That was baller.
yeah, definitely a good one, man.
I'm glad to hear it.
Apparently, it was a secret seed that you sent them, an extra seed or something.
Yeah, I think so. That's
A
right. Now I remember.
tester, something. Yeah.
It was kind of a
Cheers,
stealth
Brian.
tester,
Cheers,
but I
Pat.
basically sent it out as like gifts and shit.
How old is he?
Damn it. All right,
Howdy.
hold on. Make him a noob or something.
That's fun.
And again, I'm gonna pin the
Oh wow, we
comment.
got,
Shit.
like automatically got new people in there. Cheers, Brian. Cheers, Daryl Roach. Welcome everybody back to the most interactive show on YouTube. Yeah.
So I
I'm gonna have to
think
refresh the chat so it'll let me pin it.
the second and third week of January, hopefully the internet will be good enough for me, or find a good Wi-Fi spot. But I'll be down in the southern part of Vietnam for a week or so. I'm gonna go on vacation.
Right on.
My aunt gave me a little bit of money for Christmas because she asked me what I wanted for Christmas, and I said plane tickets to Vietnam. And she said, would $500 do it? And I said, yeah, that'd even pay for hotel. So that happened before COVID. So I'm finally making that trip there to Vietnam on my aunt's Christmas present.
Nice. Exactly.
And when I tell you about places that I stay in, you know, they're like $26, $28 a night. My $26 to $28 a night in Vietnam, I'm hoping, from what I've been told, my rooms should be a lot nicer.
Right on.
Yeah, I
You
get to
gotta
go
leave
to
the
a
neighborhood,
country
man.
where their money is called a dong. How many dongs you got? One. Why? How many you got?
Suck my dong, buddy.
So we'll be going live from there.
Right on.
I'm hoping to do not much more than lay on a beach a couple times a day for like 15 minutes and go, for scooter rides out in the country. I'm going to take my helmet with me, so I'll be able to listen to the show as I go along. And I'll also be able to stay safe, because that's another country that's really crazy with the driving.
Yeah. Time for some Morgana. Queen Anne's Revenge. Yeah. It's fire. Speaking of Morgana, everybody, don't forget to check out FreeMajoro.com and get yourself some merch, get yourself some beans. Use the coupon code RAIN for a discount. Speaking of Morgana,
So
go ahead, Cap.
So I think I am a motorcyclist now. Now that haven't thinking about, but I am actually taking my helmet to another country with me for my protection.
Right
I
on.
spent a shitload of money on that helmet, and the Wi-Fi system for the speakers, that was only like $75. The helmet was like close to 500.
Yeah, helmets can be expensive. I know I have friends that ride motorcycles.
And it was on a 40% discount.
Holy fuck, dude.
Oh yeah, I've got carbon fiber in it. It's a lot lighter than my last helmet, but there's a lot more cushion in it. It holds really, really tight. It actually pushes my cheeks in.
Holy. What the fuck?
We're not
Yeah,
talking
they're
to
supposed
Chief
to fit
on
nice
Dave.
and tight like that. It's good for them. Keep your brain in check.
Ah. I was gonna say, I thought it was laced with gold or something for that price. Shit.
No, but you know,
But it makes
my
sense.
last helmet, I paid about $100 for it. And I noticed, after like 2.5 years, that the sun was actually starting to light the headlights, make them yellow. And that last accident that I had with them, basically driving into a happening mudslide as it was taking over the road, that left the front of my visor and everything all scratched up. It scratched up a big portion of the helmet. There was a rock embedded in it. So it was time for a new helmet. It did its job, because I had like a 45 pound backpack on. And when I went down, it went straight onto my shoulders into the back of my head and
Holy
drove
fuck.
my helmet into the ground. Yeah. It wasn't a good sight. It was something that I hope I never happens to me again, or anybody.
Yeah.
I mean, my bike in Thailand, we drive on the left-hand side of the road. So I was right up against the mountain, and my bike, when I was done spinning out and everything, was facing the other way and off the side of the hill. the mountain.
Wow.
Luckily, there was a path right there, and I slid the bike down like another 2, 3 feet, and then was able to get the bike up that way. If not, I doubt I would have been able to get it back on the road. And I was out in the middle of nowhere, no cell reception, nothing.
That's crazy. No, Kitty. Get out of here. 1 second.
But I could walk to the group of people that were like 1.5 kilometers behind me, or the group that I later found out was 1.5 kilometers in front of me, fixing the road where the mudslides were earlier that day.
I tried
But
to time
Google
my
Maps
titles.
doesn't tell you there's mudslides on a road already. But yeah, good safety equipment, a good pair of gloves, a good helmet, I should say, not a pair, but a helmet.
Very good helmet.
And if your bike allows you to, a good pair of riding shoes or boots, something that are protective of your feet.
Open-toed sandals are fine. Chanclas are fine.
Well,
The little styrofoam
I had
slippies.
my Morel, hiking shoes. My foot ended up underneath the fucking block of the engine.
Sorrel.
I ended up breaking the top of my foot.
The sorrel boots. Tomorrow's the mushroom.
So the apples and bananas taste like a brand new nipple for a bottle. Brand new bottle nipple.
Like rubber or plastic.
Yeah. One of those from the 80s. Whatever the 80s ones smell like. The one from the 80s, not these new ones. What is that? That's cool.
The nipple terp.
Yeah, the rubber nipple terp. The Baba terp.
You found a new one.
A binky terp. That's like the apples and bananas. It's like a binky from the 80s.
You've heard it right here. You've heard it first right here in Fruit Orange Flavors.
Yeah, the binky terp.
Yeah.
The nipple terp. Rubber nipple terp. That's it.
Final nip.
Final nip.
Final nip. Al Telescope says final nip.
Yeah.
An episode of Seinfeld.
Straight to my head though, like that. The apples and bananas go straight to the head. Pretty awesome. Then I followed it up with some extreme cream, which has got some creamy flavor that's crazy. Almost chocolate. It's like missing a note to be like deep chocolate. It's like the remnants of chocolate, an old chocolate wrapper. Damn. It's like it can only be a little deeper chocolate. It be fire. It's creamy as hell. Fire.
Creamy chocolate buttermilk.
I can't believe it's December 20th and it's a beautiful 79 degrees outside with a little breeze.
Hell, what day is it, you said? It's the 19th.
79.
Don't you freak me out already.
No, it's the 20th.
Not on my
in New
phone.
York. In New
Right
York.
now, I scrolled down and it said December 19th. And I said, no way. Yeah,
Okay, for a third of the country or a quarter of the country, it is. It's been that way for 17 minutes. It's been that way for 17 minutes.
17.
How many copies is that?
That's what she said. Cheers to everybody in chat. King Solomon, martial arts, Al Telescope, crazy people doing stuff, Ice, Salt and Sea Seeds. What up? Cheers everybody in there.
I mean, cheers.
That Salt and Seed C guy is in chat.
That's that one's handsome bastard right there, dude. That guy is absolutely outrageously handsome. I wouldn't trust him. He's too handsome.
Well, it's just a trip to watch. So he's chatting with us, but he's not. Just talking away.
That's awesome. Oh, sick.
Oh, look at
Yeah, buddy.
that. I got a hole in my joint.
Be posting more of those.
I don't see those zombie ones.
I've been trying to get it to make images of D now for the past damn half an hour. And it's being a cunt.
Just so handsome and unattainable.
Oh, I'm so behind on my live on my other phone. I went to go watch it, and nothing's happening. Well, there's like 3 people on the phone. Like it's barely starting from the last episode. I'm like stuck watching the rerun. The hell? Like, what the hell? I just pressed it right now. I was just like in chat. And I pressed cheers, then somehow I went to the old episode. Back to this one. Where it says live. There you go. I'm back. Dude, that's tripping out. This plastic thing needs to be taken out. It's got a lot of dust in between there. I should probably clean that up tomorrow. The water on the screen. Maybe that's what happened. Damn, my gun's leaky. I need a new squirt gun. My shit's all leaky now. Looking at it. Keep ripping on my phone. Trying to figure out what's getting everything wet. Nobody's gonna run with that one.
No.
Supposed to say, yo, mama, come on. Say, yo, mama's so wet. And I would have been like, oh, damn, that's hilarious. And nobody said it.
Man, I've met so many girls that are so wet over here, it ain't even funny.
Oh, shit. Right?
You know, I apologize to any female out there, but this is true.
Bro.
The Western women's physiology, as far as below the waist, I think is different than the Asian women. And yeah.
They just do those
I
tricks.
wish you could. I wish you could all enjoy what the Asian women do. We'll just leave it at that.
Welcome, Jeff.
Hey, Jeff. Oh, he's not here yet.
Hey.
I must be logging in.
Yeah, hey. Good evening. Sorry you guys got bumped. I guess that was a live, a rolling kickoff, live kickoff.
Right on. What's going on, Jeff?
No, that happens. Just hanging in there. I was doing some dabs. 2 of them, yeah. And I'm pretty fucked up right now. It's amazing how they hit you when you're not used to them.
Yeah, they sneaky.
It feels
And
like,
then if you
okay,
get creeper,
you gotta tell your body what to do there for a second. Like, okay, now do this.
yeah. And then if you get that creeper shit creeping up on you on top of that, then you're really fucked.
Well, this wasn't like that really, and
Yeah.
now I feel like basically just straight, normal. Got another bowl. So I'm gonna try filling a bowl with it. Actually, some BHO.
Right on.
So I've got some bud in there, then and I put some BHO on top. And I'm gonna try that. See how that it's. Dabs are such a pain. You know, I suppose if you're into it and that's what you're set up for the whole procedure, but
Yeah, it's a full process.
yeah, take things out and then put things away.
Cleaning and then
Yeah,
prepping for the next one.
refrigerator and yeah,
Heating and
alcohol and yeah,
no, I
get the
don't.
Q-tips,
Yes, I do.
get some paper towels.
Yeah. Uh,
Oh, so I did for the show. I looked into actually how some of these animals, barn animals, how they do the artificial insemination or just the insemination, just how they grab the semen. So grabbing the semen seems like it's mostly women that do that, which makes sense,
oh,
I guess. We were
are you
talking
talking
about
about
that.
collection?
Yeah, for different
Okay.
animals. For
Yeah,
elephants,
yeah.
you basically just get a bucket.
They get it in the pocket.
I don't know. I did a search on it, and there's like a whole channel on it of different animals and the way they collect them. And for elephants, for elephants, they just had elephants actually mating.
What's the
They
city across the border from San Diego?
What are we doing? Research for bud in the bowl?
Tijuana. Is that what you thinking of?
Yeah, I think they got some.
Yeah. No, this was all laboratory, um, scientific, non-deviant related.
That's not his trunk, sir. You're grabbing.
Yeah. One thing was like for a horse, it was like a giant rubber and then at the end there was like an opening where like you would put like maybe like a baby's formula bottle that you screw on the end, and that's like that's where it all winds up.
Apparently, the Japanese only like it hand acquired. No lube, just spit. Well, that's the Japanese.
Dry.
Yeah, that was some. The elephant is kind of intimidating.
What are we talking about here? What the fuck? What the fuck?
In fact, an elephant, you shouldn't even call it a penis. It needs like more letters and syllables and stuff.
That's what she said. That's what she said. That's what she said, Miss B.
I was amazed at YouTube has everything. That's all I've got to say.
Oh, so that's why that's upstairs.
Well, the topic came up on the show, and so kind of got my curiosity going. And I was wondering if YouTube actually did have anything about it. And it's got more than you can imagine. And every kind of animal you could imagine.
Animal was a good song by a band called Prick in the 90s on Nothing Records.
But the elephant actually was kind of also good to watch. Because like isn't like an elephant when their trunks up in the air, that's like a sign of good luck. I think like statues will have like an elephant trunk up in the air because it's a sign of good luck. Well, this elephant Was one happy, good luck elephant. If you want to see an elephant smile, you can go look at that YouTube video.
That is doors.
Of those barnyard animals.
Ooh-wee.
It made me think about, damn, what is on YouTube?
You know why the farmer wears
Come
rubber
on.
boots that are 3 sizes too big, right?
So we can stick the goat's back legs in the front of the boot and tie him down.
See, Ryan's done it a couple times. He knows.
Hey, you want to see a happy elephant? I got you a happy elephant right here.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Now we're getting into the
I got a pair of those as a gift one year, where you wear the underwear and stick your pecker through the elephant's like trunk.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'd wear those in cowboy boots Friday night out to the bar.
love and life. Went away.
Oh shit. Oh.
There we go. That looked like me going to the bar Friday night.
Oh my. Hi, Moo. What you doing there, buddy? The hell?
Just everything in the air, all the drugs just flying through the air. Shit was crazy. Shit was crazy, bro.
That's crazy. Okay.
Here's the zombie.
Ah,
That's pretty cool.
I like that. Stealing.
Zombies. I got
There's-
sucked into Age of Origins for a little bit.
It was for the longest time it wasn't letting me create this one again.
There we go.
When it was done, it would always say the image could not be generated or something.
Hi,
Sometimes
Moo.
it gets really finicky on what it will allow. Yeah, what it'll allow you to type in. Being a bitch for that one.
What is that? Kind of like that Dolly AI thing or something you're doing, Jeff Ryan?
Yeah,
Yeah, it said it used Dolly. There's a little caption
yeah,
at the bottom.
GPT-4.
Yeah.
And I use it both. Like you can get the Bing app for mobile, and then you can get Microsoft Edge app, which is just another browser that uses it.
One good thing
Yeah,
I've
Dolly, that's one of the
come-
OpenAI products that they release that, so companies
And I
can build their
used the
own products
OpenAI
from.
the 3.5 for the longest time, but yeah, it's
I've been
Microsoft
using
Bing
the
Image Creator.
OpenAI now on doing my ads for when I'm selling shit on like eBay or the other channels and stuff. eBay actually has a button
Yeah.
right there for the description when you write out your title, and if you put a subtitle and whatever you put in the condition, the AI will take and read those words and formulate your description for you, and it goes out and it'll pull some good information off online to put in there, so the ad looks really good, and sounds good, has a lot of good info about whatever product it is you're selling, and you can proofread it and adjust because it does fuck up some stuff because it will pull, like I said, your words out of the title, and sometimes it bunches them together thinking that that's what you're describe all the words you've got in the title is what you're calling the object or whatever. So sometimes it'll bunch it up, but it does really good, and it makes listing shit online for sale a lot quicker because the description takes fucking forever when you're sitting there having to write, this is a 1969, blah, 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 fucking, color this, size that, this type of, whatever. So, I mean, AI is going to definitely be a thing that's going to help us move faster in life, because we can never get enough done. It's just going to add more to our plates. And we're always going to be in that fucking cycle of never getting it done and never having enough time. But we're going to do so much more, always.
Yeah, that AGI is what we got is the fucking flip of the dice or the flip of the coin. I don't know, and I know you can tell that these fucking or like it seems like this image generator that I'm using, like it purposely misspells shit, but it does it in a way that where if you're just have this minimal like Photoshop type skills that you could fix their error.
Yeah.
Like it'll just the way it'll space, put an extra space in, or it'll put a letter in somewhere, but it'll do it. I don't know. It's kind of weird how it kind of does it, but I mean,
It uses proper grammar.
yes, but it'll also like you can try to tell it the exact spelling of something and to spell it that same way, and it'll come back at you with mistakes every time.
Can you just
Sometimes.
ignore that state and like skip it?
Well, that mistake, I mean, it's on an image, so you'd have to, unless if it's something easy to Photoshop out, it's hard to ignore them. But sometimes it'll
Okay.
just like it'll speak just complete gibberish, and it won't be a language or anything. But at the same time, there's samples that they're not actual. They're meant to be to give you ideas on templates and shit. I don't know, they're pretty cool.
The imaging's pretty amazing.
Oh yeah, some of the shit, dude. I mean, like asking it just crazy things.
Must have a lot of learning, a lot of human teaching it to be able to do pictures.
I want to do one that does the video. I don't know which.
Perfect.
Can't remember which one.
Yeah. But there's gonna be a lot of amazing things coming out from this using it. AI and linking everything together too. So Cybertruck's starting to come out and getting some mixed reviews.
Yeah, I see some people on YouTube pounding them and putting them through some tests already.
Well, I mean, there's been a lot of electric vehicles that have been around for a long time that it's just been the way to go.
Yeah, but so that uses AI to do its driving, help with automated driving, and it's going to use that with the humanoid robots that they're going. And
Well,
yeah, maybe it's the Transformers, maybe it's not. But
You know, like when you see the Boston Dynamic robots that can do
connected
backflips
with
and
the
fucking,
satellites. Yeah.
you know, they
Yeah.
can
They can
they
do
can
some
jump
wild
and
shit, man. It's always fun
pick up a
watching.
fucking gun off the ground and do a barrel roll and fucking snipe out 3 targets from 50 yards. Like
I like
those
when they get their new videos out showing the new stuff they're doing. Definitely
that
amazing.
technology is probably to the point already where they can go so fast that you can't see them without a strobe light, which is like really fast. And that's insane to think about. Fucking just hear them in the wind in the night, fucking running by you in the dark.
You like humanoid or a drone? A copter, quadcopter, something like that, or a humanoid. I don't know. I guess both. The quadcopters are really fast. You can't really see them at all. Different air vehicles. That
AI
seems to be the new technology that they're trying out in militarily now. Let's see how they can use that.
well, fuck, they can pretty much put thoughts in your head. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of conspiracies out there too. I, for one, welcome our new AIGI overlord.
Overall, if we don't kill ourselves, the technology should make everything just really efficient. And so that's like, it's hard to believe, you just keep hearing about all these billion-dollar companies, billion-dollar mergers. Like Adobe was going to do this huge merger.
Yeah, but
20,
like,
$20 billion.
Isn't it true? No, I don't know the time frame, but the bottom line is that we're only going to be able to live on Earth for so long. At the right, like it's not a matter of us killing ourselves. It's like the Earth goes through ice ages or this ages or volcanic ages or a meteor hits it. Like it's not like this place is forever, right?
Right.
I mean, it seems like it because our lives are so short, but 100 years at a time. But like, I don't know how many thousands of years when I've seen these history things where they point out all the different, even though that happened over billions of years, well, who knows what's coming down the pike? It could happen, like, especially if some fucking meteor decides to fucking cruise in and hit us.
Yeah, it could happen anytime.
I mean, supposedly a meteor hit the Earth and that killed every dinosaur in the whole planet instantaneously. I don't know. That seems pretty gnarly.
Yeah.
Do you think they would warn us and let us know before it came and hit us?
No, they probably wouldn't. Like, that's even why I think whatever they know about aliens, like their thing is well, if people would freak out if we knew something, or
what they want us to know is what they let us
yeah.
know.
Right, yeah, too many people. Half would go be with their loved ones. The other half would go again have
freak out.
Yeah,
everyone would freak out. That's what happened.
Like at this point, we would loot every fucking store there is. Like within 72 hours, there would be like chaos, and we'd just loot every. Even though the world's coming to an end,
10
people would be out there.
People would be dead.
People would be out there stealing TVs.
Right,
oh,
yeah,
wait,
exactly.
Oh wait, there they are. It's California all over again.
People would be over there stealing Gucci bags and shit because the world's coming to an end.
But they're already doing that in California, so it's like it's already happened, you know?
He who dies with the biggest 80-inch wing.
Hey, I've seen these videos where they're like, it's like a group that like hits the store at once. Like, oh, these are like big name, expensive stores, Apple stores, where like 10 people go in there, and it's only like less than 30 seconds, and they all run out with like as much shit as they can get. There's not anything they can do about it. That's crazy,
right?
We're gonna have humanoids
doing that.
Lightning flash robberies. Like, what was that? A robbery?
Texas is really any store. there's enough people that walked in and walked out with shit. Who's gonna really stop them?
Yeah, it's hard to stop them
Yeah,
all. You
but
can have
okay,
one or
so
two of
like,
them, but
let's
then you're
say they
fighting off
stole
by
all these phones from an Apple store. They know the serial numbers of the inventory, and
yeah.
like, so
That,
aren't those phones pretty
that
much
was a total
fucked?
fail.
Like, cause
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
they
was a
gotta
total
be
Friday,
fail. They
tougher to
had to destroy
hustle for
all the
sure.
phones because they started getting tracked. Like those people that did steal those phones, they started getting tracked, so they had to break those phones, destroy them.
But I'm
Yeah, use
I'm
them for
talking about
parts,
I'm talking about
chop
like in
them
a
up.
grocery store or something. You
Yeah,
get
now
like
Walmart's changed
people.
in
Who's gonna
California.
really stop them from taking
Walmart's
the
like
shit?
way different in
Or
California.
Walmart, yeah.
They changed it. Like now you have to go grab a ticket off the thing, go to the back and ask them, "You guys got this?" Or if you got a ticket, of course you got one. Give me one of these. Like once you run out of tickets, there's no more of those items back there. Like some certain items, they're not gonna put them on the shelves no more because people just walk in and walk out with them. So they started changing stuff.
no, the Walmarts around here to get socks or underwear, they're locked up. I'm thinking socks and underwear, but
Even
it's
socks
I
and
heard
underwear?
it's because that's what the homeless steal the most of, so they have to lock it
Yeah.
up.
Why?
I couldn't believe that when I walked into the Walmart around the corner from my mom's house to buy socks and underwear and had to go find a girl to unlock them.
Wow.
That's crazy. Makes you not even want to go there.
The
Yeah.
biggest thing here is baby formula. Like people used to steal all that all the time.
Yeah,
It's so expensive, right? But underwear, that's crazy.
Yeah, one of the cheapest items.
Me always buying and reselling shit. I'm always on all different platforms looking around, and like Craigslist is a big one, and like Facebook Marketplace. You'll see a lot of folks hustling cases of baby formula, and you wonder, how'd you get that? Did you go snipe it or something, or you'll hear stories too of folks will run their food stamp card, go out and get a couple $100 worth of formula, and then sell the formula off for like half price to be able to get cash in their pocket and stuff.
Yeah.
Like crazy stories.
And that's what he does that with Walmart, but they go buy the stuff from Walmart and they resell it on Amazon for twice the price. So it's like they buy it as cheap as they can, then they go resell. That's not bad because they're not still in it.
Yeah, that's screwy. So how do they not do that in other countries?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they cut their fingers off or probably shoot them.
Yeah, they get caned or
Is that it?
yeah, they get like prison
Yeah,
for
you're like, oh, there's no crime here.
hand for
Yeah. Okay. The last guy's got no fingers left. That's why.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's just like there's too much money out there. But if people haven't been around that long, that's like, yeah, maybe the planet's doomed, but if it lasts for 40,000 years, like people really only been around for 4,000 or 5,000 years in history that we have. I mean, and that's like a millionth of the time of the Earth. The Earth's been here 4 to 5 billion years. So we've only been here 1/millionth of the time.
What's going on, man? Someone like cleaning the bathroom or something?
It's probably me. If you can hear me, it's me. Wait.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, because oh yeah, there it says powered by Dolly 3, AI 3, something. Image creator from designer. But these humanoids, I think Musk plans on using the humanoids as in the factories, is what I'm thinking. Like at some point, once you build enough robots to do the work in the factories, that's like a lot of the job force out there. I mean, you still need people working, and you always need people doing other jobs, and just making things perfect.
And the robots are gonna move so fast too. In the future, they're just gonna be like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
So, what do you think about the lightning robbery? These are super fast robots. They
What
can
about
run
them?
in the store, grab stuff, and run out before anyone can see them because they're so fast.
Well, then the
And they can.
store security bot will fucking take them out.
That's what they'll need, huh? Maybe it might not be actually, I don't know if they'll actually have something running, or it would have to be on wheels, I guess, but that'll be noisy. Probably more a copter, so they could fly in super fast. Got to stop at some point and grab. Well, I guess you circle around it.
This
Or you
guy's
might
getting
think of Jetsons.
getting
Got a spawn
handsy with the grenade.
flying cars and robots that helped you clean up your house. I'm good. That's all we need.
Yeah.
Meet the Jetsons.
Headless dog. Got a brain in a jar, a head in a jar.
But there's probably some vision that Musk has where using the rockets and using Tesla and his robots and his satellite network and like where everything's used together somehow.
Oh. I should pour that.
You can't say cannabis and you can't say weed or pot or any of that shit. But it knows what weed plants look like, and like if you use the right, he cooks it the right way, and that's totally off. But that the one hand looks kind of cool.
What about
Just the-
marijuana?
Nope, it won't let you.
Or what about the other spelling? You know, the other way they spell it, the government spelling.
With the H.
Yeah, marijuana.
No, it won't let you do hemp or anything.
Oh wow.
But I mean, like I could
Maple
say,
leaf, sometimes you can get the
That's really
that
amazing. I don't know how it does
cannabis.
stuff like this.
Oh, there it is.
Man, it's getting hot again.
I might be watching.
Oh. Move to the other side. There's still a little bit of shade.
Hang on.
My friend's thinking about now that Ohio's gone legal. He's got this friend that has a pretty big vegetable nursery, and they make a lot of tomato clones up and things like that. And he was out talking with this guy, and the guy kind of said, well, why don't we do that with cannabis? He says it's all tied into the hemp bill. He says the cannabis seed sales and how to set up that company and how to set up a clone business because clones don't have THC. And you can ship them now across the country. So that's all handled underneath the hemp bill, which is a lot less bullshit than everything in Ohio with smokable cannabis flower and the production of it and the sale of it. And that is like $125 or $150 federal license to do.
It's not much. Nothing, right?
So we've
Surprised you
got
even
this
need that.
guy. we've got this guy that literally does hundreds, if not millions, of tomato clones a year for the tomatoes in Ohio and Pennsylvania. But, he's got all the grasp of how to do it and how to go about it on a commercial level, willing to help us, or help my friend, I should say. Not us, but my friend. But my friend did ask for some strains, so.
Yeah, it's funny. I just actually contacted some clone company because I was wondering what the deal is. Because so on if you look online, they don't really spell everything out. They have a phone number, so you call the phone number and no one answers. Eventually, you get a message like, "Oh, you can send us a text or leave your name and number, and we'll get back to you." But I sent them a text, and so their website mentions all the different states, but so it turns out they're just in California. And then like on the website they show a truck. Like I was thinking they had somebody local. And but it sounds like they'll mail it to you, so it's an overnight thing. But it still sounds like there's a lot of companies in California that are doing that. But they're all so one thing is the payment, because you still can't use credit cards and the banks are still, I guess, iffy on getting involved. So they're all a little bit sketchy on the payments, or maybe not all, but this company was. And so also there's no Google reviews or Google site where you can look on Reddit or some other sites and maybe find some other people that have dealt with them. But otherwise, it's really just a shot in the dark. So then I was thinking more of like looking at local companies, because there are local companies here in Colorado, just the dispensaries that have clones. But then it sounds like a lot of those are, they're clones of seeds that they popped, of some name brand seeds maybe, but it's not totally elite. But I might get some. One of them had a bunch of some interesting clones that I might run of again.
In Michigan, I found a lot of places would take my clones, but when I would go back in like a couple days later, or 4 or 5 days later, it's like they don't water them, they don't take care of them, they still want 50%. They don't want to pay you for the clones up front. So they don't have any responsibility for them. But there's plenty of places to get clones from, other people on the show. There are some reputable dealers. My friend, like I said, is talking to this gentleman about, possibly doing clones in Ohio now. And if he does clones in Ohio, he's going to be shipping, because there's nothing wrong with it. It's a legitimate business straight from the beginning. You'll have to pay tax, but Ohio's tax is only like 7.5% for state sales tax. But if he's up and going, holy shit, man. Because he's got a bunch of older genetics and he's got a bunch of newer stuff.
Yeah, if you have
we were talking about him getting into certain facilities, because I've been approached by a couple facilities about getting strains into them. And then I said, then you can, get your flower out to market, and that would push your nursery out there into the public view. Once people could buy your flower and, hey, this guy has a seed company and a clone company here in Ohio, and he's out of wherever, but hey, we can get his clones here, we can get his clones here, we can get his clones here, or his shop. And this would give
once you
you
have
personally a retail shop.
and once you have
Once you get it,
reputation, I could see setting up
yeah.
like a monthly or maybe not monthly, but 3 or 4 times a year kind of subscription kind of commitment where
Well,
and you go online, you pick, okay, I'm leaving for my next shipment. I'll maybe hopefully you like is a chance to pick them up too. That would be good.
What we'll do is we'll end up having something on there that states, hey, every 45 days we give you X amount of clones for the next year, or 450 days, which is 10 times. Doing something like that.
Yeah, something like that. I think that'd be good.
Yeah, and give people a deal.
But like I said, you have to be somebody you can trust that you're going to get something and that it's going to be somewhat clean. So there was one dispensary in Fort Collins.
We will be testing everything from this point out. I don't think you can be a reputable clone wholesaler or retailer if your genetics are not tested and continuously tested in this industry. We all see what happens when somebody has a good seed company, and then all of a sudden their seeds for 6 months are all herms. It ruins someone's seed company. Well, if you send out clones that aren't fully rooted and can withstand on themselves for a week, and they're not treated for insects, and they don't have insects to begin with, but even if you don't treat them before they go out the door, that's another big mistake, because you want to treat it because you don't know the environment it's going into. And you want to give that plant at least a week's fighting chance, if not 2 weeks, outside of its environment where it was being taken care of properly.
So this dispensary,
the last is your word, and your word is only as good as your product.
Yeah, and hopefully have some reviews, because I think that's the first thing I look for, is see if other people have tried them, and if they say, oh yeah, they're okay, or whatever.
That's
didn't have bugs
is
or did, or it was genuine or not. That's something we'll look for. But this one dispensary,
getting into the facilities will allow us to be in a dispensary, though. That is like the major thing here.
So
because
they would,
once people
you would
try your
pre-order with this one, and it'd be like 2 weeks. It would take about 2 weeks till you got your order, and
so you
then
can get them rooted.
And they would contact you, and they said they'd give you 2 days to come and get it, and this would be for a pickup order, and for them to guarantee that it would be healthy. So you'd have 2 days. So that's a little bit okay, a little bit of pressure, but and then they also said so they would dip it in xylitol when you got it.
Yeah,
and
that's
so
basically
that's what they would do.
Yeah,
They would say it straight out. They When I handed it to you, they dip it into it.
My friend ran into basically the same type of kind of deal in question. He goes, well, what happens because I've got 200 or 200, I've got 200 strains, I've got 50 facility cuts, and I have another 30 that I'm working with. I said, well, you're going to find out what clones actually do sell and which ones sell, but they sell slower. So you just keep those mothers going and you do, like you said, you place your order and 14 days later you can come pick up the clones because within 14 days you get a nice amount of roots on a clone. If not, it's a really hard clone or you're doing it wrong.
Yeah.
And it should be a plant at 14 days. It should be hardening up for at least a week. Now, I used 1,000-watt lights when I made my clones. And people go, why do you use such a big light to make your clones? And I said, well, first of all, I get a bigger footprint from the 1,000-watt light. And if the person takes it from me and puts it into a 1,000-watt light room, it's not going to have a problem taking it, which is very smart.
Yeah.
Because if you take a clone that's been under like fluorescence or T5s, and then you go to put them underneath a 600 or 400, that may be too much for them. It may kill them right off. I've seen it happen.
Yeah, finally with the real life.
Yeah, the real problem
Well,
is, for someone who's just starting out, like someone like us, I think, we can create an environment that's going to be, nurturing for someplace warm and someplace like fluorescent lights is really nice.
shit, if you lived where Bud is and you added extra light to his light cycle in the summertime, you could literally go out and just fill all the trays up with like a little bit of peat moss and a mixture and just go down and put cuttings in it and just turn on the misters for the humidity. And within 4 to 5 days, they'd be all rooted up.
Yeah, nice.
I talked to the guys here in Thailand that do large scale commercial cloning. And they said, yeah, for like 6 months out of the year, it's beautiful. All we have to do is turn on the misters.
I use Rockwell cubes, the heat mat for the first day under a dome, and probably 75% roots within 5 days, and the rest of them less than 10 days, like usually 7 either. Yeah. Five days in Rockwell, but I only use the heat mat one day. I don't use it for more than one day. And then the dome, I only leave that on for 3 days. On the second day, I open the vents, and on the third day, I take it off. And then by the 5th, 6th day, there's plenty of roots. Most of them are already rooted.
See, now, when I use root riots on for a little bit longer, but I do like misalign the hood at like day 4. Not only the vents, but misalign the hood at day 4, and by day 5 or 6, it's off.
And I only water like on the 3rd day, like when the cubes get wet before when we put the clone in it, they soak for a minute and then we put the clone in it. That lasts like 3 days, and then I bottom water. I just put water in the tray, let it pull up what it wants, and then pour the rest off. And roots in 5 days. 6 days. I don't. When some people say, "Oh, it takes like 2 weeks or longer," I don't know. I've never.
No.
No. But then when I used root riots, oh, add a few days to all that. Rockwell really clones easy because it's mainly about air water ratio. Like the roots need
And
air to get going, and Rockwell
I
provides that.
I really like the fact that Grodan has a nice round rock wool plug that fits into all of its cubes, but they've got a slit down the side of it so you can open it up once you get your clone mixture on your clone. You can put it right in there without, having a buildup of Clonex at the top of your rock wool or your root riot because you had to push it into something. I even seen them over here. What they were doing was taking like Clonex and injecting it, putting the clone into the hole, and then injecting Clonex with a needle into the hole.
Yeah, that's what we do. We have this syringe. We put the Clonex in, and then we squirt it in the hole, and then stick the thing in there. Yeah.
Dude, that was like the first time I seen someone do that. And it was just recently.
Yeah, that's been our
Wow.
way for a long time. It's good.
Good way to keep
See,
your
I've
weight down.
always,
And I
I've,
don't use those round ones, but I use the 1.5 inch. And when I do seedlings, I do them in a paper towel. Once they're open rooted, then I take that cube, I cut it in half with a razor blade, and then I lay the sprout in there mainly as low as I can for it doesn't stretch, and then stick the cube back together, put the sleeve on it, and yeah, that's how I do my seeds. And I don't know, I don't ever have that many. I mean, there's a failure here and there, and shit gets fucked up, but like odds. Yeah, that's why if you need whatever amount of clones, you take a few extra. That's just part of
always.
Yeah.
Then you can give them away.
Yeah, and then always just choose the best ones for yourself. Like, yeah, when I used to have people that I would supply clones to, yeah, I'd cherry pick. I'd take all these different clones, and then I'd cherry pick all the good ones, and then give away or whatever, pass on the other ones.
Yeah, that's what happened to me with 200 clones. And the person ended up doing 2 events, basically 10 days and 17 days. And I got to see the clones that he took to those. Yeah, I should have just been told, hey, I'll send them out to you in 2 weeks instead. But I got all the calls, all the ones that weren't like, okay, people are actually going to look at that and say, that's a nice clone.
When I used to have the pressure where certain people would better like, I'd ask them for 2-week notice, but I'd let them like, give me 15 of this kind and 9 of this one, and I'd get their clone orders ready. Yeah, that was a bunch of pressure and the timing of it. Where now, like, yeah, if there's extra clones, I don't. Yeah, I mean, sometimes there's extra clones and somebody needs them. Otherwise, there's extra clones that just get thrown away after a while. Have a good night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow for the safety meeting. 12 o'clock Pacific, 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
Later, D.
Have a good night, D. Good to see you, buddy. Stay safe, homie.
All right, but we're still going. Yeah, it's still early. That's
Yeah.
cool. Well, Bud, all those extra clones, if you ever needed a fallback, something to do. No, you don't need really money.
I
or
needed
anything,
like
but-
I used them when I sent the clones to Fumi. Somehow someone had given me, I only had 5 to begin with, but I only had 2 left. They're like those plastic bowl food or container things, but these ones seem to have been perfect for clones. Like they're molded, you could stick the
Yep.
cube in the thing and close it. It held 3 of them. Yeah, if I had more of those, it'd make it easier to send clones.
That'd be cool. Yeah, this one place it was
They-
$200 minimum, and then $80 for the overnight shipping.
I'm sure on
Yeah.
Amazon you can find those little plastic
Basically, they had a
mold things.
6 clone pack. That's kind of the legal number is 6 in most states, and like Colorado 6, you're
That-
allowed 6. So just to make it
I'm
even
sure.
more
I think you
totally
can
above
find
board.
really good clones out there for a lot less than what you're paying.
Yeah, but some could be more because also somebody was saying, oh, I should mention them, but so one of the others
Well, I've
channels
never
that sell
sold a
seeds
clone.
also sells clones,
Even
but theirs are
even
like 150 each, maybe. So there's still a lot of places that are
well,
selling clones for
like let
over
me tell you, I've
each clone.
sold thousands of clones in my life, and I even when I had Blackwater,
And yeah, I think that's too much.
I'd sell trays of them, 50 at a time. I've never sold a clone for more than
$500.
$5. No, $5 a piece. Like the
Yeah.
cube is
Yeah.
cube is 35 cents, and it takes like all of like 3 minutes to make a clone, and
Right.
a week of like letting them sit under a dome. So like, yeah, why would it be hundreds of dollars for one clone?
Seems
And I've
easier
never
than
paid.
seeds, even.
No one has ever charged
Yeah.
me for a
For-
clone that I've grown. Like I don't know. I don't live in the custody world, but
Yeah.
yeah, like $100 per clone, or some people say 500. I get that you're buying the genetics and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see
When
Eh,
I
shit.
when I was in Michigan, my clones were $10 to $15 a piece, and then they were $20 a piece if they were in a cup. But if they were in a cup, you were getting like a 1.5 foot tall plant.
and another thing, the only persons I've ever sold clones to are people that I consider my friends. And do you do friends
Medical
like
patients.
that? No,
No.
right?
Yeah.
If you
That's the
were a
thing.
medical patient and this was your first grow, and we in Michigan we were allowed 12 plants, it was $50 for your 12 plants. And then come back to me, and when you're done with those, and I'll give you more at a deal.
And even I know the place here, Zen Leaf, which is a licensed clone place that even guys from up north come all the way down here to buy thousands of cuts. Their wholesale price when you're buying 1,000 or like quantity is $7 a clone.
Oh, yeah.
And those are like teens. Like by a lot of times it's just the timing of it that by the time somebody picks them up, they're already fucking. They're not little clones anymore.
But that's what it should be.
Yeah, you know. But they're buying like 1,000 of them for $7,000. So okay, $7 adds up. You know.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on how tall the plant is. If you can cut 2 to 3 white weeks off of your veg time and pay someone an extra $2 for it, yeah, it's worth it.
Even how I know about this Zen Leaf place, who is down here in Oceanside, and they do all their cloning in greenhouses, and there's no lighting, or I guess they use supplemental lighting to keep the veg. But my friend that is an outdoor grower in Mendo usually buys up to 5,000 plant cuts a year for his thing. And over the years, there's plenty of nurseries that serve Mendo, right? And that's where he used to get his cuts. And then few years ago, whatever happened, he got 2,000 from this place down here and had 0 failure rate and very little transplant shock going straight into the ground, right? Where the ones that he buys up there, yeah, there'd be failure rate and there'd be transplant hesitation and stuff like that. But what we figure, most clone operations are done under fluorescent lights and trays in indoor, basically. Well, if you're put them outdoor, yeah, there's an acclimation to all that. But if your clones were already in greenhouse, basically outdoor environment, and they're going outdoor, they do much better. Because, like, yeah, over the years, he gets them all from them. Because, yeah, when you put out 1,000 out in the field, oh, X amount of them don't take, and X amount of them stut and don't get going right away. That's just part of it. Yeah, the Zen Leaf, who does their all in greenhouse, mainly outdoor, yeah, it's like almost 100% success. Where some of the name, I'm not trying to badmouth, but the nursery operations up there, yeah, you might have 10% failure or 10% fucked up plants. Or, yeah, when you start doing business with this thing called Zen Leaf, it's not, it's just this business in San Diego. There's a Zen Leaf that's national, but this isn't it. They're licensed, other than from what I know. Oh no, if you go there with the money, you don't need a license.
That's awesome. Yeah, no, I
Like,
get my stuff from
like,
them.
like, even though dude had a license, this is how I know that. Like, he said when he went, and I said, "Oh, did they check your license and do all?" He said, "No, they just counted the money." Like,
Oh yeah.
like, you know, oh, maybe they might charge you an extra buck because you don't have a license. But yeah,
They supply all
that's
about
how
80.
I know. That's how I know this whole metric thing is a complete failure, because the whole idea of it, tag every plant and this whole inventory and all the things you have to do, was to make it impossible for things like that to happen. But like, we're 5-6 years into it, and metric is this like, yeah, forget, metric doesn't keep people from backdooring deals. Not at all. Even though it's like, this huge thing that costs all this money and takes a percentage out of the sales to run. But they thought it all through, right? Oh, cameras and inventory paperwork and tags, all these tags. Even my friend up there has license. Not last year, 2 years ago, they didn't have enough tags. Like, well, a lot of that is the explosion of the autos, because the state, like, only had made or had access to make so many thousands of tags a year. And then in the last few years, the amount of tags, that you're supposed to put on the plants have quadrupled. And now they're on it. They're making the right amount. But yeah, a couple seasons ago, like, most of his plants didn't even have tags. Because not because he didn't put them on them, they couldn't. They didn't ever deliver them. He never got the tags. And even that, like, some little tag with a, what do you call it? One of those codes, like the line codes, the scan codes, goes on every plant, and then that's supposed to like inventory every plant. Like, it's so stupid. Good luck. Yeah, actually, like, my partner's here, and I don't even want to get involved because one of the light mover rails wasn't working, so he's putting up another one, and I don't want to. If he needed help, he would ask me. There's nothing to it. That's what's good about having parties.
That's
I keep saying, well, great idea. We use double endeds on light movers, but the ballast and the hood are one piece. Even though they have remote ones where you have it on the cord, those light movers were barely able to hold a hood and move it back and forth. The weight of a ballast and a hood puts pressure on the wheel, and then they only last so long, and then you have to like rebuild the little thing and put new wheels on it. They weren't meant to drag a ballast back and forth. Something like that. But our yields went up, and we cut out almost 40% of the light, and the yield went up. So go figure. On light movers.
You must notice the plants being stronger too on the light movers, huh, bud?
Yeah. Well, what it does is double-ended. You had to have the light so high above the canopy, but when they're moving, you can put them like just 2 feet, and then so there's more coverage or like the canopy. Yeah, there's no lowers. The lowers are as fat as the uppers.
Yeah, they get a real high intensity, which I always thought, stimulated them a lot. But yeah, you can't keep it on them for a long time. So light movers seem good.
Well, is the ballast out too, or just the bar?
Guess you could do it with LEDs too. Light mover.
It's weird because we're like one of the only
Pretty
people
light
still on HPS at the store.
Yeah.
That when anything goes wrong with anything, they just give us free. I can't imagine how many free balances they've given us. Because, no one buys them anymore. When one burns out, which they do, so far they just like, oh, here, take one. But we've been doing business with that place for 20 some years, so I guess we got something coming. And like I've told this story before, we kick them down. Like the kids that work there, anytime one of us come in, you always expect like a quarter ounce or a half ounce tip for years. That gets you a lot of free shit.
Yeah.
A lot of people, hey, I know a couple of those guys as my friends. And I always thought, well, yeah, that's just everyone does that. We're all growers. Everyone comes there and hangs out, acts like they're fucking all chummy with everybody. But like when I asked him, he's like, no, dude, you and like one or two other guys ever do that. Like most of the people never, nope. They ask for a ton of advice, they this, they that, but nope, they never kick nothing. I'm like, yeah, fuck, that's stupid.
Man, I'm running out of shade spots. I'm gonna be sitting in the house while you guys are outside soon.
Well, I'm gonna roll a fucking joint.
These comic strips Ryan's making pretty interesting. I've been watching them.
It's cheetah
like,
bits.
Yeah, you see, that'd be a good cut. You could be like the curator of California cannabis.
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, I give.
And like for the
If you
3 or
want
4
some
times a
cuts,
year
hit me
delivery of
up and we'll
subscriptions.
figure it out. I'm good at doing things like that. I had no problem sharing my genetics.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
It's a lot easier to send them with those container things. I gotta somehow go on Amazon or
I know a
find.
place. Yeah, and I found them the other day. There's the green ones that fit in the box, and then there's
Yeah,
the
the
green
green
ones.
ones. That's
The
what I
green ones,
had.
like,
So,
I'll send you
Actually, this
something on
one I
Instagram.
had before these ones actually came with a little sticky LED light that you could stick inside the thing. I
Yeah.
put it in the container, but I did like a couple days. Like priority mails, basically 3 days if you mail it during the week, tops. Most places, almost everywhere. Yeah, they don't need no little LED light in the fucking
No,
no, I
thing
don't
for
think so
that.
either. Yeah, see, that's another thing
not
too.
as
Like a
long as
newbie
they're
may not
rooted and
do.
Yeah,
hardened
But
off.
yeah,
no,
someone like us would know. Just put it under 24-hour light. Also,
yeah,
that'd be another thing.
You would
Warm
think.
not.
place, and maybe at least 18 hours. But
It
for a
definitely
while
isn't
to
the
bring
best
it back.
thing to have happened to them, but oh no, they're resilient. They
Yeah.
can handle that.
You would think so.
And like I've been doing this a long time. I only in the last couple years, mainly
That's
with
what
the
I
younger
thought of
crowd
HBK.
of people, did I ever hear of snips? Like like never in my life did anyone. No, you had to wait to get the rooted clone. Even if a
Rooted
homeboy
clone.
said, "Oh, yeah, you wait for the rooted clone," you couldn't just go, "Oh yeah, let me just grab a few snips and take them home and I'll root them there." That no,
I've
but
tried that.
one time someone sent me Mac One, and it literally took like 3 months to get going. It never was dead, but it didn't grow. It was like in suspended animation. I was almost ready to just give up on it, and then I looked at the bottom, and there was a fresh root, and then it finally started going. But it was like 3 months. Or if you sent a rooted clone, no, that wouldn't have happened.
I was
I mean,
going through so many clones at one time in the winter. I left one tray on my cement floor in the back corner, and I didn't think anything about it because it was always green and lush. But after like 5 weeks, 6 weeks, I looked at the tray and it had no roots on it. I looked at the cuttings on the inside, they were all like fresh cuttings, but I guess the cold floor just kept them in that suspended animation. Yeah. But
well,
I
and
put them up on a
I've
pallet and they were rooted in 6 days.
I've learned this about the way I take clones in the Rockwell, and we move them on into Rockwell, bigger cube. Like when the roots just first start showing, if you move them on, not let them sit and wait for them all to get rooted in
Yeah.
a few days. There's like no hesitation. Like
And they're taken
yeah,
off.
let's say I let the tray sit for a few days, and now the roots are even more roots and all this, and yeah, a lot of times when you move them on, it'll take like a few days, a week before they get going, start growing. Oh, if you right when that first sign, even if it's just barely a root poking out, or sometimes the root hasn't even poked out, but after all these years, I can tug on the top and know, like there's from the tension that it's going, it just hasn't popped through yet, and then I'll even move those on because yeah, the cycle is fast. Like like from the time we take a clone and then veg them out, so like total, it's like 3 weeks cloning and vegging, and then they're ready. Like even in the bedroom, those plants that are only not even 18 inches tall, Saturday will be turned back, and those will all end up like filling the whole tray, 3-4 feet tall. We just topped the shit out of them during those 2 weeks. like constantly topping them, keeping them, even top them after we turn them back.
As long as they don't have a lot of pre-flower.
Well, they don't have pre-flower that soon. Fast cycles. And
There's
here,
quite a few plants that I found as soon as I put them in
difference
the
in this
flowering to
operation
cut down the stretch.
and mine is we veg under 315 and the cycles are all dialed in. Where my place, I veg under 1,000 watt mh, overkill. Like shit, I had like a lot of light. Yeah, my plants would get bigger, faster, and then trying to perpetually dial in those cycles where they weren't too tall was like a pain in the ass. But yeah, I always thought 315, that's not enough. But actually, no. In a perpetual, 315 is like the perfect light to veg under if you have like two rooms and cycles like that, perpetual, where you're always just, like Saturday when we take down the room, by the time we leave here, it'll take probably 6 hours, 8 hours to do the whole job. Take down the room, clean and scrub the trays, and reset the room on the same day.
Yeah.
And then if you keep a calendar and like really pay attention, do your math, in a year you'll see not a full cycle, but you won't be losing a cycle. Like if you really are on it, you can probably get 6 cycles a year instead of like 5 by not
If you're
losing
running
day.
a 60-day plant. I
Yeah,
run
well,
70-day plants, and that's what I figure is a changeover every 70 days.
we
And a
run.
lot of the plants I'm at like 68 days usually, and that gives me a day to clean up and a day to reset.
The plants tell us when they're done, but a lot of times it's 63, 4 days. But then all of our methods, we use a lot of CO2. The methods are here. Now, my method's a lot different because I had a different thing. This is like production. Production has different parameters. Even like these seeds James Loud gave me when I talked to him a couple days ago and told him I was cracking, because he knows my trip. He's like, dude, those are like 75 dayers. You're not going to want to run those. I'm going to send you some 50 dayers, is what he said. I'm like, oh, cool. I'll take them. Because that's the new trend in bulk seed or breeding. Yeah, if you want a commercial seed, they're looking for less days. That's what they want, less days. And there's some new strains that are like,
42, 45,
Yep.
46 days. That's what they're looking for.
Well, I mean, the math of the thing it like forces that. The low price, the overhead, the whole thing, like, that's part of what's wrong with the whole thing. That's why there's no good sativas or long flowering weed really available in the legal market.
Because it would sit there, because there would be, instead of $100 a quarter, that weed would have to be $180 or $200.
There's
because
a company
you've got double in the cost of growing it.
There's one company I know of, CBX. They grow a longer running plant.
Yeah.
But
Well, this my friend John, who ran High Times, the Cups and all that, John and Sarah, when he left High Times years ago, he's like, I don't know what his title is, but CBX, he's some big wig at CBX. And I think they're one of the biggest operators in the state.
do know they run longer plants because I bought a lot of sativas from them that my mom's picked up for me.
Well, the truth is, once you got into
Quality
cycle,
cells.
yeah, the math still doesn't add up. But once you got into the cycle, and then it's hard to have perpetual.
Yeah, perpetual is the key.
Like you would have to. Yeah, you couldn't just take clones from the plants that you're turning back and then use those like that perpetual. Because
no, you need
2
like
months of
every
veg.
2 weeks, 3 weeks, 10 plants coming down. It don't have to be a lot, but 10 plants.
And a lot of these genetics are meant to be like turned back when they're less than 2 feet tall and they end up 4 feet. They're like the hybrids, everything are all stretchers. Like that very few indica or fat leaf leaning varieties that just stay squat.
Squat. I was thinking they were gonna stretch. They all stayed squat on me. And then the ones I didn't think were gonna stretch hit the ceiling. I was like, holy shit, hybrid vigor. It's like hybrid vigor.
Yeah,
like
that shit's crazy, man. That's like hard to deal with.
I was like, damn, what do I do?
We can feed it a little bit differently and add a lot more blue and white light.
We've been trying
because they're getting too much red.
There was some future cannabis content. It was a PhD guy, and he had done paper, and then like in the first 2-3 weeks of flowering or transition, they did different things like lower the food, lower the light, and did trials. And yeah, I guess the best results he had was basically cutting out nitrogen out of the recipe the last week of veg and no nutrients or next to no nutrients except micro, little, in the first 2 weeks of flowering. Well, we tried it as a sample, but we only went like 4 days. We were too scared to not give it food for 2 weeks. But he had like data and had pictures of like the varieties. It was pretty extensive. It looked like it didn't cause any loss of yield or quality or all that, according to him. And yeah, they stayed X% shorter because of that. And lower light, that's tricky because plants like will actually stretch to get to the light if there's not enough light, you know?
Yeah.
Well,
Like
they'll also stretch if you have too much red light in there. If you cut down on your red light and use more blue and white light, that's why I'm looking at my LEDs that I just got. And I can physically go in there and turn down the amount of red light that's being put out and increase the blue and white.
Yeah, I've seen that new type of design, and I'd love to see the results of like playing with all the spectrums. I'm not organized enough to like do shit like that anymore, but I imagine there's going to be all kinds of stuff found out as far as like making better bud with adjusting the spectrum throughout the cycle.
I have a fourth driver on my 1,000-watt LEDs that run basically my far red. And it's specifically set up for my 730s, and I have more of those actually on my boards. But I can control that one driver completely separate than the other 3. So it gives me complete control over all the far red in my entire light. besides the 3 drivers being able to control that light. So when those 3 drivers go off, that far red is still on for another 15 minutes. And the 730 lights, basically, those only come on for a half an hour. And with the control box that I have, I can set all of that. So yeah, once we are able to start playing with the parameters of the spectrum of light, and I think we need to add more diodes to the bars to be able to do that. So maybe the bars will end up being an extra inch or 2 inches wider, which then you should end up with like an 8-foot bar. That would be a 5x5. That would be a nice fold out one. Keep them compact. But I think a wider bar and adding more diodes and being able to control, that way you in veg, you can have a lot more blue and white. And then when you go to flower, you can just crank it up on the red. So yeah, it's going to be fun to see it. I'm also going to run some 315s next to it, or some HBS next to it, and see what the same flowers look like underneath an HBS and an LED. Because I still think some of our older genetics, I think they just taste better. Not that they had a really great taste to begin with, but I also think the highs are a little bit different. But we'll see.
I'm just going for anything that's older than anything that's got before gelato, before cookies. Like literally, that's all.
That's literally most of the genetics I have.
That's all I'm looking for. Stuff before cookies and gelato and Mac took over. GMO.
Even though, like, we stopped, I don't think we're running anymore. This is the white wedding from Ethos. I don't know if the camera will show. It's so beefy. Like, it's fat, thick. It smells so great. It even has like purple tinge, and it marks all that. I don't know. I smoked it for a couple months now, thinking maybe the next joint will get me like, no, it just doesn't get me high.
Or maybe it gets you high, but it doesn't get you stoned.
Yeah, like that. It's not like, yeah.
There's always room for daytime weed.
Where like this buds are much smaller. These apple banana, they're like way smaller. But like,
I like that one.
A couple hits and you're putting it down. You're good.
There's always room for daytime weed.
Yeah, for sure. I don't discount any of it, especially during the day if it don't get you stoned. It gets me high. Okay.
Daytime is when I need the strongest weed.
Yeah, like, at the end of the day, that's when I'm gonna get the strongest.
Like, fuck daytime. I'm a night owl.
I've smoked that shit all day long just for the flavor of it. And I'll smoke something bomb right after it just to knock me out a little bit. But then I'll just smoke more daytime weed just so I can stay up. Yeah, it was like smoking your OG bud. That shit put me down. I was smoking the GB4, it didn't do nothing to me. And then
I mean,
a
it's
little
almost impossible, but like, so there's this one bud right there, like right
shit.
here. This bud, yeah, I've had my eye on it for like a week, but like by the time they hang it, we trim it, hang it. Yeah, maybe I'll find that bud in a bag. I might, if I really set my mind to it, I could set it aside. But yeah, it's the tall one out there. It's got super gnarly structure. What kind is it? Oh, it's a cheetah piss. No wonder. Yeah, this trays cheetah piss. That bud right there. This one's pretty good too.
There you go, Ryan. Sorry about that, buddy.
What's up? Oh, did you kick me off there?
Ooh,
Oh, I just thought my Zoom crashed on me.
I don't know what happened. I just saw that you said that you were coming back in, so I pressed admit, and then I just read the comments saying that you were gonna crash out.
Yeah, you.
I almost
It's not showing your screen anymore.
I was smoking.
That's fatty. Yeah, looks like big fatty. Those were cool pictures. That's amazing
Wow.
detail. I can see why Hollywood's worried. The
Well, and you can
writers and
and
creators.
you can input 30 different inputs into the same image. If you get lucky, if it's like will keep on track with you.
Huh.
Enough prompting,
And to put together some kind of story.
yeah. It'll let you. God damn.
An airplane or
Helicopter.
It'll write
The
you a novel if
past
you want it to.
the past 3 nights
Yeah,
have
that's cool.
actually been like Bud's house here. They've been playing war games at night. But this is something I really enjoyed when I was out in California. If you look up in the sky there, that is the moon. It's not a cloud. I enjoy shit like that, seeing the moon and the daylight in the sky.
yeah.
That's an alien base, it's not the moon.
Those clouds down here are moving fast. What a shit shack.
How many people did you say they're going to
Oh,
put in that space?
uh, I figured they were going to put like 35 to 45 people.
Yeah,
Now, the guy that I
doesn't seem too
know
bad.
that here in the village that speaks English, he also knows this lady too because he kind of was managing some of her properties. Uh, he says more like 60 to 80 people are going to live here. There's a
Well,
big pile of metal over here, and there's a whole bunch more of the sheeting. I don't think that's to go inside because they were using round like 3-inch pipe on the inside and to do the roof with. So they could put up some more units and, be at that 80 to 100 marker. But if they put 80 or 100 people in there, holy shit, everybody's sleeping side by side.
Pooping in the same bucket.
You can see their water line. That's the blue pipe there. There's no man door on that gate. It's just going to be open or shut, and it locks from the outside.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And like I
Tense,
said,
do you think, or
that metal rod going up is the same steel that's over there, and that's how they have it connected right there. That's their electrical,
uh-huh.
and it goes to an electrical box over there, and then it feeds all around there. So they're going to have electric in all those, and they're nothing but metal. So one part gets electrocuted, considering it's touching the fence back over there, the whole fence becomes electrified. And remember, we're not 110 over here, we're 220. So there's a little bit of a difference of getting shocked through a 110 and a 220. It makes your hair stand up for a couple extra days. And yes, I have. That's why I don't fuck
That's a
with
problem.
electricity. We
I've been hit
hire
with
people to do that.
I've been hit with a 220 and it knocked me off a ladder and knocked me out for like 10 or like just a split second. But when I was falling off the ladder, I was fucking unconscious till I hit the ground.
Yeah. I was okay until I hit the ground, and then I went unconscious.
So, I'm talking on mute over here to myself. That's what I was saying. Oh, I don't think I've shocked myself. Never mind. When I touch my stomach, or if you touch the water right here on my water, and your feet are wet, you get electrocuted. So, I don't know what the hell's wrong with my feet, but you get a little electrocuted just just if your feet are wet. You try to wash your hands.
Just a buzz.
Well,
Like something you feel, but not
with
like
my oven.
dangerous.
With my oven, I've got a metal cup, and the paint has worn off on the metal cup on the bottom. So every time I was putting my cup or picking up my cup sitting on top of the oven, because it was right next to my refrigerator, I would get shocked. That's another reason why I got rid of my oven. But yeah, every time I touched the metal part on my oven, I would get shocked with it just plugged in, not turned on, just plugged in. So there was something definitely wrong with it.
I found a way to smoke my weed. Just dab it on my joint and suck it. I didn't want to say the rest of it. And smoke the rest that comes off the top. I was gonna say other words that would have sounded bad.
I cleaned a dab rig the other night on my cigarette, and people were looking at me strange, smearing it on.
Stardog is fire.
You got Stardog, dude?
Yeah. Resin?
Fuck you, man.
Resin?
Oh, I thought you had flour.
No.
Oh, I was about to be one of the most jealous people in the world for a second.
Yeah. So white.
I'm
shit.
actually smoking some Sensi Star times Chem Dog right now over here.
Gotta make a choice on what. I'm getting older. Genetics Just gotta make a choice on what I'm gonna buy. Seeds.
Well, ladies and gents, I'm gonna have to part with you tonight.
All
I
right,
gotta
Brian.
gotta work in the morning.
Thanks for treating us to all those pictures. That was fun.
Yeah, if anyone wants me to fuck around with anything, send me an Instagram message or something. I'll fucking.
Yeah, hit him up. He does some great work, as you guys saw. He does awesome descriptions, man.
I'm a regular wordsmith or something.
Right? And your imagination's wild. If you want some wild shit, ask him to do it. He gave me some awesome stuff. Exceeded way past what I thought was gonna come out of it. Like, holy shit.
I like testing the
Some
boundaries.
of the most some of the most impressive things have come out of the demented minds.
Oh yeah.
Great work, Ryan.
All right, take her easy, folks.
Peace.
See you tomorrow at the high noon safety meeting, perhaps.
Good remembering.
Yeah. Have a good night. Thanks.
So,
Later, everyone.
Yeah, it's cool.
So I'm going to be doing a
sphere.
seed. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I was just saying, yeah, that'll be cool when this AI starts doing that on the sphere in Las Vegas.
that's awesome.
They're still figuring out like what to put on that thing. They had an eyeball, and they were saying, "Oh, it's messing up golfers." I guess there's some golf course nearby where you could see it, and it just looks like a giant eyeball that's like moving and like blinking. And makes it being distracting.
I
Yeah, that
don't
was
know. If I was a golfer, I think I'd want to go out. And if I felt that way, I'd want to play there every day because then when you go to play golf courses where you don't have it, you don't feel that pressure.
Yeah, it's kind of unique. And when you're not swinging, then that's it. That's there to look at.
All of a sudden, the next world championship is out of Las Vegas. Well, how do you prepare? Well, I eat a couple grams of mushrooms and then I go play 36 holes of golf at this golf course, staring at this big blinking eye.
Pretty cool.
But I'm going to be doing a seed increase with a bunch of stuff, older stuff, Robert. I'll send you some stuff.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I gotta get them freaking katsu. That's what I'm having a hard time deciding from. Got so much stuff. Ridiculous.
Does he have a headband times like a chem or a sour? A headband times sour?
I'd have to look again. I was looking on a seed bank where they had his stuff. I didn't look on his stuff, but if you look on his site, he has everything that he's got listed. Seed banks don't carry anything he's got, so I'd have to check again.
Because he's got one with a headband that I seen on his page that was like really, really interesting. Like, okay, if I was going to buy a pack of seeds, this is the pack I'd buy. And it was a headband cross.
Yeah. Well, his bubble crosses are all awesome too. It's got
Yeah. Well, he's using the original.
Yeah.
People forget that Katsu has been making seeds since like the 90s. And he didn't really turn it into a business there until what? The late 90s, early 2000s, maybe 2002.
Yeah, Can't really recall the whole
But I
story.
want to say that he, you know, by 2001, 2000, Katsu was in Amsterdam. But definitely in 2004, 2003. 2003 is best I can remember. But, you know, he's been doing genetics. He's got these genetics from way back then in Amsterdam.
He's got great stuff.
You know, shit, if I could have kept going what I had going, I still had the Afghani one that everybody really wants from Sensi Seeds, which was the between 94 and 96 run. 97, I think, is when it sold out. But that's like the pinnacle of Afghani for me. I mean, I smoked that shit religiously every day before I would go to the chapter. And I would take 5, 6 bong rips and I'd be high for 3 fucking hours. Every morning. Same high.
Holy shit, man. There's a sale going on.
My homie sent me a jar of rosin, you know, like really good rosin. I keep forgetting the name of the strain, but I remembered it now. It's called Trace Altos. Trace, like the Altos, the mint thing. It's called
Candy.
Trace Altos. And rosin. I can take one dab and be stoned for 3 hours off this rosin. But like I was telling my friend Robbie tonight, I only dab 1 or 2 dabs a day. When I was dabbing like dozens of dabs a day, no. Now when I smoke weed, I don't get that soaring 2 hour high or whatever because I smoke like. But that's why since I've been back smoking rosin, I'm like, yeah, it's really enjoyable if you just do 1 or 2 a day, right? Small, good hits, whatever, low temp. But when I was doing like dozens a day, yeah, I was only getting high for like 10 minutes off of it.
Yeah. I see that a lot. I seen that a lot in Michigan. You know, the people that were selling shatter and dabs, what we later called dabs, but you know, shatter and shit. And I'd sit there and smoke a joint with a friend at his table. And, you know, this guy doing dabs is taking like a dab every 8, 10 minutes, if not sooner. And we sit there for an hour and a half, 2 hours off of one joint. But yeah, I could see my body being really, you know, able to build up a tolerance to dabs really quick. It does it to regular flower to begin with. That's why I try not to smoke the same flower each day.
Yeah. So it has to be the same with concentrates where you smoke a different variety, you dab a different variety into, you know, to get another effect. So, I mean, I'll typically have half a dozen strains that I'm working on that I might smoke throughout the day just to make sure I'm still feeling something. And so I would think for dabs, you
Yeah,
probably
but
would even need even more, but because there's probably some difference, but it's probably not as much.
I have never, the first time that my friend, it was probably about the 5th time, 6th time I ever did a dab. He gave me a real big hit. and it was through a colored pipe, so I didn't notice how much smoke I had taken in. And I tried to finish it because I didn't want to waste any of it. That is the only time that a dab high has lasted more than like 20 or 25 minutes for me. And I was uncomfortable for at least 45 minutes to an hour after I did that one dab. That was not a pleasant experience at all. I had to go sit by myself.
Yeah.
That was an
I
unhappy
thought you were gonna.
high.
Yeah, sometimes yeah, make you
I'm sure everybody
upchuck.
was laughing at it though. He's so fucking high, he had to go sit by himself.
Yeah, you gotta tell your body what to do. It's what it seemed like to me earlier today.
No, I felt really electrified, like paranoid electrified almost.
Hmm.
Like uneasy feeling. It's like,
It was
no,
all
I
right. I
don't.
definitely like flour more though. Definitely like flour.
I do too. And I'm going to have to really think about giving up cigarettes here soon so I can keep on enjoying flower. I thought at one time, early in my growing career, I thought, okay, I would like be able to grow and just like roll little fucking joints, pinners, and smoke pinners throughout the day. But I've had that much weed and no, I can't do that. I just can't substitute it. So I'm just going to have to eventually give up tobacco. I think if I get really busy, because like when I worked, you couldn't smoke a cigarette because you had gloves on, so you really couldn't hold it for long. And you were sweating all the time. So having a cigarette time, you just wait for break.
But yeah, at least smoking cannabis is something like after you eat.
All right, we
Something to
used up
smoke.
all the bottom. Yeah. Right? How much can I suck more, or is that it? All right, it's in that one. This one, all right, that's enough on this one.
So yeah, hopefully
That one's good.
I can quit smoking cigarettes in the next couple years. So I can keep on smoking cannabis in joint forms.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think if it comes down to you can smoke cannabis or you can
all right, I'll finish
smoke
this
cigarettes.
and then
I think I'll end up going with the cannabis.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna have to make that choice up here quick because I feel as I'm getting older.
Could try a substitute, the gum or something.
Well, I could probably substitute like jogging or running 3 or 4 miles to help my breathing intake. But I've noticed a breathing problem that I have. I take a lot of really short breaths instead of big, deeper breaths.
Uh-huh.
And it's because of pain. Because
Yeah.
when you're in a lot of pain, you take shorter breaths.
Yeah, you pant like a wounded fawn. I do it all the time. I'm
Yeah.
always panting or just real, just small, short little breaths and stuff. Cause and you're always pushing. Like for me, I'm always pushing my core in and trying to hold myself together.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Right
no,
around the
I hear you.
solar plexus.
By the way, Captain Cake, I think in the chat, was it Cake or somebody else? I think it's Cake. Was asking Captain how the plants in the front of his new place are going.
My plants are doing great. I'm gonna be digging up a whole bunch of them here soon and taking them off to the market because they're seedlings of the fruit trees. But I've cleaned everything up. I gotta sweep it up and it'll look nice. The plants in front of the shop that I had showed you, those we're fighting really bad mites right now. The product that they gave me isn't really working for it.
What they give you?
They gave me some chemical to use, but it's a chemical that they use on products like strawberries and stuff like that to get rid of mites. Because strawberry plants attract spider mites. But since I've been putting it on the plants, maybe it works for strawberry attacking mites, but not cannabis attacking mites. So I may have to go get something different. Because I'm at the point now where we can't put sulfur on it because it's starting to build triclone.
Is there a fungus, some kind of fungicide, or a fungus to?
I don't think a fungus would help quick enough.
Like Bavaria bassiana. I don't know if Bavaria bassiana is specific enough for mite. Like some of them might be more specific for that mite, but something like that. It seems like it's something that you could use in flowers.
Here, let me go get the product that I use for
insect attacker. So basically, every insect that has a soft body.
Maybe at some stage, yeah.
That,
Still, I remember reading. Let me check what it says.
Supposedly, spiders are immune. Who knows?
But
I
like
use,
there might be some more something like
doesn't,
it, or just some other fungus.
I use this in my soil because we have when at nighttime the humidity goes up to like last night was 94% humidity. So what happens even at the early bud structure or the start of flowering, the tops will collect moisture overnight and that new growth will actually start to die off. And this is the one product that they gave me for the mites. As you see, it's got fruits and stuff like that. But it's not working for the mites that attack the cannabis plant. So it's just, a progression of going through products and finding, what I can use. They do have another product, but I have to watch it in between use with that and the bacillus because using that product is counter-reactive to the other. So when you applied the one, it kind of cancels out the other one that you just applied. So it's a timing thing. It's about 2 weeks.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, there's
not
a lot of
good.
other things now that the flowers have started to form. There's a lot of other problems that you really need to be on your game to grow outside here. And every morning you need to go out and shake off the plants. You know, now I can really understand people walking through their big outdoor gardens with the big leaf blowers on them, blowing off their plants in the morning and everything. Yeah. I can
Yeah,
really
that's how it
see
can be
where
here
that
growing
helps.
outdoors. The minute the sun goes down, our dew point and the temperatures change so much that it's just instant. Everything looks
Yeah.
like it just downpoured. Like the water's just dripping off your cars everywhere. And
Well,
like the
usually
ground is soaked like every day.
This time of year, if you're riding a scooter or a motorbike without a helmet at nighttime, it feels like little ice particles are hitting you in the face because, you know, it's like 45 degrees or 43 degrees outside and you're going like 40 kilometers an hour. Yeah, it's only like 30 miles an hour, but, you know, that's fucking cold. And all of a sudden, at those speeds, things are actually ice. They haven't hit the ground yet. They haven't warmed up yet. They haven't turned to water or state of vapor. But yeah, you know, we go from the humidity right now. Let me check. It's probably in the 50s. Okay, give me more information. No. More details. Yeah, 6 km/h wind to go. So we got a nice breeze. Okay, here's all the information. It's 52% right now humidity. And they're calling for 94% tonight. And we're actually going to be cool. And we're going to be 64 degrees and clear tonight. So that means it'll be about 58, 59 out by my house.
You like my
What
Usually,
season are you guys in, Captain? Are you in the same season as us?
I'm in the same season as kind of Bud in San Diego. That's who I match up with the best in the United States.
Yeah, so right now
Because
it's going
we
into
should be
winter
in the
over there.
40. Yeah, we should be in the 40s right now. But we're not. We've been in the 40s one time. We haven't hit the 30s. We've been in the 40s one time, and in the lower 50s 3 nights.
Yeah, we've been warm again this year too, so far.
It should be like a constant, like upper 30s, lower 40s at night with, you know, 78 to 84 during the day like it is. It's actually a few degrees warmer. It's like 6 degrees warmer during the day this year. And that's transforming over into the nighttime also. It's actually rained here a lot more than it normally has, but I think that's the government doing that to keep down the burning of the fields. No, Thailand is the only Asian country that seeds their clouds. So
What do they
they
do?
actually can help out the farmers. They seed the clouds.
Do they
They
do that
shoot
there?
aluminum. They shoot aluminum up into the clouds and make it
Yeah.
rain.
Huh.
Yeah, the last
Wonder what kind
king
of
started
long-term
doing that.
consequences happen with that.
Well, when parts of your country go 4 to 5 months without rain,
Right, you
kind
get
of
benefits
think,
there.
you know,
I mean, the human body does need a little bit of aluminum, but probably not as much as we're getting.
All right, you guys are taking off.
and you know, they grow some of the best pineapple up here. Pineapple doesn't need a lot of rain, but it
Yeah, I do
needs a
love me
little
some bacon
bit.
wrapped pineapple. If nobody's had bacon wrapped pineapple cooked in the oven, you got to do it.
The
You'll have
pineapple
dreams
right
about it.
now are really sweet, and they're even getting sweeter as time goes on. I love pineapple juice. Fresh
Yeah,
squeezed
yeah,
pineapple juice
pineapple
is,
juice, good stuff.
oh man, when it's nice and frothy. And Humidor's sitting there going, yeah, I like a nice frosty, cold, frothy beer right about now.
I'm thinking
Right,
about
yeah.
that bacon wrapped
Actually, I have a beer in the
now.
fridge. I could go crack one. I don't know why I'm not. Well, one reason why is because I'll just be drinking alone here. We used to have like
Yeah.
beers with buds and stuff, but
Hey, I'm up for a Whiskey Wednesday takeover
you
again.
say that, but we had a couple of whiskey Wednesdays. I brought the whiskey and everything, and crickets. No captain, no
Uh,
nobody.
Sorry.
Leave me hanging.
Give me a little notice and say, hey, I got a bottle to crack, because I do
Fucking
actually have
the
a
Horn of
bottle to
Gondor or
crack
some
here.
shit. All right.
Here, this is imported all the way from, let me get my thumb out of the way, Cincinnati Distillery, Ohio Straight Bourbon,
Nice.
aged 2 years. It's 90 proof.
Holy shit! Greenfingers has the jet fuel.
Yeah, next time you call it, we'll do it. I mean, I'm drinking this stuff right. I mean, I drink it regularly, so it's just.
Fuck, maybe we should do that on Twitch.
To throw up.
Look at that maple cream liqueur.
I bet you it's good for like a little tiny taste, but you drink this shit. Oh my god, my stomach's like turning just thinking about it. That'd be so
Sounds
sweet.
good in coffee.
Yeah, like a few drops just to get that little bit of a taste, but to try to drink it to get a buzz.
So is that real potato mash moonshine?
Corn.
Is that made from potato? Oh, corn.
Corn.
Okay.
What's up, Christophe? Bonjour.
Good evening, my friends. Ah, super. Me sleeping, Fumidor. Ouais, je dors bien
Pretty
en ce
early.
moment, mon
Yep,
frère.
pretty
Je
early.
dors bien, je dors bien.
Bonjour.
Ouais, ça va. Ouais, bonjour, bonsoir, Fumidor. Comment tu vas, mon ami? Ça va?
Cheers, Christophe.
Tchuss, Cap.
Muted. Comment ça va?
Ouais, ça va, Fumidor. Ouais, ça va.
Right on.
Ça va. C'est bientôt Noël. Regarde mon sapin. Mon
Forrest
beau tapin.
DMing me here.
Mon beau tapin. Je sais pas si tu comprends. Pas sapin, hein, tapin. Pas pareil. Tu comprends?
Christophe
for
has a new
Christmas?
show. Christophe, tu as un programme aussi en YouTube. Ton canal YouTube. Fuck, my French is terrible. I haven't spoken French to Christophe in a couple of months, and it shows. What am I trying to say here? Where the fuck do I have it? Okay, nobody speaks French here.
Yeah, Christoph's
And we
channel.
don't know what you're thinking.
I'm trying to say.
I thought I saw that Christoph's channel came through my feed. I think I remember him talking about that.
Channel. Je parle de ta chaîne.
Oui, j'ai compris,
YouTube.
Fumidor.
Oui.
J'ai compris, mais j'attendais la suite. Oui, j'ai
Ah.
compris.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, subscribe to Christophe.
Ok. Qu'est-ce qu'elle a, ma chaîne Fumidor? J'ai pas compris, mon ami.
Jusque tu as le chaîne nouveau.
Ok, d'accord. Thank
oui.
you. Oh, ok, ouais, super, merci. Ok, d'accord. Merci, Fumidor.
C'est ça.
Ok, merci, mon ami.
De rien.
J'ai cru que c'était 80, ça va, il y a 35.
Attends, ma chérie.
Saying, what about my channel? And I'm like, oh, just new channel.
Désolé, Fumidor, ma fille me parlait. Hein.
Oh, pas de problème.
Elle va à l'école. Schulz. Comment on dit Schulz. Dis bonjour au Fumidor.
Bonjour.
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 C'est Schulz, comment on dit School, Fumidor.
Hi.
School, Kenza. Kenza, school.
Je comprends, je comprends.
Ok, d'accord. Tu comprends? Ouais, cool. Super.
He finds himself with his dog all the time. Well, not go to school, but although that would be pretty funny. Go to school. And the dog actually does go to school. Learns mathematics or something. I don't know.
Now, when he starts talking to you, then you may have a problem. I talk a lot to my cats.
Oh my god. That would be amazing. Anyway, I'm teasing Flora. I don't know if he's watching the show, but I'm teasing him. Like, obviously, it'd be a stupid idea, but it'd still be fun as hell. Be like, you know who I talk to? Holy shit on a brick. Cake in the Cup is talking about all kinds of things here in the chat. He is saying, I don't even know what he's talking about right now. He's talking about Fook me. He's faster than a full-grown sheep already. Is that a way that Australians measure things in I guess down under? Do they measure things that are slower or faster than a sheep? Do you guys know? I'm obviously teasing, but that would be kind of funny, wouldn't it? Like, that boy, he ain't faster than a sheep. Well, that's not an Australian accent, but do you think they measure things by animal speeds? That would amuse me if they did. Like, guy's only as fast as a wombat. Another guy,
Kangaroo.
super slow. I assume that koalas are super slow. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're super fucking fast as hell. I don't even know, but I assume not because they hang out in the tree all the time. Kangaroos, they seem pretty fucking brisk. So I would say like,
Yep.
oh, that's a kangaroo. Maybe that's the thing there.
Maybe in New Zealand though, isn't it over there? They have a lot of sheep. Well,
yeah,
so maybe
they measure it by
sheep's
there,
a
yeah.
big part of their like their perspective on life.
So cow-like is bovine. What is sheep-like? I don't remember. What's the Latin name for sheep? You guys remember that thing? How often do you think of ancient Rome?
I dated a girl that was fluent in Latin.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you dated a girl that was a sheep.
No.
I would be
No.
expecting Ryan to
Arius.
answer yet. Yeah, that would be from Ryan Valley. But he left already.
Latin.
I'll take his place.
He had to go say goodnight to the sheep.
Well, he knew about the overalls and why farmer had them so big.
Ovis sicut. Sheep-like. Ovis. Ovis.
Don't want to change the subject and everything. So when I was little, one of my early memories of doing some stuff on this farm there, my dad's milking farm of some friends of ours. He brought me over to the calves where they kept them separated in their own little like igloo thing or whatever. So I guess they didn't move much. They kind of just did whatever. And what I remember is him looking at me and going, "Look at this." And he sticks two fingers in their mouth and goes, "They just suck on it," and then pulls them back out and walks off.
I'm talking about your
It
mother.
didn't dawn on me then what he was kind of saying until I got older and stuff. And then I was like, "Oh my fucking god, are you serious?"
Well, cats are the same way. When you think about it, puppies,
You know,
Yeah.
because you don't want to take a cat away from its mother until like fifth, sixth week, is it at least?
my charger cord got wet, but I have other charger cords I leave here, and I must have just went through 7 cords. They all kind of look like they might be the right ones, but no, there must be somebody else's stupid fucking cords, and whatever worker trimmer has taken
Apple.
what do you call the ones that USB C or whatever these new ones
See,
are?
yeah, everything's almost a C
The
nowadays.
seaport.
Yeah. Yeah. I tried to use a lighter to dry it out, but no go. I'm down to less than 10%, but whatever.
You should just be able to
I
wipe it
it's not
off
that I
and blow it out.
I put it
well,
in
I
front of
tried
your
all
hand.
that. It was hanging out of my hoodie, and it was I at one point I saw it actually in the reservoir, the whole thing. So I'm sure it will dry out, but I don't think
Tomorrow.
yeah. And well, if I drop out, that's what happens. All done. Like it was just like most of the time because he has kids, whatever. My partner, you never see him here at 8 at night or 9 or whatever. But he came in to meet somebody for something and then help me a little bit. And he's always hectic because his wife is always, when are you coming home? Shit, which I remember having a wife. I didn't have kids, but man, it's a balancing act. Yeah. Like it's been going on for 10 years. They've been together forever. Like my question always is, doesn't she realize that like you need to work like for a few
Grow.
hours? Like it's not like most of the time, like, yeah, he only lives not that far, so he gets here and yeah, she's on him like within 20 minutes.
Holy shit, man.
Well, not
That's
like
pussy whipped.
not it's always with some dumb excuse. Oh, hey, I'm looking for this. Where'd you put the like it's not like it's not but it is.
It's
You know
checking
what I
up.
mean? Yeah, it's that kind of shit. Yeah. And a lot of it is he always tells her, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna be back in an hour," when he knows it's gonna take him 3 hours. And then I've been always telling him, dude, if you know it's 3 hours, then you tell her it's going to take 5. Don't tell her it's going to only take 1.5, because then you've already
Yeah.
set yourself up for, like tonight he got fucked because he had to change the ballast in the mover and it took him a while. Well, he didn't account for that. And yeah, she wanted to know why he's still there.
Yeah.
Hey,
I couldn't
like,
have that.
I've been a widow like 4 years. Now I remember the first couple years, I was thinking, oh yeah, I need another relation. I need a girlfriend. In the last year, I've started to realize, no, maybe I don't. Maybe I'm happy. Like, I've lived married most of my life. Last 20 years to Sabrina, and I had a few other marriages before that. But yeah, I'm like, well, why would I want to? Like, not even to get married. I'm not even trying to get married. Just to be in a relationship. Like, oh no, I don't think so. Like, not into, like, no, unless some special, perfect, million to one shot came along. Like, yeah, my standards are like high as hell at this point, which is weird because I can remember being younger. I didn't even have standards. Not no, I like now when it came to girls, if they were ready to party, then so was I. You know what I mean? Oh hell no, man, they're psycho. And yeah, I just see that from my friends, like people around me. And no, they're good people, and it's just the dynamic of like relationships. Not all of them are that way, but a lot of them are that way. Most of them. That's just been my experience, especially in this new time we live in, as far as whatever they call it. It's really thrown the balance out of whack a little bit.
I'd love to find a Thai girl that would put up with Ohio winters.
Well, I'm sure there would be. And be happy. Well, that's another story. Like, wait, can you put up with it and be happy? No. And you born and raised there or raised
Yeah.
there and hate it. So somebody from, yeah, it might be fun the
From
first.
someplace. Yeah.
It'll be a challenge the first season, but if you're really not from that kind of climate, most likely you're gonna hate it.
I think a person could do it if they could come back like once a year for a couple weeks and see their family. Or maybe for a month every 2 years. And just do it during the cold time of year.
Well, my girlfriend informed me last night that she's the 29th of, or no, the 19th through like almost a month. She's leaving Abu Dhabi, going back to the Philippines. It'd be a good time for me to fly over there. And we'll see.
Let me know. I'll come over. I'll meet you in the Philippines. Because I've got a bunch of family that want me to come over.
Yeah. Well, I got a lot going.
And I haven't been there. Oh, come on, bud. You're changing houses. You got a lot going on.
But wait,
you know,
Take
a week.
Just announced. I missed the last two shows. My friends all called me today, tell me how great they were and how much I was missed. And then he announced January 13th at the Warfield. And oh, you can't miss the Warfield. Fuck, I gotta go. Warfield special.
Well, tell your girlfriend sorry, Phil's playing, and I'm going.
You know, I mean, she's heard that for like years because there's always something playing. That's what she would say back. There's always something playing.
Yep. That's right.
Yeah. It really gets down to priorities, like, right?
And
God, I
even
can't believe I
though,
can't fucking charge.
you know, the Philippine government isn't too kind on cannabis, it's still not like hard to find.
Yeah, well,
Because-
unlike Thailand, where you could feel pretty comfortable flying in with your personal, you probably wouldn't want to do that in Philippines.
No. You get
Yeah.
it from someone there.
Yeah.
Because I found out some of my family members smoke. And they go, oh, no problem. You just get here.
Well,
Now,
I'm surprised
it probably
there
won't
is-
be the best, but, it'd be something.
I'm surprised that there isn't talk or movement in Philippines to change to cannabis, but no, they're not budging or no sign of that.
No, they're a completely different type of regime.
Well, their
They
influence.
don't want, they keep
Even
the
though-
people down.
Yeah, well, and even though the Catholic Church is, their powers not as much as it used to be. Oh no, the Philippines still, the rules and the laws are still, a lot of it's dictated by the church.
But that's like marriage laws and laws of, conductivity and purity and shit like that. Well,
Yeah, well,
they just need to get a new political leader that's not like has really far off agendas.
they got a new leader, but he's basically just like backed by the old leader. Yeah, it's complicated over there. Not really. It's pretty obvious what's going on over there. They don't. Yeah, they vote in the wrong people, or they don't even. It's not even who votes in. Yeah, I mean, there's a vote.
To say vote.
Well, there is a vote, but just like there's a vote in Russia too. Like today, I heard Putin and it's going to run again, and so then he'll be the leader till 2030.
Yeah, I'm sure he won't lose either.
Yeah, well, that's what they said. Yeah, no, he's not going to lose. No, it's not even a real vote.
No.
But
I mean, shit, they pushed off the voting here in Thailand for almost a year. And the farmers here in the north basically burnt their fields for 7 months. So the whole north was filled with smoke for 7 months. It was really bad.
Midor,
Quoi, Christophe?
j'ai acheté des clémentines en Espagne. Elles sont terribles.
Oh, I love, j'aime le clémentine.
Ouais, Espagne, made in espagnol.
Espagnol?
Ouais.
Ouais.
Attends,
Where
mais
do we get our
j'avais
clementines
gardé.
from California, I think.
Sorry,
Euh,
ma chérie.
euh,
J'avais gardé l'étiquette, mais ma femme, elle a dû l'acheter, quoi. Attends, j'arrive. Attends. Voilà.
I think we get our clementines from freaking California. That's not quite as exciting as Espagne.
Elles étaient là-dedans. Regarde, Fumidor, les clémentines.
Qu'est-ce que c'est?
Les clémentines.
Oh!
Dans un petit sac de jus
C'est
comme ça.
comique.
Ouais, c'est rigolo. Ils étaient
So
là-dedans,
that's
quoi.
how they're wrapped in fucking in Europe. How funny.
Eh,
We're
eh,
in France.
Good espagnol. Good, les Espagnols. Ils sont
Guess I
bien. Ils
just
sont
showed
bons,
him-
les
yeah, I just
Espagnols.
showed him a
Good,
picture
good.
of how they're wrapped here. How do we do that?
Afra, j'adore. You like me.
Here we go. This is how ours. Well, okay, granted, it's a brand of il est une marque, peut-être. Nous avons la clémentine aussi et il mon français.
Non, bah
C'est
oui.
ça.
Ah, cool.
So, orange.
Orange.
Yeah.
Yes. Ok,
But it's
orange.
always, I guess that's it. We also have halos. There's a huge, enormous. Oh my God, the fucking, like, what road is it on? Is it on I-5? Or is it over on the anyway, somewhere in California? It might be in the Central Valley. I remember driving by the Halos Clementine facility, and it was literally one of the biggest buildings I've ever seen in my entire life. People always talk about the Boeing building up in Seattle, where they build the full-on planes and stuff, and they can roll them in and roll them out like 2 or 3 planes at a time. The fucking Clementine building was not that much building. I was like, how many fucking oranges are they putting in this goddamn building? But anyway, yeah. So that's what our clementines look like.
Fumidor, le groupe, c'est Alfonso. Alfonso.
Quoi, Christophe?
Le groupe où c'est qu'elles viennent, c'est Alfonso. Je sais pas si tu connais.
Quoi?
Alfonso, je crois, c'est l'entreprise. Ça te dit rien? Non?
Je ne comprends.
Ah, mais pas de problème, tranquille, Fumidor.
It's also like, it's literally like 3 months since I spoke French. So my French, even though my French was terrible before, it's even more terrible now because I've had like 3 months of no practice. That's kind of funny. You can be even worse at something that you're terrible at.
Yeah. Me and playing golf.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't get better. I get worse, even worse than what I already was, which wasn't good.
Are you just like reinforcing your mistakes or what?
Mm. I just can't hit a ball straight.
I've been thinking about getting back into golf. I haven't played golf for a few years, and I just haven't had any friends really who played golf, ironically, right? But I used to quite enjoy it. It's quite fun, honestly. Like people make fun of it, which rightfully so. It's a kind of a ridiculous sport on the face of it, but it's amusing. I don't know. It's amusing to go hit a fucking ball as far as you can, and then try to get it in this one little hole for no particular reason at all, other than just because. It's a lot of fun. You know, it's a load of fucking fun. Like even people who would just absolutely abhor golf, like just the stupidity of, because I mean, let's be honest, most sports are pretty stupid on the face of it, right? But like we just assume that they're important. Like who really cares if you put a ball in a basket? It really doesn't matter. Or does this ball really have to cross a line at any given time? No, the world is not going to end if one team scores or doesn't score or anything else. So we just kind of play along with these things, right? But what am I trying to say? Oh, I'm fucking babbling about sports now.
About chasing a ball around something, whether it be a
I just
golf
realized I
course
am actually a little bit high.
or
I'm a little bit
or
high. I'm
ballpark.
basically making no fucking sense. That's
I was
delightful.
making sense out of
That
it.
is
I don't know
delightful.
what the fuck. I was high.
You were making a little bit of sense. I was trying to make sense, and then I think I lost the plot there for a little bit. Yeah. Now I don't even know what the fuck I was talking about. I was talking about some sports shit. The Halo
Chasing a ball.
ball, yeah. I don't know.
and finding relaxation in it.
There we go. There we go.
Smacking the shit out of something, go chase it down.
I had a whole point that I was
hit
getting
it
to, and I just lost my
again.
train of thought. Yeah, I don't even know. There was a point to that, but
Holy shit, dude. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm laughing too. I don't know. For some reason, I
Probably-
was thinking of basket golf or some combination of.
Oh, we were
golf
talking
and
about golf. Fuck, we were talking about the
basket.
stupidity of golf. Thank you very much. I was talking about how, let's just be honest, golf is stupid, but it's also really fun. But if you just can't get over the fact that you walk around often in silly clothes, around an arbitrary number of holes, like why does it have to be 9 or 18? Why couldn't it be 8 or 10 or whatever else? Yeah, these are all stupid things, right? But we just kind of go along with it. When you go in foursomes, why does that have to be a foursome and not a threesome or a fivesome or anything else? Who the fuck knows? Yeah, they say the rhythm of it, but it doesn't really matter because there's always one golfer that's not as good as the other ones, and so you wait for them anyway. So it doesn't really matter if there was 5 or 4 anyway. Whatever. There's a bunch of stupidities with golf, but it's amusing. It's honestly amusing. And if you can't stand the idea of walking around with 3 other assholes the whole day, the one thing that basically everybody on this entire earth probably would enjoy is hitting a bucket of balls at targets because it's just amusing. It's amusing. You can take out all of your aggression. If you're pissed off at somebody, if you're annoyed, if things didn't go your way, if you didn't hit the lottery numbers that you were hoping for, whatever, you can whack a ball as hard as you possibly can at an arbitrary target 100, 200, 300 yards away. Sometimes you can hit those targets, sometimes not. I recommend it. I've been meaning to get back into it because it's genuinely amusing, especially just driving a bucket of balls. It really relieves, or for what it's worth, I mean, not everyone has the fuck's the word for this. See, this is how rare they are now in my brain. Baseball batting cage. There we go. A batting cage. If you have a batting cage nearby, oh, that can be very rewarding too. But you got to kind of know how to bat. Not everybody really knows that. But I mean, it's not that hard to swing a golf club. I guess it is hard to swing a golf club really well. So I guess that's an
Uh,
impediment. But I mean, you can thwack a ball at least. Like if you're just hitting a bucket of balls, you just thwack them until they go away. Just
yeah,
pretend somebody you
just
don't like.
don't get the ones that actually have like sheets of metal to stop your ball from going into the other person. Because if you're like me, a lot of those balls come shooting back at you really quick.
So you really are slicing. You're slicing like 90 degrees.
Let's put it this way. When I hit it straight, I
Ding
can hit
dong
300
ding.
plus, but most of my shots go between 75 and 150 yards forward, and then they'll take a sharp right, I mean, a 90-degree right hand turn, and they'll go another 150 yards that way.
I was wondering, are you part Australian? I don't know. Like it sounds like you have boomerang in your blood or something. I don't know.
My friends have actually got me to like almost swing at the far left and trying to hope to play that hook back, and they just say no, give it up, you can't do it.
You're beyond hope.
Yes, and these are guys that are semi-professional players. A couple of them, they've won a couple of smaller tournaments professionally, and they say nope, give it up, usually within an hour.
Feel like that's lazy teaching, but then again, I don't know how bad of a golfer you are. You might honestly be that terrible. I mean, that does
I
happen. Some people are terrible. Like, have you ever met somebody who just is such a bad cook that they basically could not boil water safely? I've met people like that. It's hard to comprehend how you can be that bad, but they exist. They really do. You think sometimes that they're faking, and certainly there are people who fake incompetence. It's a whole thing. Like they get people to do stuff for them by faking incompetence. But then there are people who are literally that. I mean, I hate to say it, it's because it's incompetence. I mean, really, like it's not competence, right? So I guess it has to be incompetence. There's a negative connotation to that, but maybe they're not smart enough to understand that. So maybe it's fine to talk about them. Yeah, can you imagine not being able to boil water? Seriously, or boil an egg or something? Shit.
can't consistently hit a golf ball straight, period.
I mean, thankfully, that does not seem that important of a life skill. Like, can you
No.
imagine if your life depended on hitting a golf ball? Like, I don't know, if we hunted our food with golf balls, that would be a very bad way to hunt, I feel like. But whatever, I guess You're not supposed to judge foreign cultures. What if there was a culture where they hunted with golf? Kind of a mental stretch, I have to be honest, but I don't know.
I'd hope it was just golf then
There you
with
go.
like a frisbee.
See, that would be more logical. That would be more whack. Okay, now you have dinner. Yeah, thankfully, I don't think golf is that critical of a life skill. I mean, I guess if you're a cardiologist, maybe, because it's like a work thing, but other than that, even then, I bet you anything, if you're a cardiologist, you suck at golf, it'd probably be fine with it.
Well, that's the only way you get to
Maybe at medical
socialize.
school, like maybe that's your senior exam, like you have to pass golf.
Yeah.
You have to hit par on this. Your
No
freshman
handwriting,
year,
they would
you've
issue.
got
Scotland.
8 years. You've got 8
Back-
years.
Like in
Your
the
final
1700s.
exam is a
There was
par.
a story.
You don't get your medical degree if you can't break par.
You should just bring your par meter next time you go golfing. Watch everybody not get the joke at all.
That was pretty good.
Nick is saying add nicotine. Probably his secret for a fluffy pancake. Oh, I tried a new pancake recipe the other day. I normally make a bunch of different other kinds of pancakes. I normally make kind of an everyday pancake because I just don't want to take all that long. But basically, probably the easiest you could compare it to is like a Nesquik or whatever it's called. Not Nesquik, it's chocolate. Bisquick, I think it's called. You guys know the brand Bisquick, or is
Is it
that
in a bottle?
Pardon?
No, it's national. Is it in a bottle? Because
No,
I see them in
I
a
make mine
bottle
from
where you just
scratch. No, I make it from scratch. But basically, it's normally my pancake recipe is a fairly simple pancake, kind of like a Bisquick, basically. But I made a buttermilk. It's literally called, if you Google it, it's the New York Times best buttermilk pancake recipe. I can't remember where, but a friend of mine or somebody, I can't remember. Somebody was like, "Oh, you got to try this." So I was like, "All right, fuck it, we'll try it." So we got buttermilk, and then basically made these New York Times buttermilk pancakes. They were actually really baller. They were really quite nice. Very different style than I'm used to. Like I said, I'm more used to that kind of. I mean, Bisquick pancake doesn't make a lot of sense. How do you describe that? Uh, Not overly fluffy. I don't like them to be overly fluffy. I like a fluffy pancake. Don't get me wrong, but I
is it
don't want them
heavy?
to be. No, definitely not heavy. Oh, by the way, I like so I guess I'll get to the New York Times pancake here in a second. Um, I do like my pancakes a little on the heavier side. I guess there we go. So I don't like to let my pancakes really rise. There's no leavening agents in there really. There's no yeah, I don't think I ever add baking soda, certainly not baking soda and baking powder like the New York Times do. So theirs is a lot more cakey fluffy, basically. I like a cakey pancake, but I guess I don't really like a cakey pancake enough to do it that way. So normally, yeah, I guess normally I don't do a little bit more spongy of a pancake. I guess that's a very awkward thing to think about. It's such a very fine.
Huh.
Anyway,
There's those
that's it. Basically,
the
my
Japanese
pancakes
are the
normally are
fluffy
a little bit
ones.
spongier. Pardon? Go ahead.
The Japanese have the fluffy souffle pancakes where they
Oh,
whip
those are lovely
the
too.
egg whites.
Yeah, those are lovely. I've never made those before. Those are lovely. I've had them before. Those are delightful.
Yeah,
Um,
for the light kind.
I don't know if I'd have those all the time. They're a little bit overwrought, you know what I mean? Like sometimes I love Japanese food. I love Japanese cuisine in general, but sometimes it's a little bit kind of over the top. I feel like that's one of the things that's a little bit over the top. Perhaps I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Perhaps I'm
I
overthinking.
like the Bisquick pancakes. When you mentioned it, I was thinking, oh yeah, I was
Yeah,
thinking
kind of
like
flapjack style, I
I could
guess.
go for
You
a
call
plate
that.
of them when you said it.
Pardon? Oh
I
yeah,
could go for
yeah,
a
for
plate of.
sure. 100%. Well, so these New York Times pancakes, um, I think I was visualizing a sourdough pancake, honestly, because I was visualizing something a little bit more sour. They weren't sour at all, actually. They were just fluffy. I guess like a buttermilk donut. They were quite fluffy, and they ended up being like individual little cakes. They reminded me of, I don't know, something you'd get at a bed and breakfast or something in New England. Basically, they'd give you like two or three of those things stacked up, and they'd be like that tall because they really come out like a cake. Like when you think of a pancake, I think of flapjacks like that. I guess that's the everyday pancake I'm talking about. It's more of a flapjack. It's fairly thin. It's maybe a quarter inch, maybe a third of an inch thick. These things were literally maybe a half inch thick, maybe even two-thirds of an inch thick. In some cases, they were fucking enormous. And then I was like, I was weirded out. My first batch, I was weirded out by how thick they were. So I added some more buttermilk. And actually, I realized I kind of ruined the recipe because I made it a little bit more like my pancake, and they were a little bit deflated. The first batch was actually the best. So next time I make them, I'm going to listen to the recipe and make them that like goopy whatever batter. There you have to make them differently. Basically, you have to fry them a little bit differently. Everything about it, you have to scoop them differently, fry them differently, flip them differently, you name it. Normally when you make a pancake, you kind of wait for the bubbles to form basically before you flip it. So you drop the pancake basically on the hot surface, I guess, whatever, and then you essentially wait for that side to brown basically. And of course, without the ability to have, I don't know, telekinesis or something, you basically have to know that that side is browning. And the best way to see that is because there are basically essentially steam bubbles basically rising up through the dough that are basically congealing the dough and then causing these little channels. So anyway, when those bubbles basically get to a certain kind of readiness, you basically know, okay, you can flip the pancake. Well, with these freaking big old cakes, you can't really do that or you'll burn the bottom. So you have to kind of just guesstimate basically and then flip them. Anyway, really interesting pancake. Highly recommend it. New York Times best pancake. Um, Really annoying too. We had to go through all kinds of shenanigans because the New York Times has a paywall, and they wouldn't let me I could browse the recipe once, but then I couldn't browse it again, and so we had to like photograph the recipe and send it to each other. It was ridiculous. Anyway, fucking New York. But the pancake recipe solid, solid.
They do
Not very
more
healthy,
of
by the way. I use a huge amount of buttermilk and butter and all kinds of shit. What's that, Captain?
they do a fluffier pancake here, a smaller diameter, but a much thicker and heavier
Oh, I've
cake
seen those
like.
too. Yeah. I don't think I've had those. Huh.
I mean, they will
Sweet.
eat up the syrup, that's for sure.
Oh, I bet.
But I found a place here and they run a special for 32 baht for a waffle. And it's just not a half of a waffle, it's the full waffle. You look at the picture and it's in a box, but when you get it home, it's like, holy shit. And you can literally eat these things for dinner. That's how big they are.
So
But I
is this
ordered
from a
like
Waffle House?
waffle. Yeah, they make
A Thai
waffles, they
Waffle
make
House?
crepes, they
Okay.
make smoothies, but they're really cheap to order from. I mean, for $1, you get a huge ass. I mean, the waffle probably weighs close to 14, 16 ounces at least.
Hmm.
And it just soaks up the syrup. But they are so good. Oh, and they
It's
deliver
crazy to think there's
them.
Waffle Houses in Thailand. But, I guess they have truckers, so.
No, actually, it's more of like a dessert because I mean,
Oh,
they've
okay.
got like 18 different types of filling and toppings you can put on them.
Okay. Oh, so
They
are
don't
they
do
thick
pancakes, but they do crepes too.
like Belgium?
Or they'll do what do they call them? Um, oh, damn, I'm drawing a blank. I'll have to think of it here in a second. But it's basically, they look at it as like a dessert,
Yeah, I could
where
see
we
that, like
look
a
at
crepe,
ice
like you said.
cream as a dessert. They look
Yeah.
at some, sweet cakes and things like that as dessert here.
So a lot of some countries, will, like a crepe will be their pancake
Well, here
or
in
the closest
Thailand,
thing.
we don't have a lot of milk cows. So dairy like cheese and ice cream can be quite expensive. So, you know, they go to the next cheapest thing. Well, a little bit of flour, a little bit of egg, and here you have this cake, and we'll just give it a sweet icing topping to it or butter. Butter toast over here is a big thing. Butter toast with honey.
Butter toast. Avocado is avocado toast. It seems to have faded away. I haven't heard that in a while. Avocado toast. Was
And you
a
find
big thing.
avocado on toast here,
Yeah.
Cake in a
but
cup
you
is
have to
saying
go.
$100, says the captain, if asked, would give his left nut for a proper US of A donut or a proper American donut. Is that true? Would you give your
Actually,
left nut for a donut?
no, because we have Krispy Kreme and we have Dunkin' Donuts.
For real?
Yep. And when you go to the airport, there is literally lines to Krispy Kreme for people taking them back to their village.
I don't blame him.
That's like a
Krispy
big
Kreme, I
treat.
wouldn't get anything else. Like I've always been disappointed about every other donut at Krispy Kreme, but their glazed donuts are fucking amazing. Like they're pure glazed donut. I don't know if you can beat it. Like literally, you can get a different donut, but you can't get a better glazed donut than a Krispy Kreme glazed. But again, like the other donuts that they have,
Isn't
it's a
it
total waste of time.
a little too much sugar though?
It is a
Like
bit
I
too much
love
sugar, I have to
donuts
be
and I love
honest. Yeah,
sugar.
you can't eat more than one. No, for sure. You'll get diabetes from two.
Or
Now,
going
if you
that
said
coma. Yeah.
we'll give you fresh USDA beef, choice beef in Thailand, will you give up your left nut? Yeah, the left nut would be gone in a heartbeat.
The Wagyu. The Wagyu.
A fucking
Wagyu.
really good steak. No, fuck Wagyu.
Ah,
I've
bro.
learned because I had to cook one for my dad. Not having a gallbladder, the way that the Wagyu fat is, it congeals to a different type of fat. So you need to cook like the Wagyu steak is the best tasting when it's hot. So I had to cook one for my dad, and I cooked half of it, and then I cooked the other half for him, and he didn't care for it. I thought it was great because I only like butter with a little bit of salt on my steak, and the Wagyu had that nice buttered steak taste to it, but it
Well,
did
back to
not
the
agree with
donuts.
me with no gallbladder. But donuts, yeah, we got
Yeah, back
Krispy
to the
Kreme and
donut.
Well,
Dunkin' Donuts
the
here.
fact that I came back on and you talk about donuts. So I wanted like, yeah, they opened a 24-hour. Nothing in my town's open 24-hour. Winchell's. And it's by far the worst donuts ever, right?
Oh, for real?
Right.
Fuck, I miss
Oh
Winchell's. They
God.
used to be so
Like,
good.
yeah, they did. They used to be right up the street from my house. No, I can handle this chocolatey Claire thing because it's yeah, but like I'm getting ready to drive right through town and I'm stopping and get donuts at Winchell's, even though like if I really want a donut, I'd wait till the morning
Go
and
with
go to
the blueberry cake
yeah. They're
with the
always
ice
all
glazing.
fresh and some of them are even warm. What it is yeah, I think it's the flour that I like. They just use the cheap. It's a chain now. Like Winchell's used to have a few stores around SoCal. Now they're nationwide. I think they're even
I think they
international.
got bought out by private equity too. It was basically the kiss of death. They don't give a shit.
Yeah, yeah. They just cut. Yeah, they go on the reputation that Winchell's used to be good. And how bad can a donut be? But no, they're bad. I thought a couple times I just thought I might have caught him at the wrong time, but no.
Yeah, I have such fun memories of Winchell's. My dad used to take me there when I was a kid in LA, like probably the same Winchell's that you went to when you were a kid.
Yeah, and they
so
used to make a really good glazed donut. That was like
Yeah.
their thing. Yeah.
It makes me sad to hear that they're garbage now. What are you gonna do?
Yeah. Well, but that's pretty much once you go, like you say, private equity, national brand. Well, Krispy Kreme still probably, but they were different, and they're not so popular. They, I remember there was a Krispy Kreme almost everywhere. They're popping up, and now there's only a few. Like, if you live by one, yeah, just one, you can smell them like a block away. That draws you in.
Hmm. How annoying would it be to live near one?
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, it is weird that like there's things like I guess in Colorado they even have like an ordinance of how many nanometers or whatever the measurement is for smell of cannabis. Except that like restaurants and many other
I was just gonna say you can smell chicken places from a mile away. You can smell burger places from how
and that's
far.
all
So, oh my
that's
God,
all okay.
cannabis.
But like a little hint of herbals, sweet
Isn't that
smelling
ridiculous? How
thing.
many people die of Canada? So heart disease is apparently the #1 killer of people, men and women both, in America every single year. Heart disease oftentimes is apparently caused by diet, lack of exercise, etc. It's not caused by cannabis. So cannabis is not the #1 fucking cause of death. So they can easily and happily broadcast shitty like donuts and fucking burgers and whatever that will cause heart disease, but they cannot broadcast something that is harmless and will not be one of the highest killers. Isn't that an idiotic paradox? They should be broadcasting the cannabis smells to us to avoid heart disease. That's what they should be doing. A cannabis a day keeps the heart attacks away.
Well, I understand. Why some people might not like the smell of smoked cannabis, but like cannabis growing, give me a break.
Yeah, it's
That's
kind of ridiculous. People
Right.
are, yeah, I don't know. I think people are overly sensitive. Seriously.
God, they're even going to be open on.
Taking a cup. Okay, Bud, we were supposed to ask you about Joe Pietri. Oh, there he is. He's getting a donut right now.
Oh, it's a maple eclair, bud. Give me a tiger tail or whatever the twist and a bear claw. That's my order. Well, that's my order of donuts. What do you get for donuts? What's your donut?
Oh, up here in Portland, well, actually, all of Oregon, honestly, now is pretty famous for maple bacon bars. So basically, a maple bar, you probably know, but then they put a piece of bacon on it. As soon as people hear that, they're like, "What? I want that." Well, of course, you would want that because you're a normal person. I actually have become really partial to blueberry donuts lately. I've been on a really like a blueberry donut kick. So especially when it's got like chunks of blueberry in it, and it's not just obviously fake blueberry. Uh, can't beat the buttermilk donuts though, honestly. I mean, I'm basically coming down now that I love every single donut when it comes down to it. No, I love buttermilk donuts. I love crullers. I love the old fashions and the crullers, basically. The weird like, squiggly ones, basically. Love those. They got a different texture to them. Again, maple glaze, chocolate glaze, you fucking name it. I guess I'm not a big fan of the sparkly donuts, honestly. So when I think about a glaze, probably maple is probably my favorite, followed by chocolate. Used to be chocolate. Now it's maple, followed by chocolate, probably. Uh, glazed is probably third place, honestly. Glazed is probably my fourth or fifth favorite donut, honestly, but I like a solid glazed donut. What about you, Green Fingers?
Tiger tail, no, a maple bar, no, the chocolate eclair. Go with the chocolate
Chocolate
eclair.
eclair is solid. I used to love, well, I still love them. I just don't order them as often. Boston cream pies. So yeah, that eclair is pretty
Yeah.
good. I'm just not a big fan of whipped cream. So I would go for the custard over the whipped cream for sure.
No, yeah, I go for
The
the unstuffed
custard,
one.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't go for the stuffed
With
one. I go for the one
chocolate
with the dip.
or maple.
Yeah. Mine's made for different coffee. You want that like
Whipped
from
cream's
one to
okay in the right circumstances, and some people prefer fake whipped cream. I actually prefer real whipped cream. So if it's like real whipped cream, I'm okay with it in a small amount. But like no fake whipped cream, no, I just throw that shit in the trash. And even real whipped cream, I can't take too much of it.
Or
But
Bavarian cream. Isn't that what's really in
the comment
in those?
earlier, most of the donuts here are more like that cake for dunking either in a tea or coffee or milk.
Yeah.
That is kind of more of a custard. I'm just trying to think what it's been a while since I've had an eclair. Sorry, I'm back on Dr. DTC Jeff's question. What were you saying, Captain?
The donuts here are more cake-like for dunking, though, most of the
Asia in
time.
general doesn't really have, okay, with the exception of India, I guess, but like Southeast Asia doesn't really care that much about desserts, do they? Like they don't really.
Vietnam is actually like one of the best places in the world for pastry.
I guess that's true. Yeah. But
Yeah.
again, that actually, weirdly enough, that comes from the French influence, doesn't it? Like
Yeah.
the best French bakers are Vietnamese. Stands to, and you're right. Actually, gosh, how I forgot about that. Some of my favorite bakeries are Vietnamese bakeries. Yeah. And basically, it's all French eclairs and stuff. They have some interesting Vietnamese cakes and stuff, but
We'll find out in January.
all right,
We'll
because
be
you're
there
going to
for 10 to 14 days.
Yeah, I've heard it's just uncannily cheap. I've heard that you can stay in basically 5-star hotels for $30 a night and stuff. It's absurd.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I've been checking out. And my friends actually told me, he goes, when you go to check out hotels, put in your filter for 5-star. I go, why? He goes, do it. And I did it, and I did a search, and it's like, holy shit, I can be on this island on a 5-star resort for $32 a night with breakfast.
That's what I mean. Christoph's sad his bird died, he was saying.
Oh,
sorry, buddy.
Shit. That sucks.
Did the putty cat get him?
Oh, dommage, Christophe. Sad story. His bird died in the morning.
Ah oui, Fumido, j'ai
Red
pas
Setter.
compris. J'ai pas compris.
Red Setter Farms dog Diogi died a few days ago.
Oh.
Yeah. He's talked about that dog. Yeah, he talks about him all the time.
Well, it was always on the show.
Yeah, that's true.
It kind of like Roberts, it kind of like would go.
Yeah.
Whimpers in the background all the time. At least he's not no more pain.
Yeah, exact, Christophe.
I have to
Je
send my
n'avais
condolences.
how do you say fucking bird? Les oiseaux. Je n'avais les oiseaux, mais I don't even. I'm saying I don't have birds. He doesn't care if I have birds. J'aime les chiens, Christophe. Et je pense à chien comme toi avec les oiseaux. Fuck, my French is so
Mais j'ai
terrible.
compris, hein, Fumidor. Oui, j'ai compris.
You compris?
Oui, j'ai compris, Fumidor. Ouais.
I said that I feel that way about dogs. Like he feels, I feel the way that he feels about birds. I feel about dogs. Some of them, I've said some of the most interesting people I've ever met were dogs, and I'm actually quite serious about that. I've met some interesting people, but yet I feel like some of the more interesting and best people, for sure, some of the best people I've ever met were fucking dogs. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, oui, Christophe, exact.
They don't lie to you.
Yeah, that's for sure. Oh, that's not true. Dogs can lie. They can like crack jokes and lie and do all kinds of stuff. Yeah, no, dogs are fucking hilarious. But they won't lie about important things. They won't lie about their feelings for you or whatever. They don't have any artifice, basically. They'll play jokes on you, but they don't have any artifice to them. Yeah.
Oh, my cats love to play jokes on me and attack me when I go walking by.
Je comprends, Christophe. Wait, wait. Yeah, you get sad about those animals. What can you do, Christoph?
Doesn't get any easier either with all the pets I've had.
What's that, Bear?
Gets
Oh,
harder and
no.
harder. One goes like
Yeah.
got 10 of them. I'm gonna have to go through that 10 more times.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I don't envy you.
It's already heartbreaking. Fucking sucks.
Oh, that's the worst thing
Birds
about
can
dogs.
last
They
for
don't
a
last
long
very long.
time too.
Yeah.
Birds can.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were kind of laughing about that the other day. I was like, how interesting is that? You know, you always complain if you know dogs or if you've ever had a dog, the most obvious sentiment is like, oh my God, their lives are so short. And then you think about a parrot and you're like, fuck, the life is almost too long because it's not as if you begrudge the animal. That's not the sentiment. But it's like it makes making the commitment to them quite challenging because let's say you're already 60 years old, like, well, chances are you're not going to outlive the bird. And then the bird is going to fucking live on its own. And it's going to be quite traumatic for the bird. They bond with the person and everything. And yeah, they say that the bird can eventually go to somebody else. But apparently for the bird, it's quite a bit different. It's actually a little bit creepy, honestly, for me when I think about it. So my apologies to anybody in the chat who loves birds. No insult intended, but apparently the birds think of you as their mate, basically. Whereas, for example, dogs think of you as their parent, basically, because the pack is essentially a familial unit, basically. The whole concept of alpha, beta dogs was totally flawed. Turns out that basically dogs follow basically familial units. And so mom and dad pretty much lead everybody else. And then every once in a while, when the pack gets big enough, they'll pop off into their own little clans. What was I trying to say? That birds rather they don't think of it that way. They don't think of you as your father. They think of you as your fucking spouse. So if your spouse fucking dies, most of the time they say, you know, like what is it with Jimmy Carter? They're like, oh my God, his wife died. It's going to be not too long before he dies because it's quite common that the spouses follow each other. So it's quite traumatic, basically, is what I'm trying to get to with the freaking bird. Anyway, that's not something you'd want to wish on your best friend, right? Like presumably that's your best buddy, right? So you wouldn't want to wish that shit on your best buddy. So it makes it a challenging situation. You're like, fuck, when is the right time and the wrong time to get a bird and stuff like that? Interesting question, right? You know, like if they ever change they say that there's a bunch of what's the word I'm looking for? Whatever, a bunch of research into dog longevity. Well, if they ever do solve dog longevity, is that going to cause the same kind of problem? Like, are you going to get to the point where you're like, fuck, I don't know if I can commit to 30 years of Fido? Probably, right? Interesting. Hmm. Here's, by the way, everyone in the chat. By the way, we missed the 420, and I'm actually half thinking that we might have missed our last 420. What do you think, guys? Is it time to cut the show? We are, after all, going to have another show in just about 12 hours. What do you think?
Yeah.
Well, I'm up for anything because there's more likely a chance I'll miss that show in 12 hours.
I mean, by the way, how long did you run the show the other day, Captain? I saw that you were running the show. I think someone gave you the hosting duties, and I just was like, all right, the show's still going. I think I went to bed, honestly. I was like, all right, it's still going. I'm just going to run it. How long did you run it?
I don't know. Actually, Bud kind of called it, and that was it.
Well, there you go.
Around
Well, if one of you guys wants to run the show and keep chatting, that's fine with me. I kind of have some stuff to do, and I'm probably going to go to bed not too long after that. But you guys are welcome to keep chatting if you'd like.
Well, I got time for at least one more joint.
Yeah, I can go for another.
I could stay on a bit.
Right.
Grab some food. Maybe Bud will come back on. It seems like.
No, we'll see. Oh yeah, what happened?
Well, there's a little spot in between Bud's house and town where Bud uses both hands.
Yeah. So Bud will pop back on.
Tires are squealing as we speak.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, who's getting his donuts?
Yeah, I just want to see the donuts.
You know what? I've never made. You know what? I didn't even make DGC Jeff a co-host. I'm going to make Dr. DGC Jeff the host. The host with the most. Oh wait, first I'm going to let Bud in. There we go. And then I'm going to make Bud a co-host.
So I can actually ask Bud on how slow he thinks that drove him home on
There you
his road.
Dr. DGC Jeff is the host.
Okay. Yeah, and thanks for the show. Glad you're here
Yeah.
for me.
Thanks
Yeah.
for the
You make
show.
you make the show. You make the show. You know, we just keep it going when you're not around. So.
Yeah, you'd like to
We're
think.
just the characters of the movie.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get home and have coffee.
Are you drinking coffee at fucking 12:30 at night, you madman?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I stopped. I had some whatever 7-Eleven coffee when I went to work, and it was nasty. And I'm addicted to the caffeine, so it's not like it'll keep me up, but it'll keep me from like having a headache when I wake up. Or now, what time is it? It's only 12:25.
For you, it's
Yeah,
still
it's early.
Yeah.
We
All right.
haven't hit 2 or 3.
All right, I think I'm going to call it. Gentlemen, good to see you as always. Perhaps I will, maybe I'll just leave the room. Thanks very much for joining, everybody. I guess I'll just do my outro. Be kind, be decent, be gentle, all that stuff. We'll see you guys in a few hours. We'll see you guys in about, right around 12 hours. Join us for High Noon again on this channel. I think technically as of maybe tomorrow, I guess what, is it preemptive to say this? Yeah, maybe tomorrow or the next day I might be able to use the main channel again. So we'll see what I'm going to do with that one. It's kind of tough because I'm worried that it'll just get slammed again, but we'll see. Maybe we can start using that channel again. We'll see. Knock on wood. It would be nice to have a few of our old friends, because some people didn't. They're like, what happened to Fumidor? Anyway, so it'd be fun to see some of our old friends in the chat, I'm sure. Anyway, ladies and germs, enjoy the rest of the show. Join up. We still have basically all these guys are co-hosts. Oh, I can't make Christoph a co-host anymore. But basically everyone here is a co-host, so feel free to join if you guys are a different time zone. We used to have all kinds of people stop after midnight, but we oftentimes don't run the show that late anymore. If you guys would like to join the show, please do. Just again, don't be a dick. Don't show your dick. That's basically it. And off to you guys. Enjoy the show. There, guys.
Cheers, Jimmy.
Yeah, man.
Good night, Fumi.
Yeah, good night.
You too.
So,
Cool.
Bud,
Yeah.
how slow of a driver was I on your road?
Well, you were not. I've driven this road 1,000 times. It feels like. And I'm a racer, so I know my intricacies of how my car.
Yeah.
You were going, you weren't cutting.
Okay. I thought I was like putting along compared to you.
Well, compared to me,
That's all right.
just now,
It's your car.
like one, I can drive mainly because go-kart racing, that was part of it. You have to really be able to drive one-handed, right? Shifting and just yeah. And I can
Yeah, I
drive
wanted to shift a
one-handed.
lot.
And at night on my road, there's no one oncoming car, so then I use the whole road. And then the apexes and everything is way different. Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to keep it
night,
on one side
I
of the
can
road.
drive fast and hardly
Only suggestion.
only have to use my brake, just barely. Oh, in the daytime when you can't cheat the lanes, and then you have to use brakes. My dogs are excited.
And I want to change my donut. I choose apple fritter. Damn it.
I ate it at one of the eclairs and immediately regretted it because it's like the worst donut, but it's all that's open. So they get my business every so often because what am I going to do? A stoner at midnight and there's a donut shop, keep stopping.
How's the coffee?
I never have their coffee. I just like my own coffee. Sometimes there's decent coffees, but no, not really. And I don't like Starbucks coffee. because they're too strong. They make them too, like, they've used too many grounds. All right, let me see if I'm gonna pull this off.
Ow! You little shit.
Holy shit. That was funny as fuck.
Viva la branlette! Viva la branlette! Green. Viva la branlette! Excellent.
This was sideways.
Ouais, ouais. Bah, change de main, mon frérot. Pas la gauche, prends la droite. Je plaisante, hein. Je te assure. Aïe, aïe, aïe. Green.
Indeed.
Green, comme ça? Comme ça?
Very.
Il est con.
Yeah.
Ah là là.
Oui,
Aïe,
my
aïe.
friend. Oui.
Sorry, my friends. Little café. Petit café. For the route.
Coffee. I need to stop drinking coffee right now. Put in this coffee away. Last out of my thing over there.
I made it. All right, let's be comfortable.
Guess I was supposed to get a joint rolled or something.
I actually went to the shop around the corner and used their grinder the other day. They've got one of those flour mills, and they got all the like different size holes.
Oh, the screen. Yeah.
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 So I put in the one with like the big holes. I don't twist it all the way around. I just kind of move it back and forth because I don't want to like roll the flour on the flat top. So I just move it back and forth. And you do have to, on the bigger size, you do have to kind of go through and break up some of the bud because it will stay in a little bit bigger of a chunk per joint. But if you go to the next size down, it would be like most people's preferred grinding. But the only thing I can say is about it having a flat top, and possibly if you keep twisting it, then you're just going to roll the flour more before you cut it and maybe take off more trichrome. But it does a good job. I mean, it grinds it up really quick. It don't take long. I enjoy it. I mean, you can fill the damn thing up and it eats right through it. You don't have to go and like pick out the teeth or anything like that. Mainly, I think maybe because I used the bigger holes, those don't clog up. Where you're using a regular grinder, you're going to have to take something and get some of that weed out of there because of being so sticky. But I ended up rolling like 15 joints the other day. Get you some fresh water. So yeah, I'm kind of torn if it's simple to use. Like I said, you can rip through a lot of cannabis really quick with it. And if you've got really sticky cannabis, then you really don't have a problem with it sticking to the teeth on it. The only thing that I have to kind of get used to or learn how to understand is, about it rolling in there and smashing all the triclones. Man, my ice is one big piece. Excuse me, guys. There we go. Yeah, but I really do miss beef here. Really good beef. Because I used to eat like ground beef patties for dinner and have like mashed potatoes and like a can of creamed corn with it. So I really miss that. I mean, I used to eat, when I was back with my parents, I was eating that like 4 days a week. So, I even just miss regular good lean ground beef. Everything over here doesn't taste right. And it's not like, oh, that's because it's organic or this or that. No, the beef just doesn't taste right. It's completely different than New Zealand or Australian beef. That's because it's Thai beef, idiot.
Coffee.
I think the cat's got the idea. He changed to shade.
Ashrosine.
Rosin?
Ouais. Yes. Green. Ashrosine.
Cash rosin.
Yes.
Oh. The cat's in the shade, but if I put my chair there, I'm not.
Packs. Smoking packs.
I wonder what type of weed I'll find in Cambodia or Vietnam. I know in the north they just had harvest season like a month ago because the north part of Thailand is basically like Ohio, southern Ohio. But cannabis in the north is a little bit harder than the south to get. Especially if you're looking for genetics. A lot of the fields are kind of like shut off to us Westerners.
Juice. No, pas juice.
Because and that's definitely a country that you don't fly in with cannabis to. Yeah, but if you had that flower, Robert, to that rosin, yeah, that would have made me really, really jealous.
rosin.
Yeah, the rosin that you smoked, I really like the flower from that.
Oh, the other one. Yeah, I thought you meant this one.
No, the
Nice.
star.
Yeah, that's the other one. This one's pretty good. That one's flour. This is hash. Hash rosin.
Je vois pas, Bud. J'ai pas vu, Bud.
I'm taking my nighttime dab.
Bud, je peux voir la boîte? The boîte? Non, je veux pas. Bud.
Trace Altos rosin.
Ok.
Aïe, aïe, aïe.
Le chien. Excellent.
Now, you said your friend sent you a jar.
Tchuss.
Did he send you like a jelly jar? Or did
No,
he
it was
send you like a 1 gram
it
jar?
was one of these fold at the top, like you said, is 4 grand.
Okay.
Robbie, you know Robbie. He sent it.
Yeah.
Merci, Cap.
Well, actually, his boss brought it
Well,
to me because he had a hernia surgery, and I picked him up at the hospital a few days back, and Robbie sent the jar with him.
well, I also know amongst the people, and family that a jar could be like a jelly jar, like
Yeah.
that full or something.
It would take me years to smoke all that. Fuck. Like a couple grams, like a 2 gram bucket lasts me like
6 months.
well, that if it was just me, it would last me months. But usually I share like people, my friends, they like to do dabs. They're not like the type that have dabs or have any of the apparatus or at home or
Ah,
anything.
bien,
But
hein?
oh,
Ouais, c'est good, hein? Bien. Ah ouais, bien. Ah,
and
cool,
stuff.
Green. Beaucoup de variétés. Much variety. Ah, bien.
I thought I was unmuted. That'd take me like 2 or 3 months to smoke all those.
Ah, nice, hein? Ah,
1,
cool.
2, 3, 4,
Non,
5,
moi,
6,
Damn.
8 grams of different stuff, different resin, live, whatever. I got 2 more in the fridge.
for
I
Christmas?
all these got to go back in the fridge too.
Yeah, I get about maybe a gram a month.
Diamonds, the Delta 9 powder, no flavor.
I've got some CBD powder. It's just straight CBD.
I think if I weighed my dabs, they'd be like a half of a tenth, like less than a tenth of a gram.
Just enough for a hit.
Yeah, I don't do those big ass ones. That little.
Ok.
Good hash.
And I like to let the carb do most of the work.
Oh. That's how you get up there.
Low temp. Low temp. I don't have this time. Well, I have like a real gun thing, temp thing that I could point at it and all that, but I assume I'm like under 450.
I use my
Oh, now I see.
put my hand over it for like 5, 10, 30 seconds sometimes till I can feel that it's low enough for low
Yeah.
temp. I waste a lot, so then I have to cold start it on a second time.
Yeah.
And
I usually do a little reheat.
Q-tip in there and it still soaks up a lot.
And yeah, I mean, even if there's still a little oil left in it, no, that's shot. Like the things you're trying to get out of it, that's already
vaporized off. Like, so
Yeah.
when I clean it out, it's not like I'm tripping that there's still some oil that I could like hit on all the way till it's, no, because that's just that there's nothing like, yeah. I mean, if the
It's ass end.
yeah, like
You
the
don't want the
cannabis,
ass end.
the terpenes, and everything at whatever temp, they all left, you know, and you inhaled that, so you don't have to
Yeah.
get all that.
I'm
But I
trying
still
to
like,
cool.
mainly because I grew up in an era where cannabis wasn't like always readily available. Like, yeah, the whole world was dry, like, you know, or at least your area. And so, like, I always have a thing of waste not, want not. Like, even with roaches, yeah, I used to save them, put them in a jar, and give them to people. No one wants them anymore. But oh, I smoke them like down to where I could justify. All right, that's enough. Throw it in the ashtray and throw it out. But yeah, waste not, want not.
I still smoke my roaches.
I got so much fucking weed, it doesn't matter. No, I don't like act that way with it. Because I still remember the times when it was so scarce that you would just be taking like the tiniest bong hit you could. Oh, I remember being in prison where we for $10 you'd get like a dinner and it'd only be like a half of barely a hit. But you got I remember in prison it was like a few flakes in a bugler paper, bugler rolling paper, bugler tobacco. And you and your cellie would one person would take the first hit, half the paper, burn the paper, the paper burns so fast, mostly paper, but there was a few flakes of weed in there, usually commercial brick weed. I can remember, and oh, you would hold it in until you couldn't breathe anymore. One hit you'd get, or that was it. Like even if you had a cap or more, you were in prison. You only smoked the tiniest bit. I used to get so stoned, like so stoned, that when I got out, I used to like show a couple of my friends, look, yeah, in the prison we used to roll a joint like this little pinner like this, like it's just a couple of flakes, like tray type of shit, and get totally stoned. And oh, I remember it took about 2 months from the time I got out of prison that I like had my tolerance and it's like smoking like a chimney. I remember when I first got out thinking, yeah, I don't know why I smoke so much weed. I don't need to. You could just smoke this one little hit and get stoned. Because that's what I learned in there. Like really stoned off of the tiniest hit. Um, yeah, but no, I became a glutton within a couple months.
I came back to Thailand and didn't have any weed for like 3 days until I got back home. And just not smoking for basically 4.5 days. Yeah, 2, 3 hits got me like really fucked up.
Well, when I got out, I absconded for like 9.5 years. That means I like ran on my parole. I was wanted, right? And so in 2007, I got pulled over and I had to do a 6 month violation. And yeah, I was in the prison around here called Donovan, state prison. And yeah, within like a week, I had it set up where the guy who worked in visiting's girlfriend met my wife, and my wife would have already have packed it like basically like a couple ounces of the best weed like we grew, and a lot of keef, all packed into the same like whatever thing. It was
Package.
yeah, like hard as a rock, small as fuck, compacted like a fucking pellet. And yeah, a certain share of it had to go to the people that make it to the yard. But it was super dank. Like, fuck, I had the killer Swede. And yeah, that was a lot of it. Oh, every weekend I had a visit, and every weekend came the clavo. And yeah, most of those guys in there never even smoked good weed before. Like, and oh, the whole fucking cell block would stink like fucking weed. The guards can like were going, damn, somebody's got the fucking good weed in here. Because most of the time, the weed in jail is like beyond the worst weed there is. If you can't sell it on the street, you can always sell it in the prison.
There there was a prison in like Kentucky or someplace just south of Ohio that were allowing inmates to have e-vape pens because the warden had a contract and the inmates made them there. So they gave them the e-vape cigarettes and let them e-vape, and they ended up finding out that it dropped like everybody's hostility.
Yeah, well, look, I was in a level 4 prison for almost 3 years. Level 4 is the highest level of state prison.
Juice.
One with a terrible reputation of riots and killing the cops and gang war, called Calpatria. It's actually out close to fucking where Greenfingers is at, out by Brawley, El Centro. Not that close to Greenfingers, but oh, he's closer than I am to that hellhole.
My best friend's mom used to work there. She was a guard.
Yeah.
She was a big black woman. She had big old cornrow hair.
I worked for the warden as the clerk, so I saw and heard a lot, everything, all the reports, the violence, everything. Yeah, if those people, like, oh, one thing for sure is when speed hit the yard, which was all the time, which wasn't like, that was like these letters and envelopes that were like saturated in it. Like, you can't, like, it's hard to stop that when people just saturate their letters and shit, right? But whenever speed would hit the yard, it was like the same routine. Like, oh, people would be up all night in the cell block and all this. People would be cleaning their cells like with a fucking toothbrush and like polishing the fucking cement and like staying up all night just tweaking it. But it would always end in some crazy violence. Oh man, that was always for sure. When the yard was like jacked up on for a week or so, right? That was going to end with like either this, that, or the other, some crazy violent shit happening, right? Every time, right? Sometimes we like, oh, I used to have to like pay extra to the people that could get things in the prison because weed was such less profit. This is what the thing was like. Why would we want to smuggle in something like this that's only worth this when we could smuggle in that same size something that's worth so much more, right? So yeah, like they didn't, even though there was demand for it, like whenever there's weed, it would get bought up and everyone would smoke it. Yeah, the gang for shot callers, yeah, they made a lot more on heroin based and speed and shit. There was even crack in there. I remember, like I'm a crackhead way back, but like I knew better than to smoke a hit of crack in a fucking cell.
Prison.
Smoking
That's
real
like doing acid and getting on an airplane.
A lot of these guys that were in there with sentences, especially everything's pretty difficult in California prison. The white group, yeah, like they're 95% of them are not just tweakers, hardcore tweakers. Like, yeah, guys that just were on the revolving door thing. Like even while in the years I was there, guys that had done their time, and you would hear them telling you that they were going to like get out and just go on a fucking mayhem, right? And like a month or two later, they'd be back, and then they'd tell you, "Oh yeah, I carjacked, and then this happened, and then I robbed the dope dealer for a pound," or like this the craziest shit that might have only lasted 3 or 4 days before they got, they were like that was their life. They were like institutionalized to it. Like they weren't major before they went back in. It was crazy, man. And that was like 25 years ago. I can't imagine how bad it is in there now. Holy shit.
Bro, they got cell phones making videos in there. You watch them making videos on TikTok.
Hey, when I was in there, the inmates were trying to get CDs because like at that point we were only allowed to have cassettes, right? And there was this music for now, like this certain company that jacked up prices, and then you could buy so many cassettes of music, and by that point, even in the '90s, because like CD was coming, and then all these years, I've even been on an Instagram live where the one dude was in a federal prison, uh, like in the middle of the country somewhere, and yeah, like dude, they have phones in there. They smuggle them in, or fuck, dude, I don't know how the fuck they pull that off because yeah,
A guard.
they search like the whole way place, especially level 4. There's very little places to hide things, even though people do everything to hide things. Oh, phone, and couldn't they just block the signal, like, or like I don't know, but yeah, guys have phones in prison. That's like, and knowing how much anything costs to get smuggled into prison, holy shit, a phone must be expensive as hell, man.
Hey, bud, I don't know what you're doing, if you're turning your head or something, but it sounds like you kind of like go into a can. Maybe you're talking away from the phone
Right. I was gonna say, I thought it was just my phone.
because you'll be like clear and then all of a sudden get like in a can and muffled. Man, that joint really did it to me.
I just smoked a big bowl of hash. Freaking.
I've got this Hydro New York City diesel.
Okay, it must be better now, right? Yeah.
Red
Oh,
rice,
yeah.
sunshine.
Yeah, well, I had to charge my head thing, and then why my phone does that is because I have a case on it,
Okay.
and I was just using the speaker on the phone while they charged. Yeah, I've noticed that. Yeah, even one time I took the case off, and then it sounded fine. So yeah,
That's cool.
my headphones are charged. And on the way home, I stuck the part of my cord that got wet inside my heat vent in my car, and then turned the heat on.
Dried it out.
I rolled down the windows because it was like fuck, it was blowing too hot to even be comfortable. And then I drove like I don't know. I remember thinking, all right, I'll drive from here to this spot, and then try it again. And yep, it worked.
Cool.
It just got wet.
Just needed a quick blow dry.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah,
don't
this
even
show
think
is always too late. Oh, maybe tomorrow. No, I don't think. Like, I'm not the morning guy, but like, around 2 or 3, I spend like till 5 or 6 every day with the animals. Like my work, I'm going to be living there full time, but at the moment I'm still back and forth. Like 6 horses, and I deal with keeping them on water and moving them around, and all the other animals and the bulls and the calves and the fuck. Yeah, it's the best 3 4 hours of my day. Like, it's been over a month where, yeah, I know myself. I thought at the beginning when like, it's weird. It gives me peace. I'm happy. Like, it's like hard to explain that the animal deal, and maybe not everybody has that. Like, I love animals, so to like be around animals and care for them is like, that's not work to me. But I'm the kind of person that like sometimes gets into something for a couple weeks and then, oh, I'm over it. No, like I'm into it more and more every day. Even learning more about all this stuff. Yeah, that's the best part of my day. Not fucking doing the reservoirs for the 10,000th time. But no, like, they're different size, shape, but like each horse has water everywhere they go. All these animals have water. Big, like, 100-gallon tubs and shit. And they drink a lot of it. So when I was filling them up, like, there's hoses, and one thing, they have high pressure, because otherwise, yeah, it could take longer, because, yeah, they drink a lot of water. I realized that 6 horses use more water than like this whole massive grow. Because when I fill like a 50-gallon res up on recirc, it takes like 4 days, at least 4 days, and then there's still some water left. Horses, oh fuck, man, they'll drink the whole fucking thing in one day. You have to, like, they drink it, they drink a lot, and then you think, because they're all really smart, because they're trained and all this, and okay, so 3 of them, every day the same thing happens. Now, we've put new shavings down and cleaned their stalls. Everything's fresh for them when they come back in the evening, and they have like hay and alfalfa and fresh water. The horse, I bring him in there, I take his halter off and shut the gate, and the first thing he does is take the biggest fucking piss. It's like like, it's crazy how fucking strong their piss comes flying out, right? And that's basically right where he's gonna lay, right? Or, maybe he might not lay there. He might lay right next to it. The stalls aren't that big, and they sleep laying down.
Yeah.
So like, they pit, like, now, he has a whole outside part of his stall, and they go out there, and that's where they shit most of the time and fuck around. But no, every day for a month straight.
Yes, they like.
The first thing he does, Sly, Fancy, and Etchy, the first thing those 3 horses do when I bring them in their stall is piss. Which is like, oh, it doesn't bother me any. But I'm like, yeah, why do you piss right there? That's your fucking spot. Like, but yeah, they're
mark their territory, maybe.
No, they're just like, as much as they're smart, they're also stupid.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, it's like, that's something I've learned. Like, for a couple of weeks, I was really impressed that they were so smart. And then in the last couple of weeks, I'm like, oh, I still see where they are smart. But some of that's like, Is that just me thinking they're smart? Because on the other side, they're like, hey, they're pretty dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, one used to get stuck with his legs in between the poles every day. And I was like, how do you do that? You know, it rolled over the wrong way every time. And I was like, just don't roll over that way. And you won't get stuck every day. And I don't have to pull you
Yeah,
out.
I think that's yeah. They're weird, but they're like, now that they know me and are comfortable with me and vice versa. Oh man, I could see why people are like horse people. I always thought horse people were just crazy because even if you have money, it costs a lot of money to take care of horses.
Just like a human.
Horses are crazy.
You just don't buy college for the horse, but it eats a shit lot more food straight from the beginning.
Well, I mean, they eat full size, these size. They eat about a bale of hay or bay. Well, they get some Bermuda and they get more alfalfa, which is better, and they like that more. But if you equaled both those things up, it'd be about a bale a day.
Yeah, which is $4 to $5 a bale for alfalfa.
Higher than that.
Okay.
Depending on quality too. Yeah, some of it's really low quality, but it's full of seed and it's like a lot airier.
Yeah, I think this alfalfa is like 14 a fucking bale or some shit, man.
You get the really high quality shit, $20 a bale. Like that's comes with alfalfa and the kelp. That's $20 for that. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, like, I've done my share of picking up. There's this rake, and it's real easy and the poop's really light because it's just basically fucking chewed up hay, pooped out, right? Cows are like more like pies, but then they dry out and they're just like these little pies, lightweight. But yeah, I don't want to go overboard. So I'm like thinking of just putting like a percentage of that from deep in the pile that has been collecting on the property for fucking years and mix it into my soil for my grow this spring outside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That shit works good.
One is it's like, it's one of I've just heard people talking. I don't know shit about it really, but some of the living soil people, the people warn you that, you gotta be careful that a lot of times animals are on drugs or antibiotics, or that the alfalfa and the stuff has been sprayed and well, no, this person cares about their horses at a level that, that's why she pays whatever per bale, because it's not that stuff. And she doesn't use any of that drugs. Yeah, like anything, you can feed your horses whatever, like supposedly like race horses, the really top ones. Oh yeah, they eat like a whole other grade. There's grades better than this.
Yeah, and they get all this grain and nuts and all this other cool shit that orange rinds, the whole orange is like sliced up right from that. It's like apricots like that too. All kinds of weird meal with these high grade horses.
Now, if I could come up with a breed of weed that smelled exactly this, right? So a lot of times when I'm feeding them these apples that are super juicy, right? They like come over the fence and put their head right close to mine and exhale. And the smell is basically alfalfa like chewed up alfalfa and apple juice or apple. I'm like, yeah, like that's a killer smell. Like it would have to be a sativa, right? But if you could make it smell like that alfalfa apple breath of a horse, which a horse's breath is kind of its own thing with the alfalfa and hay, and then the apple, like a minute after they eat the apple, they're licking their lips and there's juice coming down their mouth, and then when they breathe out their nostril, it's just like, oh, it smells so good. And today I was like, oh man, that would be a strain. Like if you get the apple, you got that. You just gotta get some alfalfa hay smell. But most of like, yeah, you can get that in weed by like speed drying it and doing a bunch of like grow it shitty. Like I've never had alfalfa smell on good weed. That's usually a sign your weed's not that good.
Right. I mean, or haze. It's like a hazy one. It's like, oh, that's some haze stuff in there.
Or you left too much leaf on it, or you didn't dry it right, and it fucking smells like hay or alfalfa. But when a horse exhales fresh alfalfa and apple breath, now that's a good smell.
Yeah, I think it's possible to find something like that. I don't know if it's.
There's probably something that has hints of alfalfa that isn't like negative. It's like terps, not like something you did to the weed.
Yeah, not just the grass. I get some that smell like cucumbers and some that smell like all kinds of weird stuff. Like when you open a lot of seeds out of the pollinated stuff I get, you just get some weird stuff. A lot of cat pisses come out of there, weird shit like that. Just stuff that smells not. You don't want to smoke it all the time. It's like stuff I'm not trying to smoke every day. But apples and alfalfa smell. I don't know. I have to go back and smell alfalfa again. Can't remember right now what it smells like. I'm trying to think. I worked with it every day. It would take a bale apart, rip it apart every day for these horses, put in their little feeder. Can't remember what it smells
through
like.
my life, like, I've had cats and dogs and had my share of having to clean up dog shit and cat shit. That makes me gag and puke. Okay, the smell of shit. Okay, so like when I started, I didn't know that like cow poop and horse poop doesn't really smell like that. That's like, yeah, it's not the best smelling thing, but it ain't like shit, right? It doesn't make you want to gag.
Yeah,
right?
it's organic matter. Yeah.
It's just like, it's not. I'm not like, ooh, I don't want to touch that shit or whatever. It's
not like
just horse poop or manure or whatever it is. But oh no, shit. Oh, that's a different story.
Yeah, no, you could walk around with.
But then the birds. Oh no, birds are nasty. That's fucking another story. Birds are nasty.
Yeah.
Foul. Yeah, that's why they call birds foul, bro, because they're foul.
Yeah. That's what I realized.
And they're not the smartest, but some are. Some are too smart for themselves to make them fucking outrageous. Like, dude, these are too smart. Way too smart. Way too smart. I don't like them. No, I like them.
Well, in the one side, there's these 3 geese and 2 white geese, and then there's one, I think she's Russian, and it has this weird, like, abnormal looking thing on its beak, kind of goes up to his head, and it's this weird, like, formation. He's a goose, or she's a goose. Yeah, big bump on it. Yeah.
I've seen those.
And oh no, those things, like, I go on the chicken side. I don't really know, because those goose are fucking monsters, like, they're fucking, they're
vicious.
Yeah, they got that bump in the head for a reason.
They're not gonna like back off. They're gonna like come up and try to get you. Where the chickens and the peacocks and the ducks, they don't. They kind of cower away. But the
other ones
geese,
know their size, but geese don't. They know that they could be a lot. They think that they're big.
they're kind of aggressive, man.
Yeah. Yeah, at the hotels, we tell you watch out for the geese around here, or not here, but the Coachella Valley. It's like, watch out every time you're driving that golf cart because they're gonna attack you if you drive too close to them.
I've seen like reels or whatever Instagram things where it's like a clip of someone being chased down or some old lady or something happened where like the fucking geese are like chasing people.
Yeah, you gotta beware of them.
See a lot of crazy like wildlife things on the, at least on my algorithm or whatever on Instagram. I mean, mainly some on YouTube or yeah.
Yeah.
Holy Christ, man. Animals are crazy.
It's a wild world.
Well, the other day I was in Pasadena dropping my friend off at the West End, which is Pasadena's got hills. Some of the houses are in hills. It's not that far to the hills. But this was in like total downtown Pasadena, Fair Oaks, or I forget the street. And me and my buddy were smoking a joint in the West End. And I looked out. At first, I thought, oh, fuck, that's a German Shepherd in traffic, right? But it wasn't. It was a fucking coyote. And then the coyote, like cars almost hit it, and then it ran on the sidewalk, and then like up front, like where I couldn't really see the lady, but I heard her. And yeah, like some lady just walking on the sidewalk. All of a sudden, a fucking coyote was coming at her and fucking screamed like she was gonna die or some shit. Then I don't know where the coyote scooted off, right? And I was like, holy shit, that coyote's crazy desperate. It's in the middle of the city running around and like scaring people and shit. I'm not afraid of coyotes. I live around them. Like they ain't gonna attack you. Maybe if there's a pack of 10 of them and they were starving to death. But no, they're afraid of themselves.
Yeah, there's got to be something wrong with them for them to attack people, or like something like really injured, or just like rabies, something really wrong. But something really wrong for them to like really want to come after people. Yeah.
And even when it sounds like there's 15 of them in a pack down the hill, it's only like 2 or 3 of them. They're really good at trying to make themselves seem like there's a bunch of them.
Yeah.
They're good at that. Like, oh, sometimes at night I'll be listening. I'm thinking, holy shit, I'm surrounded by them. There's got to be at least 50 of them. No, it's really only like 3 or 4.
Yeah, you use a spotlight, you can see all their eyes glowing. You can count like, you can hear like 10 of them. There's like 5. It's like, what the hell? It's like there's none of them like it. They just sound double. So the double yelp. It's crazy.
Well, I live on the top of a hill, 360 degrees. And these coyotes have been trying to take this hill for 10 years that I've been here. And my dog Turk, like, yeah, he sleeps all day, him and Daisy. And oh, they're out there, guaranteed, right? And that's their whole job. And I've lived in different places where I used to find scat and they dig through the trash, or the coyotes trails you'd see in the weeds on your property. No, I've never seen, but they're down at the bottom of the hill, yipping away almost every night. Not every night, but and yeah, I listen. I know what's going on. My dogs are basically like barking back at him and holding down the perimeter. That's what he thinks his job is. Turk. uh, Keeping the coyotes off his hill. And yeah, I've never found not even scat. Nah. Over at this ranch, oh, I was driving the cart to get the trash cans, and I drove by a weird shit on the road, and I looked closer. Oh yeah, it was fucking coyote. You can tell that's hair in their shit and weird shit in their shit. Yeah, coyotes were like on the other side of the fence, but yeah, they've never taken my hill. Never. I've been here 10 years. I would know. They want to. You hear them yipping all night. They want to know what's up here. Because they are curious like that. They like to fucking know what's up. They like to like roam around and check out shit. I saw one on the road tonight, but sometimes in the 10-mile ride out to my place, I'll see like 3 or 4 of them, like different spots, like crossing the road or right on the edge of the road. There's hundreds of them out in this whole area. A lot of coyotes.
When they're babies, they're so cute. They got those huge ears, then they grow into those ears, and they're not so cute anymore. It's like,
No, they're scrawny. A lot of them are all like malnourished and fucking nappy and
yeah, when they're
seen
babies,
better
it's
days.
it's like their ears are bigger than their whole body.
Sometimes I've seen them and they like injured or whatever's happened to them, been in a fight or like, yeah, they're scrappy. I think they fight with each other and shit.
Yeah, a lot of times during mating, like they'll get mad, they'll get stuck to each other, and then one of them will get beat up by the rest of them being stuck. Like, yep, I'm gonna beat you up for being stuck to her. It's like we're all gonna jump you now.
Son of a bitch. I can buy 2 liters of milk, but I can't buy like a quart or yeah.
2 liters chocolate milk.
No,
Well, I mean,
regular
if
milk.
their measurements are in liters, then why would there be liters and quarts and gallons? You know, like most
This
countries
is
choose
2 liters
one
and
system
it's
or
in
another.
milliliters. No, it's broken down in milliliters.
Well, with liquids,
2 liters is 2,000 milliliters, but they sell
Yeah.
an 880 milliliter bottle and they sell a 480 milliliter bottle. But they don't give you the option to buy that on the app. It's just a 2 liter.
But the one thing with meter, millimeter, all this is it's easy math to like understand. Like, oh yeah, because it's decimal point or thousand is whatever gallons, quarts, all of our measurements. Yeah, they fucking cockamamie. You know what I mean? Like, oh, okay, so that's so many ounces, and this like theirs is like all just the power of 10, right?
Yeah.
So much easier to basically understand it, right? Like, oh, well, what's a quart? Well, yeah. And sometimes the history of where we got that is some cockamamie story too. Oh, it was like the measurement that was this or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah. George Washington's beer mug.
Oh,
It
even
was
with
a pint.
hydronutrients and all that. Like, yeah, I'd rather just stick to milliliters. I don't like it when they go like even at night. We were trying something they gave us at the store, and it was 1 or 2 teaspoons per gallon. Now I've
Which is
had this
10
happen
milliliters.
when I've looked at that and didn't pay attention. Next thing you know, I thought it meant tablespoon. Well, that's like even teaspoons and tablespoons. It's just stupid. How many mils is it? Fucking, let's cut to the chase. Because yeah, actually, what we did was we figured it out and figured out how many mils. Because the measuring thing I use is only has mils on it. But yeah, I mean inches and all that. It's same thing. It's like stupid compared to metric, I guess. But no, we had a chance. I remember years ago we were considering it. Remember, a long
Yeah,
time ago, but we
they
decided, oh
brought it up a
no,
few times.
yeah, no, we're gonna be the
Be
only
different.
place that stick to the stupid ass thing, yards and fucking weird shit, dude.
And don't
Miles.
think if you travel to like another country and they have a gallon, that their gallon is the same gallon that you get in the United States, because there are different gallons out there.
Well, at this point, it seems like the world has gone to the one system that makes more sense than any other
Metric.
system. Yeah, and they're just yeah. All right, there's nothing. So what? Like it would make things a lot easier across the board. They use it when they want to, because like, wait, we've always had what is it, the 2 liter Coke, right? Why is
Yep.
that in liters when everything else is in,
And not a half a gallon.
Yeah. Milk is in gallons, and yeah, it's whatever.
Yep. Milk over here is all in milliliters.
And
So
even
that's why I say a
ounces,
quart.
like at one point we're using grams and ounces. I guess that measurement is metric, right? Or no, that's not metric.
We got
Like
keys.
Grams is.
That's why they have
Gram
kilos
is.
and yeah, gram is part of that, but nothing else is, right? And that's why like an ounce
No.
isn't really 28 grams, it's 28 point something, right? Because right.
And then you have a troy ounce, which is what, 16 point some grams? Or no, it's 32 grams for a troy ounce, 32 and some change. Because there's only 12 troy ounces to a pound, 16 ounces.
Well, a long time ago, it was actually brickweed when I was like, I don't know how old. Yeah, I used to have a guy that I bought kilos from, and those like weighed 2.2 pounds. And then I'd sell pound and pound, and then I would always get to keep the 0.2 part. Like I like that. I remember that deal going, yeah, this is perfect. Sell the
Make 2
pounds,
ounces.
and yeah, you get the 0.2.
Which is actually like 3 ounces.
Well, it just seems so much time's gone by, and yeah, our system's just stupid. Even though I don't know the metric thing very much at all, but I know, whatever you call the English version.
You get over here and you're in the weed game, it comes really quick.
Yeah, on that I don't understand, but some of the other, like, what's a liter? I don't know. Like, how many liters to a gallon you say it is?
3.7
It's
something, 7.9.
yeah, it's just under 4.
Bonjour, Christophe.
And wait, isn't there 4 quarts to make a gallon, or only 2?
4.
4. So a liter's basically almost a quart, like give or take a little bit.
Bonsoir,
Yeah.
mon ami. Good evening, J5.
I'm sorry,
So
Kitty.
what have you been smoking on tonight, J5?
Yes, cool. Very nice.
I'm smoking the animal cookies by that apples and banana right now. This is the cookie wiener though.
A
Well,
cookie.
that's good.
Yeah,
I like
nice.
cookies.
How far north are you in Michigan? You up in the
What time of the year?
cold part?
Yeah,
You're in
that's
the
what I do. I'm in the
north.
southern part during the warm time of the year, and then when the winter comes, I go as far north as you can.
Okay.
I'm in the UP right now. I want to shout out to my friend Amanda. I think she might be watching and smoking with us.
That's a cold one.
Yeah, it is. Not for the weak of heart.
How far south do you go in the summer?
I'm by Traverse City when I'm downstate.
That's
So
still
north.
pretty far north.
Yep. Yep. About 5 hours
That's
from
like
here.
8 hours from Cleveland.
Yeah.
And 12 hours, actually.
You can go from the Keweenaw Peninsula to Detroit without stopping. You know what I mean? I think it's like 16 hours. You can be in Michigan the whole time. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
You know, my dog came in and he shook himself and like something landed over there by the kitchen. And I was like looking at it going, what the fuck? And then I went over and picked it up or got close, realized, what the fuck? It's a snail.
Don't smoke it.
No, it was big. It was a snail. And then I took it, threw it outside, but somehow a snail was on him and he shook it off.
No, I heard your story the other night about the doggy do have. Had me cracking up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've all been there. We all haven't lived necessarily, but we've all picked something up and it wasn't what it was supposed to be.
Yeah, and if you have 5 toy chihuahuas or whatever teacups or a few of them teacups, yeah, the poops are like these little tiny pellets. They look like hash.
It's too funny.
My cat was trouncing around in the leaves out front. He was jumping up and down, and I went out there and took a look, and there was this little tortoise out there. So I took him out to the back and over to the valley where there's a little creek, and I let him go over there. Yeah, I was talking about you. You were tormenting him.
Yeah, good thing I was muted. I was like, somebody's gonna eat that tortoise. Wait, I just unmuted myself to say that shit. I'm not wrong, man.
Hey.
Yeah, this apples and bananas smells like a fresh baby baba. Fresh baby nip. Baby nip. Dang it. Not the right word.
A binky.
Binky.
A binky.
Right. Thank you. Binky.
You're a raver. Like a raver chick.
I'm pulling out seeds from it right now. Got the banana, got Mendo, bro. White falling on it.
Yeah, this herb, this lime by or Chem D by Line 5 isn't a looker, but it's strong as hell. Yeah, the aroma's coming out of the trim bin right now. They're quite delightful. This is the one that got me all noited out the other night when I was on. I was like my third joint in. I was like, damn. I don't know. Can they see my face? It feels weird.
Funny.
Oh shit. I grabbed a beer. I want to have a beer with Cake in the Cup. What up, Cake in the Cup? I think Ned's in there too. Stony. What up, chat? This one's for you. That's right. Classy. That's how we do it in the U.
Youper.
Tastes like dirty water. Like I should have used my my filter straw.
Oh, it doesn't laundry.
Oh, you go to Flint?
Yeah. Yeah. Don't get me started on that shit. You guys want to see what I dug up my autos today? I'm gonna fucking plant all my autos this summer. Every freaking single one of them. So I'm an auto grower here. I start off with these little vials, huh? See what's in there. I'm a freebie freak, dude. I'm all about the lone vial. We got one from Mo Girl Grows. Anybody familiar with her or him? I don't know what it.
M-O.
Garden. Or no, Mo Girl, not Garden Girl, it says.
Okay. No.
Mo Girl Grows.
Don't know that one.
This is just like her. Mo Girl Grows? It's just table seeds in that one. And then I got this. I don't know who it is, but I know Mothman. This has got to be known. I don't know if you can see the little thing. Because it's Mothman. I know that's his shit. That's like a good one. Pardon me for me. I've got a Mephisto.
What kind of bird varieties you have?
What's that?
Oh, Captain Christoph asked what kind of bird varieties you have.
I hear him.
I have no idea. There's like 6 or 7.
I'm reading it on the. What variety of birds do you have, Cap?
I have no idea.
He has no idea.
No idea, Christoph.
Just say like bluebirds and stuff. He won't know the difference.
I was like pinches of it.
Just make up some cool ass birds.
Love you, bro.
He'll only read this back on his on his phone in a minute and know exactly what we're saying.
It's like,
yeah.
We got blue jays. We got robins.
Yeah, it's just the wild birds
Yeah.
there. That part.
Yeah, that's the thing. And, you know, like Bud, I think I'm going to end up like having to go get birds at my next house. If I move back to the States, I'll definitely have to get birds because it's something that I would miss here.
Dude, I look like Puff the Magic Dragon with the headlamp on.
Not pigeons in the backyard. They live in the garage. Gotta kick those suckers out. That's getting on everything.
Yeah.
Like pigeons, we have nighthawks. Bugs. They don't eat nothing.
I don't need to go to the store. I love it having shit delivered to you.
You give them an opportunity for dinner, Cap. You left that quarter still. So you would have had to just boil that sucker up and shit. Gross.
Anyway, this one is gold glue. I'm assuming a Gorilla Glue strong.
With gold, I don't know. Maybe the Golden Goat.
I don't know. I mean, it's got glue in it. It's got to have Gorilla Glue with some kind of auto. They have weird names for a bunch of those like reading autos you never heard of.
When I came to Thailand, it was like, I don't know any of these strains. And then I looked at a Spanish and Swiss autoflower company list, and they were all sitting there. Shit, I even seen a lemon G here advertised the other day. And I contacted the guy back. I contacted the guy and I said, hey, this
Trying to get
ain't
the
lemon
name.
G.
You'll never read that. This is a Gary Berry.
Dairy Fairy?
Gary
I
Berry.
have gold glue, and I can't find anything else. It's small.
Yeah, I looked them up too and then couldn't find shit. She had like a
small to
Insta page.
medium auto. That's all it says. Over and over. Small to medium auto. Over and over. Every different search engine. Or everywhere I can find.
I remember getting this one. This one's going to be cool. This is the Black Mamba auto from Rockbud.
Bro, I missed the Black Mamba so bad.
That's that Bahama Mama hit with a cookie or something.
Bro, the Black Mamba came out sick that was like so many years ago now. Over 9-10 years. 9 years.
Where sells it?
Damn.
Oh, here's Buddy's boy. Buddy's dude.
Masonic?
Can't even see it. Oh, James
James
Love.
Oh,
I was so lost when I was trying
James
to
Love.
What's this tag say though? I can't read the cross.
You gotta make the tags able to be read on YouTube.
This is the straw guava auto. Oh, straw guava gelato auto. My bad.
Okay.
This is strawberry guava hit with James's gelato auto, which is pretty dank fucking breeding plant. That's what we had in the excuse me throw off, buddy.
Yeah.
Some of that gelato.
Well, he's
auto.
used that. Yeah, and he's used that gelato in a lot of his line from a couple years ago too.
Yeah, these are his new ones. These are gonna be good. They'll probably dump too.
Green Fingers is supposed to ask me about Joe P.
That was me. Did you hear? Did you read my thing? What did I say? I can't read that shit.
Well, Ned Kelly.
Oh, I asked what it was like to share a panel with the pot god.
It was hard to because I think that guy's just
get a word in.
Well, he's really full of shit, man. And I think he's loaded on something.
I think he's on pills. I think he's on opiates.
Yeah, and yeah, he's whatever. He's the character.
Because if you remember early in one of those,
I don't want to be the one to try to dispute some of his, even the whole seed thing. And I'm gonna have this on my seeds are no one else, and my hash thing and no one else static. That's people have been doing that. You're not
for
nothing
centuries.
New. And hey, I pulled up what was that company that's whatever they sell T-shirts. They sell some seeds. They have this little section.
They sell the seeds, all the hype shit though, bro. I looked at their shit a month ago before I even knew that he was working with them. I was looking at Colorado seeds.
Well, even the way he describes him working with them, I have a feeling they're whatever relationship with isn't quite the way he describes it. Like he acts like it's his. He has access to all this and this and well, I don't see that guy doing the work necessary to really create package. See, like, wait, like, where's the picture? Do you grow anything in the last so many years? You haven't taken one picture to show me? No.
What was the other company
Cat,
before
they
this?
looked up his cat. And I
It's
can't remember what
funny
they said,
because,
but it was like a cartoon sticker on it or something like that.
I remember when he first came around, and I think he had just was kind of new to Oklahoma. He moved there from wherever else, and he was praising Oklahoma. And then now, so like a year, whatever time later, oh, he's like, fuck Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How trash all the fucking places are because you got to see it finally. You know, it's like, well, now you see the trash.
Yeah. I knew way
And-
before there
and-
was nothing in Oklahoma for me.
Like somehow, like he has like a boat, like he like Ed Rosenthal's is one of his big, like, he hates him. He hates Bubble Man bags. He hates the Dutch.
He has a thing for the
They
Dutch.
stole everything from
The
him.
Dutch have fucked us over, and the Dutch this, and the Dutch. I'm like, yeah, I don't know, dude. Yeah, I think all that, it's hilarious. It's great content, and yeah.
Well, the thing that he did describe that was very cool was the Black Tuna Gang or whatever. And then I went and watched the video on that, and then I was like, "Well, it's the only true thing that he
Well,
talked
a lot
about."
of
But I don't think he had
I
anything to
watch a
do with
lot of shit, and a lot of what he knows is from
it.
watching
He knows
shit.
he knows the good stories that make
But at
sense.
the
right?
same
And
time,
he
when
said
he
that
does
good.
have a good point, like he does have a point on some things, as
On
far as the
some
government goes and this and that.
Well, wait,
There's
I'll
some,
put
like
it
even if
this
you
way.
agree with something he says, you can't take him seriously because of all
No,
the
you
other
can't.
bullshit.
Even when
Exactly.
Smiley was like, "Oh
Exactly.
yeah, it didn't work on the males and stuff." Well,
It's kind of like a
like if it's
conspiracy theorist that's always on
if you're
that shit.
12
They
and
get
12
right.
or whatever his weird light thing is, which
Yeah.
I
It's 12,
first
5,
read
12,
about
1,
that
5 or whatever.
way back
1,
in the
5,
early
1, 5.
2000s, and those threads are probably still
Yeah, 12 1.
accessible on the forums, right?
Yeah, it's something that's been done since the 1800s.
Yeah, it's called the lantern technique, and
5,
it's
1,
not
5.
like. And so for him to even claim that he invented it, sorry, dude. Like,
Because
the
the Dutch
tulip.
were doing that and
Yeah, the Dutch
forever ago.
that you hate so
In
much,
Scandinavian
right?
countries up in Norway and Sweden and Finland.
Oh, but he
And
wrote
like,
a book, remember?
It's the only way they could grow food.
That's his point. But I wrote a book. And then,
no, I like on Eagles when he was saying
blows my mind.
Then I wrote
when
a
he,
book.
But
when
I
he
wrote the
was
book
saying
about
that he wrote some articles, right? But it would be really, really hard, and like it's not gonna no one's gonna be able to find it, like searching, like which means wait, you wrote articles and they're not like searchable, like everything is like a high time article, every single one of those is or accessible. I don't know. There's a lot of BS in the whole thing, but he's trying. I give him one thing. He's trying.
He's sticking with
Now,
that story, bro.
I believe he might have like the whole hash thing when he was a young guy and a swashbuckler. He probably was up to some stuff like, it's not this guy because like. Even him saying he's going to Pakistan, all those places, I'm like, I watched and saw what it took for Joldry and GW and a few others to make a pilgrimage over there. And yeah, I'm not so sure that guy and his bullshit ain't gonna fly.
No, it was a different time then.
This is a whole different time. He's talking a long time ago too, and we have to remember it's not yesterday.
Well, I remember this one thing. when he was telling the stories and when he first was on Eagle, some of his stories was, I forget what rare animals, but he was
He's
basically
gotten better
saying,
on the show. I'll give him that. On 3 tries, he's gotten
yeah,
better
but
at
at
the
one
show.
point, like where
We're not
that's
hearing
what,
his late power bill anymore.
like I'm like an animal advocate type my whole life. So he was basically saying that they would use these animals to put the drugs in and then smuggle it here and then basically dispose the animal once they got the drugs out, right? I don't know if anyone caught that he like told some story where he basically was saying that, oh yeah, at one point we were using these rare animals and we would get them, you know, like permitted to be shipped over, but we were really just stuffing them full of drugs and then or hash.
I saw that movie too, Joe.
Yeah, all right. But like,
Right.
there's some like low blow things you can be involved in, and then there's like, well, what? You're talking about some rare fucking species of animal that you fucking
that's a
did that
no-go
to?
zone.
Okay, what I am saying, for one, he's gotten better at the interview. Those first couple were rough, boy. Like, and he's not calling out Frenchie and calling out people like that. He didn't do any of that bullshit this time. He didn't get personal with it anyway. I can't watch that. I never really dug the Danny Danko show, but I would watch it just because of something to watch, you know, or catch it or whatever. I can't make it through an episode now ever since hearing the story about him punching out Danny Danko at the High Times event. I can't take the dude seriously. Not that I really could before anyway, but I can't believe he got punched out by Joe.
Have you found that any other place in print or
That shit just
anything?
cracks me up because that is one of his stories that is actually true, and that shit is hilarious.
Well, I mean, I think he's been like in this position.
I like Danny Danko, but like his show is just not for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know Danny from the High Times.
I mean, I'm not,
I
yeah, but I
partied with
can't
him.
feel
He's
the fact that Joe,
Danny
that
Danko.
the King of Ass punched him out, dude.
I've gotten him tickets to shows and shit in the past, and like,
He's a good
I
dude.
found him to be okay.
Yeah. But
I mean,
Joe,
yeah.
I said,
Hey, I'm not promoting violence, but dude, that's pretty fucking funny.
Like okay, it's not like he has all these beefs with everybody, but there's no what's his crew? Is there anybody with any reputation at all that supports him? No, I don't know of any.
He's a wolf pack of
like
one.
It's not like, oh, I run with this guy, so I did. No, not one person has anything to say. Like, no, like, and as I'm 60 years old, I'm happy-go-lucky. It's not easy to stay happy-go-lucky, right? You have to work at it. So I look at guys like him and I'm Coot and a few others. They're older than me. That man, they got the biggest chip on their shoulders, right? Bitter about whatever the fuck, right? Like, oh no, that'd be like, oh, I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. But like those guys are like caught up in it to where they don't even see it, right? But like to like have beef with so many things, oh, that takes a lot of energy, man.
Keeping these
he
eyes
passionately has beef. Like he passionately has beefs with all these things. Like he can go from one to another, and it's like, oh yeah, Ed Rosenthal.
Dump of weed, bro. He's
okay,
like,
that's gonna cost me that
weed.
quarter review did me in.
And I mean, I know Ed. Most likely, yeah, Ed's a snarky motherfucker. So like,
yeah, but he's still a good dude.
Yeah, he's a good dude. Like, there's nothing. Ed's not some enemy of fucking the world.
And Danny's cool too.
I'd be curious to know what those like Ed's probably. This guy's been at Ed's tail for years before these last few years. So he's been.
Everybody wanted to be Uncle Ed back in the day, dude.
Yeah, you know. I wonder what Ed, because I can imagine Ed's probably if you
his
could
job.
get the right moment.
He's had an attitude from the beginning that he's like better than everybody in the cannabis.
Yeah, but some people are just, dude. We have those people in our.
Like
It
I
doesn't
put
make
in
them
the type.
bad dude. They can be like snarky, freaking original pot fucking snobs, but
there's
yeah. And that shit, like that shit with Eagle and shit, you know, like, yeah, he's old and shit, but still, come on, man.
well, he's trying to get a buck, you know,
Yeah, but
whatever.
I mean, just
He's
because you don't agree
always
with somebody,
tried to get a buck.
can't be a dick. I get it. He was kind of a dick. I tried to give him a pass, but no, he is kind of a dick.
I think he's not that bad.
Because I read his shit. That's how I learned to grow.
He's not any worse
my
than
little
any
tip.
other
He's not really, you know what I mean?
Medium.
That fucking
He's
that
just-
fucking
he-
that shit, dude. I was all about it.
he's like a relic, you know, like
Now he is. He can't remember stuff.
I could just type up Ed on my phone, and then it's gonna go Rosenthal.
Super photographer.
That's all I look for is weed stuff, and I guarantee right now, if I just put Ed, it's gonna put this whole shit up. Watch.
And it should just bring up photographer because that's what my Mel Franks book calls him.
Eddie OG.
A photographer.
Hey, what does he release?
Yeah.
He released something to the public. Didn't he some strain? Didn't he make something cool?
Well, I mean,
He
it's part
released
of
a strain called Super Bud, but I don't think it ever took off. It
That's
was a
what it
longer
was.
flowering. It was a
Superbud.
longer flowering plant.
It's like a grin spoon or something.
But like whichever side of the beef you're on, like even if like beefs are successful as far as getting you some kind of attention. Like it's you know, if your product can't speak for itself, well then you have to
Come
use
on,
other
y'all.
means to
This is
achieve.
pot, not fucking hip hop.
Well, but there's a lot of hip hop in pot. Just like me being from LA and seeing the LA culture of
Gotta take the
cannabis.
pot back, yo.
Hip hop
Pop,
is
not
definitely entrenched inside
Rest in peace, MF Doom.
cannabis.
Vaudeville villain. I'm high as hell. Don't mind me.
No, but what I was going to say
That,
is
yeah,
there's a
that
saying
cookie is
called
fucking banana.
when
Got me.
you're like a legend in your own mind, and that one fits him perfect. Like because even how he tells stories or whatever, it's like yeah, he's a legend in his own like story. Like he's a legend. He's declared himself a legend. He thinks he's a legend.
Seems legit.
I ain't nobody. I'm just another soul.
Most legends are long since passed on before they're given
A
legend
legend.
status. Like so when you try to be a legend or like, you know, portray yourself as a legend, think of yourself as a legend. Well, I don't know, that's creepy.
Legend is a Neil Young album to me. What's legendary?
Yeah.
Nothing. It's just a fucking word. And a hell of an album.
Yeah, that just made me like yeah, Neil doesn't play that much. It sucks. I loved Neil. Like, yeah, he didn't play all that much before, but he played. Seen a lot of Neil Young shows, but then lately it's I've only seen a couple, and they were him just sitting in and doing a few songs. And the acoustic show that was cool, but yeah, some of these guys, maybe they just won't rock. You know, you can only rock in so long, and then you too
I
old.
was always the Neil guy when it came to CSNY, and I saw a bunch of Crazy Horse shows.
Crazy Horse, Promise of the Reals, even really good.
Yeah, it's like the late '90s and shit. Pretty much, I saw most of my Neil in the 2000s, early 2000s. But yeah, he was rocking back then. It's fucking 20 years
I mean,
ago.
the storyline of the
is.
Promise of the Real and how that is. But I mean, the reality of that is the two guitar players in that band is Willie Nelson's kids, Lucas and Mika.
You can
And
play that.
oh,
Which one's
however it
that?
happened, like Willie raised them and brought them into music to a certain degree. But then when it came time to them at the certain age to really get their chops and fucking go to on a national touring level and all that, yeah, it was the years they played with Neil, and Neil really honed. The one who really benefited the most is Lucas, because Lucas will be an artist for a long time. Lucas Nelson, he's good, but like where he really became good was the years he was in Promise of the Real. And that all, like, if you don't know the story, like there was Neil Young's Christmas party and they hired this band to play for the party, and they were from Texas, Promise of the Real, and they did Neil Young cover. That's what the band did. And then somehow when whatever happened, they became Neil's band for the last 5-6 years. I don't
That's
think
crazy.
I don't know if we'll see Promise of the Real shows anymore, but because Lucas tours with Promise of the Real and pretty much has his own thing going. And Mika, that's his other son, the younger one. He's a different kind of guitar player. He's like spacey, like he comes at it a whole different way. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to look into them more. Yeah, that's where I caught that shit, buddy. You were at the show that I watched. They just like replayed it on like national TV or some shit, right? And I went by my mom's to have dinner.
Oh
And
no, the Willie Nelson 90. I went both nights. I seen it.
yeah,
Dude. That was legendary.
I knew it was the show you were at because I saw the skyline, and I remember seeing your Instagram thing or something with that
I
crazy
forget what
skyline.
month that was, but not 23 wasn't all bad. There were some good shows. Yeah. Like because COVID, like I've been in chasing music since 78, right? As my main occupation. Yeah, COVID, like, 9/11 happened, a bunch of things happened. Oh no, COVID derailed the whole thing. Like it came to a screeching halt for whatever amount of time and then slowly got going. Even looking back, I remember going to dead shows where you had to show your vaccination card to get in, right? And even a lot of
when I came
I
out,
want to talk about it.
Yeah.
I'm like getting angry already.
like weren't into getting vaccinated, but all they needed to do was like take a photocopy because you could just show your phone. So they would take like whatever anybody's vaccination card and just show it. And so like it didn't even do anything because like the people that didn't vaccinate, they still just showed some bullshit and got in the show anyway.
yeah,
It was stupid.
exactly.
Oh, and then the band and all that, and a lot of that was whatever. They had this thing called the bubble, and like even the crew, I was sent a copy of the agreement. Everyone had to sign.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Oh my god! But like we can all look back at it and joke and say whatever, but fuck,
Oh, dude,
that
I'm
was
not
crazy.
happy about it at all.
Yeah, that was some real weird
I
shit.
got a fucked up story for you.
And like I look at my life and the two things that I like look at and go, there was life before this and then after 9/11. Like life was one way. Like even the simple thing, I don't know, but I used to know that you could just walk up on a plane. You didn't have to go through anything, right? And people that were picking up the airport could come right to the thing when you got off the plane. That's where they met you, right when you walked off. Pre 9/11. And then 9/11, oh my God, you guys still take off your shoes and do fucking this, blah, blah. Like, and many other things that we gave up, way of life. And then COVID. Oh my God, it's like two things in whatever amount of years where, like, as far as like how we used to live or how it used to be, oh, those are these markings in history where, yep, that's where the changes happened. Where, like, oh, we gave up all that. Oh, then we gave up even more. Basically, freedoms or just the way it, like, yeah, we just accept all this shit.
I'm gonna attempt to say this word here. This is a pack of Mephisto. Can you guys read that? Probably not.
Now, Mephisto does the autos, right?
Yeah, these are all auto packs that I'm showing. These are all the autos I have.
Is that because you can do an auto crop in the off season and
No, it's just because I'm a seed junkie, so I have tons of fucking seeds. I just
now,
can't. I buy and trade, and I used to
grown autos. Oh, you grew a couple autos.
What's that?
Yeah, I'm not sure if the autos are even worth the price of the pack of seeds, are they? Like, is it like it's okay? It's smoke. Yeah.
I didn't pay like.
Oh, because like I've never paid for an auto seed, but I know what they like. It's not.
These are dude. I probably paid. I probably got all these Mephisto packs and this. I probably got all.
I've never grown anyone but James Loud.
I got all these
but
packs
I've
for the
heard
price of one of them.
Mephistos are like way better as far as autos go. Like, because that's what that guy does. Pretty much all he does,
Everything I've
right?
thrown out. Pretty much everything I've thrown up here is pretty much heat.
I've grown a bunch. I have some autos.
As far as autos go, anyway.
I just haven't sprouted them yet, but they're James Loud, but they're OG Kush autos.
Yeah, those are nice. Those are his ganja farmer ones.
In the off time here.
It's the ganja
off
farmer.
season. Yeah, so
here we go. I mean, this is a pack of Mephistos. Hubba Bubba Smelling Scope.
Like, I think of autos as more like a gimmick thing, or like it's not really growing weed.
Here, let me read the back of the Mephisto pack. These are our first collection of connoisseur automatics made from scratch, with works beginning as early as 2009, which were released in 2012 to the public, then continually developed, refined, and stabilized each year after. Woo, there's more. I'm not reading it all. So that's the Hubba Bubba Smelling Scope. Yeah, and then the other ones I had was the James Loud, the Rock Buds, and I think this Mo Girl Gross is gonna be fire too, dude. I just have a good feeling about Gary's Berry Auto. It's a iced gusher hit with an outer space candy.
Auto.
That would be kind of cool. And then I got the old. Who knows what this will be? It says it's a wedding cake.
Wedding cake.
Barney's
auto.
Yeah, these are all autos.
Well, when you called yourself a seed
it
junkie,
says
you weren't kidding.
Barney's. That's the wrong word.
What's that?
Barney's Farm.
Oh, I know. That's what I said. It's going to be, who knows what it is. It says it's going to be a wedding cake. I doubt it will be. One of my first packs I ever well, we got packs back in the late 90s. A buddy of mine had balls and fucking just ordered it. And it was, we lost one, I think, and we got two. But anyway, when I as an adult bought them, fully grown man adult shit, I bought a Barney's Farms. It was the first shit that popped up on the Google search, pretty much. and it was I found it the other day. It was supposed to be orange sherbet, like a cherry pie cross of some sort that they did, and all 5 popped, and all 5 were different plants, from Jack
Yep.
Terps to sherbet, dude, and like everything in between. Not a single plant was like another. I just thought
Well,
that was pretty funny.
his guy that did his genetics for him, that got in with him, I should say, and like made his UK cheese really famous out of there. Wanted to pull all of his genetics and
it's one seed.
get out of them, and he ended up when the guy was harvesting, he ended up calling the cops on him and got him busted.
He's a narc.
And then he went in and took all the genetics out while the guy was in jail. That's how he got Barney's Farm genetics, all of it now.
Rippers get composted.
Oh yeah, that's not the original Barney's Farm.
That's the original Barney's Farm.
Not this.
Excuse me,
who did the Amnesia Haze?
Or exclusive sample.
Amnesia Haze was it won the High Times.
It's an exclusive sample. Thank you very much.
Maybe.
It's one seed. I don't even know where it came from. Tell you the truth.
The bud you just
one
smoked.
seed. Look at all that fucking packaging for one motherfucking seed, dude. One seed. Last 3 holders. It weighs about fucking an ounce and a half.
It didn't say auto fem though, did it? It just said auto. Right?
Oh, it does. It doesn't, does it? Your good fucking eye, dude. That would have pissed me
It
off.
didn't say much of anything. It looked like a total knockoff, actually.
It'd be fucking hilarious if it was a male.
I bet it is a reg. I ain't gonna plant it. Fuck that. I'm gonna plant this one though.
That's why they put it 1 per package. Here, think this one's really special, right in your garden.
Well, you get the one's a fem. Your one isn't a fem, it's just a rig.
I already showed you that one.
It doesn't say.
This is a sour bubbly.
I guess so.
Well, you know, I did see a place where they're giving out 1 or 2 seeds that were regs for freebies.
Oh, this one's dope. I remember getting this one though. This is the Creme de la Compton from Night Owl.
I guess you can fem, but you can't self an auto.
You can self these.
Well, an auto.
Yeah. You can't clone. You can clone it.
That's the whole problem.
It's not going to grow in anything.
You can stealth it though.
No, but
you can. I could S1 this if I want, or it'd be like I don't know what it would be. I'd have to look at it.
It'd be a well. It probably was.
Depending on what you hit it with, you get fucking backdrop really easy because it's got everything in it.
So if you fend it, then it would be an S.
Yeah,
you can do it to it.
An S1 fem fucking.
You couldn't do it to itself.
Auto fem.
Unless it was just
S1 auto fem of the Chem de la Chem F4 by Wilson F1.
Bisexual.
Yeah, I bet this will be dope, dude. Throw a little gas on that Wilson. Come on now.
Wilson's got a nice 75 taste to it.
That's nice. It's got a born on date and everything on that motherfucker. That's another gift pack, another freebie. Hey, I'd like to point out that where is it? Fast Buds. This is a Star Dog, but I'd like to point out the fact that they have a crystal meth auto in case any of you would like to venture down that road.
Sounds good.
Yeah, they got their whole list on the back of it.
I'm gonna take an F2 Star Dog and open pollinate it.
Oh, this is a femme. It says this one's a femme. I'll pop that one. Star Dog. That'd be cool if it actually was. I already did that. That's it, folks. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200. But we ain't going to jail. Ow!
Star Dog, Sensi Star Cross. There you go.
Let's go. That was a lot of seeds. That's gonna be a run. That's gonna be your next run.
Yeah. Well, that's winter time. Winter time in the UP is 8 months. 3 months per plant, or 75. Yeah, 70 days to 90 days of plant. You only get like 5 packs or 5 seeds per pack. Because usually autos are feminized.
Yeah, the fact that you can't clone them just makes them.
Well, they're made for
most people.
They're made for people that, you know, have a place on the balcony and want to have one plant. That's why the seeds are like $20 a piece.
Yeah.
On some of them.
I have grown them. Like it was actually when I wanted something right away, as fast as possible. It was when
but you could grow them anywhere in the world underneath regular sunlight. That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
So even here in Thailand, you're still going to end up with a 2 to 3 foot tall plant and probably end up with, you know, 3, maybe 4 ounces of bud.
It has its place.
And when you're living in a city like, you know, even New York, and you can pull that off, you know, on your balcony.
Yeah. Right. If you can't control the lights.
Something's better than nothing.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd want to smoke weed grown on the outside of a balcony of one in Bangkok or New York because of all the shit in here.
Wish we could play music. What if we played Dead in the background?
Can't.
Isn't there something with their music where you can or something? It's live? Alex Hardy does it all the time.
Yeah, we'd have to ask Alex how he gets around that then.
I think it's just playing live shows, like not on, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I could be wrong, but he does it. Maybe he just don't care. He's hardcore like that.
See, I can sit in the places here in Thailand really and get away with it because it's Thai and there's also Thai people talking in the background.
Well, no, you can blame Warner Brothers. And the Dead put out a lot at this point, either Dick's Picks or Dave's Picks, which are total live shows. And they do it under technically the distribution of Warner Brothers. And then, so the algorithm picks up pretty much that. How Hardy gets away with it, he's playing live shows that are usually tapers, not like.
Oh, he's put.
Yeah, and a lot of them are. Maybe the algorithm is in the background, but because Warner Brother owns all the rights, because they've distributed the record, whether it's the songs that are on the studio albums or all the live albums. Yeah, it pretty much locks up their whole catalog in that type of copyright shit. And a lot of it is to get money for the people who are the writers of the music, because that's some of the where the rules and laws are coming from, as far as the copyright stuff goes too.
And that's why I've never had a problem buying a ticket to Warren shows. Because when Warren plays someone else's music, he pays that royalty to them or to the estate, whatever.
Good on you, Warren.
Well,
And
he
I
can
love
play
it
it
when-
live in concert. Then you don't have to pay no royalty for doing that. But if you use it in a broadcast or in a album or release, then you have to, even if it's just a stream or
Yeah.
That's a lot of even what the writers who just got, even though those were movie writers, it's still the writers. Songwriters have their own union. Yeah, it's those unions that fight for what's right, because now that people don't really buy music, because why would you? It's up on all these different things, and there's a revenue stream. Like, what's the main music one? Yeah, they pay like 0.0 something percent Spotify, like such a low amount of money. I saw like some kind of thing that pointed out that how many plays or that an artist a song got, and then how much that equated to money. And it's like, they pay YouTube content guys way more,
a hell lot more.
Right, like some of these guys have gotten super rich from having a lot of views. That's not how it goes with people's music. The opposite.
Cheers, Kicker.
Cheers, bro.
It's still cold because I got it cold in here. Still 60-60 in it over here, boys.
Cheers,
Kind of warm. It's kind of warmer in the winter weather up here.
Yeah. I'm saying that about Thailand.
Still spongy as a motherfucker. Woo!
But the sun's about to go down, and I can feel that moisture coming in.
Oh, it's cold as fuck. Look at me, dude. I'm fucking Eskimo. Got the fucking fur hood on and all that.
Cheers.
I got a Stormy Cromer on, dude. That's how fucking used I am.
And I'm sitting outside in a t-shirt, shorts.
Google it. I ain't taking my hat off. Stormy Cromer. Well, this dude, he was a minor league baseball player, Didn't really make big money in minor league ball. So he worked on the railroad, and his fucking baseball hat would always fly off. So his little old lady sewed some flaps on it and made a Stormy Cromer. So it's like a baseball hat, but it has these little flaps that you pull down over your ears. Kind of Elmer Fudd, I guess, but more sleek. Set up for the train. Take those gusts of wind. Stormy Cromer, yeah. They hand them out at the border when you move here,
At the border. See, they even think they're in their own little world.
Oh yeah, they got like a state of Jefferson kind of thing going up here. I can't remember what it is though. Something, something really revolutionary, bro. Excuse me. That freaking that Bosch Light really got a little fucking burpee to her. Tastes like burpee. How's that beer? Burpee.
Montre-nous ta drogue.
That. Ah.
You know, it sucks. Like, it's got to be probably going on 6 months since we sprouted these seeds, and then we grew out the seed moms, and then we grew out the clone run. Even on the seed moms, I was like, yeah, it's stony, it's fucking beefy, but it's no terp, doesn't have much smell. And then, yeah, it's like a thing where you just want to believe, like you spent so much time, and there should be no reason that, yeah, it's like a waste of time. Like,
what strains are you talking about?
It's just one that Masonic made that he doesn't sell, or maybe he gave some away, but he took the rainbow belts and crossed it into the OG that I've had since '99.
Okay, so it didn't kind of turn out the way you wanted it to.
Well, it's definitely got the stoniness of the OG. Nah, it doesn't have that gas. No, I don't know. Whatever cross didn't make any good. It doesn't taste bad. It's like, oh, like no one's gonna complain, right? But
Yeah.
oh, I don't like. Oh, it's done. Like we killed the moms, but we decided no, okay, we wasted whatever amount of time. On to the next one.
Yeah. You
But
got some killer clones to plug right in.
Sometimes when you're making those decisions, like, oh, I know, like over there, our decisions are much more black and white. Where like if I was running this, my normal thing here over the years, oh, I would have like still probably kept running a little bit. I wouldn't have just like killed it off. I would have thought, oh, maybe the next batch will come out the way it's supposed to, but usually it doesn't. Either the first fucking toke of it,
the place.
When you finish the first little bit, even if the seed mom plant it's going to get better than that. The first toke you take of something that is worth keeping and it's worth the time, right away. It's like, oh my God, that's dank. That's this. It's like, it's all that. Like,
such a good feeling.
I don't know what the percentage
5
is.
seconds after the exhale, because that's when the head high should hit you or the rush should hit you, and you go, wow, and you go, yep, that's a winner.
And sometimes, no matter how it looks, how it smells while it's growing, no, it doesn't. None of that matters until it's finally trimmed, cured up, and then you smoke it. That's the only like way to like know if it's anything worthy of keeping forward. I'm just glad that most people that smoke weed, they're not as much of a like nitpicker as I am. Like if I was somebody's customer, oh, I'd be the worst.
I'd be an asshole.
Because like so many things like even things that I grow like that look great and should be great. Nah.
You can't have everything when you're running through seeds. You're gonna find some that you like, and some you're gonna be
Or
like, oh yeah,
clones.
I'm really gonna
Or
like
clones.
this, and then
It
you
doesn't
grow it
matter if
out,
it's
and you're
seed or
like,
clone.
wow, that's exactly not what I was thinking it was gonna be. I don't like that.
Or clones are the same way. A lot of times, ones that yield a lot, meet certain criteria, aren't like, I don't know what it is, like stony or really a kind of stone that I describe as a sense of well-being. Like a lot of
A
the weed
happy high.
yeah, like yeah, that kind of weed. Um, yeah, but and some of the weed that is popular now definitely that isn't like that. It's all this terpy and whatever flavor, but none of
Oh,
those are that
there's
stony.
still some like that.
No, I
Like that shit.
know. Like that's what
Yeah.
but certain people like that's what I realized. Someone else packed the same hunt the same group of seeds. They would probably pick different phenos because which hey, even 30 years ago, I probably would have picked phenos like that were the more tasty or smelled the best growing, but I know that sometimes those aren't always the ones that have the best high. I think the only criteria that I use, the one that matters the most, because they all matter, is stoniness or the high. But like even my partners, they don't even they I say talk to them, but like I can tell they don't have the same they don't smoke weed the same way
Tolerance.
like that.
No.
Yeah.
This
And they don't look
here,
at it that way.
this one here, it's not this plant. This one's sister is the only plant I wish I would have kept. There is one plant out of that Chem D by line 5 that made me like really uncomfortable with the first time I smoked it, and it gave me the dab sweats. And like after I figured out, like, whoa, okay, that's what's going on here. I hadn't been high like that in a minute, and
Oh man, last year I hung out with Trevor, Sungrown Mids, and he had all these Malawi crosses, and he warned me. And I
this
remember
isn't anything
saying
like that sort. No, I've
we
heard
were
that one.
driving in rainy traffic for like 3 hours up to LA from down here, and he had all these huge blunts, and I remember saying, "Oh, I smoke. I have a tolerance. Like, no, weed's not going to get me like that." He warned me that it was racy. I remember him saying, "Oh, it's super racy," and I
Yeah.
felt like I had eaten
Zing.
like too much caffeine pills or something, or drank too strong a coffee, or was jacked up, not on speed, not like an amphetamine, but like too much caffeine. Like it was
I'm all hopped
uncomfortable.
up on the table.
And he had somewhere on my table, it's probably getting old, is like a zip or a Mylar thing with Malawi crossed into Wilson, and I won't even smoke it. No, like even after that experience, he gave me some, so I used it at home in my own way, and sure enough, you smoke a few hits of this shit, and you're like, well, I guess if you want to get up and do stuff, but usually when I'm smoking weed, it's to relax and not do shit. Or I'm lazy and procrastinate, and weed's part of it. So, like, weed getting me all like racy, that's weird.
I like that.
See, now
I
this
know
one
some
did that,
people
buddy,
like
but
that.
for like the first 10 minutes until I realized, oh, I'm really high. You know, and then you like it, and then I like settle back in, and then it's like my favorite herb all summer. You know, like I want to smoke it every day now. You know.
Yeah, well, Malawi is, I think.
So this was not a
like,
Malawi high, no, nothing like that. Like
yeah,
a nice
like
stone setting.
out of all the strains, like there's some strains that have an uplifting high and give some energy and stuff, but none like this Malawi. Like Malawi's like, yeah, true, like racy. Yeah, that's the only way you can describe it. It's like racy.
Gue tuh bapak gila ke Bali, Bali, Bali.
Yeah, Pakistan.
Lemon tree times sky color kush times banana
Nice.
Yeah, I grew that a bunch. Green fingers. I grew it indoor and outdoor.
Oh,
I
no,
just remember.
Yeah, I put the banana.
Oh, well, that's even gonna be better. But the lemon tree, sky color, and the lemon tree, that was one that, like, when you rub the stem or when it was close to being finished, it wasn't like a lemon. No, it smelled like if you scratched or like was like climbing in a lemon tree. That the smell of the lemon tree, the bark or the tree. That's what that one. Like I was like, yeah. It was one of those times when I realized, oh, the name fits the fucking product exactly. Because like, you could call lemon anything, right? But oh no, this one was lemon tree because it smelled like the lemon tree. Where some weeds, yeah, they get a little creative with the names. I think, and the imagination is a powerful thing. So like, I'm sure when a customer buys something that's set in the name says this, they already preconceive that they taste that, even if it's not there.
Yeah.
I mean, even like we're not immune to that either. Like I remember the first couple batches of apple bananas, and I remember thinking, oh, I guess I smell a little apple. I was like, now that I've grown it for a year, I okay, it's called apples and bananas, but don't expect it to taste like apples and bananas. Oh, dank ass, funky fucking gas. Yeah, it's that. But I don't know where the apple banana came from.
Yeah,
I do know. I mean, I don't know the facts, but I know that this is a compound strain in a
burner, bro.
Burner that, from what I can see from the videos I've watched, the burner, they bring him all these jars that are like basically pheno numbers, and then he smokes, decides what, and then anoints the name on this stuff, right? Like that's his cut, which, well, obviously he probably has some success with that because, yeah, his, and he does, like when those guys bring him, whichever contracted grower he's involved with, bring him these jars and all the different phenos. He seems to pick out winners, but I mean, any seasoned smoker would probably not have that much problem doing that. I mean, I don't think it's like some kind of talent that,
Nice.
I think he just has enough power or whatever. He anointed himself to be this guy.
Very nice.
Yeah, the other Mando Breath banana got turned into tangerines like 6 months later. I was like, damn, I went in there to go pull a nug out, smoke it, and I was like, this is just all tangerines now. It's fucking turned into orange. What the hell happened? It's crazy. The new one smells like grapes and papaya and like tonsil stones.
The banana daddy at 60 days changes, like drops off dramatically. So I could see where there could be a big change for you. And I've also been talking for like 5 minutes, like muted. Fuck.
Hey, am I on mute?
No,
Yeah,
No.
yeah, you're on mute. I
Why
can't
aren't
hear
you
you.
guys glad?
but I'm glad we're all here. This is great. I'm glad Fumi like kept it going.
Yeah, thanks,
Yeah.
Jimmy. I probably wouldn't be trimming if I didn't come on here.
Well, I appreciate you guys spending your evening with me. It's cool. I
Yeah.
usually don't have
When-
people to talk to around this
When
time.
I was muted at work, like my partner and I had to discuss like how we're gonna, the New Year's coming, and so we're taking down this next round, and when it'll be dry, it'll be 24. And so we have a new plan of how to like rein in our it's three people that are a trim crew, which they're all their own characters and have to be treated certain way because that's how they are. But yeah, we've let them come and do their thing at will, and two of the three like sometimes only come in and work like a short period of time, and then we have these little slips where they fill out the weight, the this, the kind, the time, date. But like, yeah, it used to be that the three of them would be scheduled and they would work from whatever time we started until we were done. Minus like, oh, you got to go home and sleep or whatever, or if not, sleep right here or get up and finish.
Or do
Right.
cocaine for 5 days in a row.
Well, that was a long
Four.
time ago.
Four.
Cocaine and
Dude,
trimming don't
when we were
go.
pulling down like 300-pound flats, dude, yeah, you just
Oh yeah. But like,
you're working.
so
Like it's a little dirty little hidden, not so hidden secret. Yeah, people do drugs
it's a lesson I've learned
when they
like
grow pot.
a dozen times.
A lot of people
and
rely on some kind of powder in some way, shape, form to get through those harvests.
But this
I
lesson
don't
I've
recommend it by
learned
any means. Just saying shit
like
happens.
like a dozen times in my life, and and all of our workers are trustworthy, good people. That's not the question. Yeah, if you give an inch, they take a mile because over the time when you just basically let them manage it themselves. One, they all don't like each other. So like however it's scheduled, there's no more all three of them work together and then no, they one comes when she's not there, the other
You gotta
one
have a
comes.
good crew mom is the key. Someone to keep them
Yeah.
fed, keep them happy.
Yeah, well,
Remember back in the day when you could do shit like that? Like rent your fucking chef
ultimately,
friend for the summer to like keep
between
everybody fed.
the partners, like we don't supervise them at all anymore. But then we're like, we don't like how the results are, right? Not the quality. That wait, you
The
still haven't
quantity.
finished the last batch, and we're like wanting to take down the next one, and what happened? Like, and now it can't be bitching too hard because it's holidays and Christmas and that, and everyone has their dramas and everything. A lot of this is no. We went from 200 a pound for years to 75 a pound. 75 a pound, right? So you can't drive them too hard either because, like I wouldn't do that for 75 a pound.
Oh God, no, dude. Oh shit.
But
well, that was dead.
Hey, like in the math of it, like that's that. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like roughly
Paid by the
like
sweatpants.
in our weird math where we used to pay people along the way, defoliate team or this, that, the other. No, because on one unit, if our labor gets more than 10% of the price, oh no, you can't have that. Right? Even 10% of the price is kind of high of labor. You know what I mean? Even when we were
even better than a 200 a
paying
pound, Dave?
200 a pound, the reason we paid 200 a pound was, we used to get a price per pound that was that person's share of that, right? Well, now the share of it's only this. It was a hard thing. We had to let two of our oldest and most dedicated workers. Yeah, I understood. One's my good friend, Lindsay. She even though even she was over here the other night and she was checking to see if we were still paying that amount and maybe feeling me out that she might need some work. So now a year or so later, maybe, but her thing was, yeah, but for 9 years, I got paid this. I can't lower myself. I understand your guys' problem, but I feel whatever, right? And I get that. All these things have been the roughest thing of this transition of the last so many years. Is some of those personal things like that, because it's not like it's Walmart where you just hire people through HR or whatever. No, I've always only
personal.
Yeah, and that's not easy to maintain and have long-term trustworthy relationships. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's hard. Even I've seen data out of the California cannabis industry that cannabis jobs in general, which means trimmers to bud tenders to the managers, all the jobs thrown together, have most people don't make it even 1 year. It's constant turnover, right? Which, that's a sign. Yeah, if you have constant turnover and you can't keep retain employees, then something's wrong.
What are we talking
right?
about again?
Growing.
No, but what?
And the cost of trimming and how to trim
Oh my
costs
God!
have gone down.
That's where, in Thailand,
it's
the opposite. And if you paid people, what would you say, Cap? $6 a day, or what? $8 a day?
300 baht a day,
Which equals how
which
much?
is around
Did you used to offer
$8,
people an ounce or
$8.50.
200, buddy?
Huh?
No,
offer
he
them
didn't
an
do.
ounce
He
or
didn't.
200?
He didn't. No.
Well, first off, there's it used to be, and my personal trimmers, I only would like people that work for trade, and I did it differently, right? I did it differently, but at the production place or the other place, oh no, so I'm talking about that, but yeah, no, they don't actually Lindsay, who I won't say names, but she gets flown to the Pacific Northwest to work for one of the biggest names in this thing up there at 200 a pound to this day, because she's really, really good at it, right? She don't smoke weed at all. Weed makes her paranoid, right? She likes to smoke other things or DMT or psychedelics and shit, but no, she never smokes weed. But she's
It's
a professional.
machine.
Yeah, and
dude,
but
there are some people that just have that, and it's always not who you would expect it to be. Yeah, that one kid that would just knock out pound an hour type shit, and it would look good. And how do you move that fast?
I
How do
got
you do
a
it?
friend like that.
I don't get it.
He goes through
I've
a
gone
pound
through
an hour.
a a lot. Way back in the early days, even people around you, it was like today, no one, it's not the same, but it used to be people just wanted the experience, right? Like,
Oh yeah.
right? It was like, oh yeah, that sounds exciting. It would be a whole thing. They never seen that much weed and all this.
No.
But normally,
Watch
my wife was the one that managed the people. That was like, she was like the slave driver. She was good at that. She was super nice, but she like made them work. Where I was like, next thing you know, we would be just hanging around for hours. But we would know in like the first hour or two if somebody knew we tried out, we would know like, and then within an hour, like that. Oh no, even if they loved it and like they couldn't wait to come back, but even just the look of it, like some people would just hack it up. Like it's hard to like some, yeah. Well, same thing. Like I guess I used to think of it as same thing. Like where I've gone in and to some barber and fuck I don't even have hair, and next thing you know they fuck it all up, and then another barber, it's like looking perfect. Yeah, some people even over the years. One of the reasons I I I I have different barbers. I like to go to I'll go to this barber or this barber or that because I've recruited the best trimmers from 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 the barbershop. Because if you can cut hair, they're good with scissors and all that, right? Oh well, but some of the thing is they make a lot of money like in 8 hours, 10 hours, they do so many cuts, they get so much tips, like you have to motivate them. But some of the best trimmers are hairstylists. I don't know how many people that were like my hair cutter thing, and then after a couple times I asked them, yeah, you need extra work, you could trim. And like they went for it, and like, yeah, they were always good.
Dude, I'm so high right now.
It's a good idea, barbers. Hairstylists out of work.
What did they call the wooks that would hitchhike up and down the coast, trimming from plot to plot? Not Trimafari. Like I thought it was like Rastafari, but with trimmer in it somehow.
Like in COVID, COVID was like the first year that really derailed this.
Immigrants.
A lot of the trimmigrants, because like up in Humboldt and up north, every year around the same month, they were all like they came from like Europe. They like were Switzerland, this country, that country.
Dude, because
they
like you're explaining the trimmers you saw. Those are what I saw.
Yeah, well, a lot of them were Euros that would come over here, that young and traveling people that were in the traveling age of their life, and they would work and trim during the season, and then make enough money, and then they could go travel and come back and do it again. But then when COVID happened, they shut everything down. Now most of the crews up there are Mexican immigrants or South American immigrants. They filled the void, right? That the Euro trimmers,
a lot of people, you find somebody good, you fucking treat them well, you want them to come back again the next year, right? Like that's ideally like you might find them hitchhiking down the road with a cardboard sign, but they end up becoming like your dude, you know.
The pay has gone down and all that. Like, that's like the thing I'm explaining.
The majority of the trimmigrants we had were musicians from New Orleans.
A lot of the greenhouse and outdoor stuff sells.
I always went for musicians and shit because I like music.
Like basically $500 a pound is like pretty good deal and pretty good quality. Well, how much are you going to spend on trimming if you're only getting maybe 500 a pound for your outdoor weed or some shit? Like, yeah, but the situations I know up there, same thing. A lot of them are turned to machines, and a lot of them, the reason that they're like contracted to the hash guy, the whole fucking field or the whole greenhouse, the whole everything, is because, yeah, they don't want to have to trim. It's too expensive.
It is nice. It is nice filling freezers, dude. Oh, it's just so much easier. Not having to cure, not
Yeah,
having to worry about this or that. Just fucking getting that
we've
fucking
thought
as quick
about
as
it that
possible. That's all I gotta worry
like
about.
like I'm a flower lover. Flower,
I love it all.
like, yeah, I like dabs a little, but not enough to like cut the whole fucking room down. And no, and that math,
No.
that's some sketchy math. Trust me.
You gotta have the right plant.
It all depends. That's part of the problem. It all depends on the price. So when the first hash people pitched me on cutting the whole room and freezing it and doing all that, and they broke down the math. Oh, that was back when it was whatever a gram and whatever an ounce. Oh, well, it's not that anymore.
Almost rolled it backwards.
Right, right. And when you get down to what it is now, like basically used to be more like 60 a gram, for top stuff.
Yep.
Well done, rosin. Now at bulk sale, it's
rosin, speaking of which.
30, right? Well, if you do the math at 30 and then you only yield back, let's say you yield 4%, right? Maybe, it might all work if you get 6 or 7%, but what if you only get 4% or 3%, right? Yeah, the math is like, holy shit. And yeah, you have to have a market for that, which, like I say, like all the people I know that they're hardcore stoners, but they've never invested or into it enough to like have their own dab rigs and shit. Oh, they'll dab when it's around, but they just smoke weed. Like, then who, like, I wouldn't even know who would want that at bulk. I'm sure that you would find the people that would want that, but like, I don't know. Like, I've had the same like dozen people for like so many years. That's it. I only have like those patients. That's it. That's why I've never taken a crop and washed it. I've been willing to say, oh, well, let me harvest the top half and you could take the bottom half. But no, they want the whole crop.
Yeah, I couldn't do the whole crop.
And
the bottoms, yeah, I could do those.
I don't like, I know some hash makers. I guess well, there's a lot of trust you have to put into that, right? And so many people I know around me that have got into that. And then the dispute is, oh yeah, they only gave me this amount back. Oh, and said it was a low yield or whatever. Like so many people are in conflict over these crazy processing hash fucking disputes. And like I'd rather not have that drama in my life.
I just do it myself. Always have, always will. Fucking everything. Whatever I could do, I did. It started with bubble hash, because that's all you knew to do. Then went to open blasting. Then went to CO2, and then back to open blasting.
Yeah, we only open blasted for like once or
dude, I don't want
twice.
to talk about
As
that
like
shit. Like,
when that came around, we had this one tube.
because I was part of
then I forget what year. I think 2012. I had a booth at Santa Rosa or somewhere in the Bay Area's High Times Cup, and the guys next to us was this company called Bogart. Have you ever heard of Bogart? They were like one of the
That joint, my
companies
friend?
no, well, they're Bogart was spelled BHO Gart. They were like
Oh,
one of
I
the
got
first
ya.
companies that sold the closed loop shit way
Leather
back,
gas
like
head.
12 years ago. And it turned out that one guy from Chicago and their whole crew, they were deadheads. They were younger deadheads. And then they were the first cup. And we were, we had had booths at a few and we helped them out. And they didn't have power lines, whatever. We became friends. And then they prototyped me the first like smaller closed loop thing. Back then, the thing was we were using these Apion pumps that then turned out to be dangerous and not the right pump, and that's where some issues happened. But then once you went to fuck the pump I have now is like $4,500 one. It's a diaphragm pump. It has no oil, diaphragm. Yeah.
Bye bye, les amis. Je vous laisse. Bye bye. Green,
Bye.
Bud, J5, Jeff, bye bye. See you soon.
Big Force.
Ouais, Big
Cheers.
Force, mes frérots. Ouais, good night. Et puis voilà quoi, Big Force. Hein.
C'est ça.
Thank you. Thank you. Peace. God bless you, mes amis.
Cheers.
Ouais, bye bye.
Have a good night.
Bye bye.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I had my share of that stuff, wax, crumble, whatever you want to call it.
Dude, I fill the landfill with fucking cans. I'm not proud of it, but
I remember when that first era came around. I used to
wasn't
have
just
one
me,
of
it was
my
everybody.
trimmers
Yeah.
that would get an extra like $100 or whatever because when we were done, all the trim, all the everything would be in bags, and then their job was to go find some dumpster or wherever and get the fuck out of here, right? And I did that for like years, decades. Like we would trim and all that shit was get it out of here as fast as possible, right? Because back then it was like, oh, more weight, more than no, get rid of it. And then when we started being able to recover, and even at that time, the prices of pounds were going down. And the way it worked at my thing, trimmers, they would have a paper bag taped to the edge of the table. And they only put in there the sugar trim. And each person would work for whatever. And then I'd put those bags in the freezer and then I'd run them. And then I would get X amount of wax back. And to me, that was like, okay, that's the trim money. And then even though prices were going down, I was still paying my people like real proper. Because they collected it. All I had to do was this. And most of the time,
all you had to do was throw in the freezer.
Yeah, like I forget what size the tube and the whole thing was, but it wasn't huge.
Dude,
when I packed that closed loop, I'd get like 6 ounces back of like primo fucking blonde fucking wax and shit. And yeah, the trimmers got paid, and it was like a good thing for those years. Because like that was the years we dropped from like whatever price to whatever price. And there used to be this time where I was trying to
12, 14,
to
15.
make up for it. Today the prices are so low that even if you squeezed every crumb and drop out of it, you still couldn't make up for the loss. Like bottom line is just in rough like $1,000 increments. Yeah, we went from 4,000 to 1,000 in like 15 years.
Yeah, before the fresh frozen days,
So
I would literally
what's that?
run
That's
hash
75%
from November to
loss,
March.
right?
I would run fucking BHO nonstop till fucking sometimes March. Oh, craziness.
Hell yeah.
And we were those dickheads digging the fucking hole with the fucking backhoe and fucking filling it up. What the fuck do you do with them, dude? You know, like it was our land. You know, it wasn't like we were like fucking doing it on public land or anything. But what do you do with all that shit? Like you were saying, buddy, you want to get rid of that fucking evidence as quick as possible. Because this was in Oregon. It's always been illegal in Oregon for you to open blast.
A lot
Well,
of
that was a
people in
crazy.
Michigan blew up their garages, that's for sure.
I never
That
blew up
was like-
shit, dude. I did that. I allegedly made lots of fucking BHO. I never
That
blew
was
up
like a crazy era. And I remember
weaned out the
being on the
dummies.
computer and trying to understand it way back, like this 12 years ago, right? And I was
It's really
only
easy to not blow
48,
yourself up.
48 years old, right? And I only went to high school or junior high to ninth grade, right? I didn't go to school, thinking I should go to junior college and like take basic chemistry. This was like 12 years ago. Even though I'd like sort of self-taught botany and all this gross stuff, I understood that shit and was doing that. But like the cannabis thing was like it. And when I checked at the local junior college, oh, there was prerequisites. So like I couldn't just sign up for beginning fucking chemistry one. Oh, you had to have X amount of math and this and that. And like, so I lost interest. But I look back because now at this point, most of the guys that run any facility or yeah, they're all like chemistry backgrounds and stuff. And I remember I had one friend that went to college and had taken this chemistry in college. And when we were learning about this, he had this piece of paper where he wrote it all out, but it was like in carbon chains and shit. Where I was like, oh, this is sort of just like music. Music has like a language with fucking, clips and all this shit and lines. No, but this is chemistry. And realizing anytime I was trying to learn from anybody that knew what they were doing and yeah, they would write in carbon chains. Like that's the only way you can discuss that shit. You know what I mean? Where like you learn about what you're actually doing. And that's when I realized, yeah, it's not too late to go to school. Even though I didn't do it, I kind of maybe a little regret because, yeah, after about 2 or 4 years, I didn't need a PhD or nothing. I just need basic chemistry classes. Like if I had a kid today and they were interested in getting in cannabis, I'd say, yeah, go and get a degree in fucking chemistry.
Oh my god, this is fucking delicious.
And then maybe put a botany and a minor or whatever. I don't know how all that shit works.
Too. Wow. I do have a fucking snake of rosin in there. I don't think I've hit it yet though.
You know that I have
like I don't even know what I put in there.
Until the first week of January, I put out feelers that my situation changing, but I'm supposed to decide if I want to move to Mainland. That's in Humboldt, and run manage and live and be in charge of a 10,000 square foot licensed
That
cannabis
would
grow.
be nice, but I
And
don't
they're
think
done that.
that you
Okay.
not
Wait,
now.
and wait, it's a double walled like year-round greenhouse with 20K of supplemental light and the 30K, all the stuff, all of it, everything. And all they sent me pictures. Supposed to maybe even go up there and look and think about them. I ended the conversation. I'll think about it. But I've been I didn't even have to think about it for more than like a day. And I was like, no, because even in this, they have another license bigger across the way. And even how I know these people, oh, yeah, they have really good product and lots of it at a really reasonable price. Oh, they're desperate to sell it, right? Even though they're in the metric, that's even where it's harder to sell it. Yeah, and so like, yeah, nah,
It'd have to be
nah.
a $500,000 a year to run that size of a facility.
Well, it would be more about the potential, yeah, which that's how most of these things are, But it's a beautiful piece of land and all that, and no, I should probably like follow through and say, yeah, I thought about it. No, out of respect. Plus, I'm fucking 60. I'm into like making my life easier, not fucking harder.
Exactly.
I've already like done my. I've already been pulling the fucking the hay bales for long enough. If I would have been the type of person that saved money and invested instead of just going to concerts and partying, I'd be retiring. But no, I don't. I wasn't smart like that. I was living for the moment. It was a hell of a ride. I would do it the same way 1,000 times.
I gotta have that stupid headlamp on. Can you read that?
Nope.
It says otter.
Otter 8 boards.
Rotter. Oh,
Rotten skateboards. It's the Otter 8 boards, dude.
Now, I'm confused. Rotten skateboards. Is he also the?
I thought you did it.
Yeah, he's lobster.
He's lobster. I sometimes I'm like
lobster bush.
Lobster family farm.
Yeah, there's a few different.
There's lobster bush and lobster family farm.
Yeah, what do you call it when you have like a bunch of accounts? You have
lobster and
like
lobster fam and rotten skateboard.
Even I always assumed Salton Sea was you right from the beginning. I never asked you. I never I just assumed it. And then tonight, earlier when you were talking, you were confirming that it was you, not someone else. Like who else would be Salton Sea?
One handsome son of a bitch.
But sometimes you've been on thing and like literally within the same 30 seconds, Greenfinger says something, and then all of a sudden Salton Sea says something like, wait, like you're on two different devices?
Yeah, I have 2 devices. One that's slow.
I guess I can. I'm on 2 devices, but I don't have any sock accounts or whatever you call it. I thought of it. I thought that would be good to have like someone that no one knows that's your account as your way to, I don't know, cause trouble.
Guess what, guys? I like Toad.
Have you grown any of his? Hey, I don't dislike him, but he doesn't like me.
Oh,
He doesn't.
yeah.
He doesn't
He
know.
does some pretty good. He does some pretty good stuff. I passed out quite a few of his seeds here in Thailand, and I'm supposed to be going and picking up some clones of One Hitter Quitter when I get back from Vietnam. So, yeah, they like it here. It grows good in the greenhouse here with the temperatures and everything.
Nice. I grew some stuff, and I got smaller phenos and a lot of males. Okay. They were good. Good plants.
Well,
Good for
I
indoor.
would say to you, Green Fingers, that I get there before but like I went to my PO box to pick up mail, and there was a line outside the post office the week before Christmas is like, oh fuck that, yeah, it's crazy. But in my movie, I found, where did I put it? No, I know. Oh, it's right here. I found the bag of seeds I've had for you from Free Seed Day.
Oh man,
It's fucking awesome.
And there's a lot of seeds in here. I mean, I'm telling you, there's like,
yeah.
Damn.
Jealous. Jelly, 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 jelly.
And there's a
I'm gonna
lot
ask
from
you
Bloom.
for a pack or two, brother.
There's a lot from Bloom, Harry Palms, I guess. And I even think there's Crockett in here. Oh, there's even Irie Genetics.
Nice.
And there's Evermore, and there's a lot. This was in April, but somehow I like put it somewhere and forgot about it. Oh, and there's a bunch of Masonic in here and all kinds. Oh wow, there's one called Snowman, but that's not the Snow Cap. Isn't the strain that was really good called Snow Cap?
Yeah,
Snowman.
There's been all kinds of snow.
Snow
Snow
cap.
leopard's my favorite snow. Bodie did a lot of snow kind of work.
You like the yellow
snow lotus, snow leopard.
I told this story recently because I remembered it, but there was this young deadhead guy like from the 2000s. I still see him at shows, but somehow at some show he sold me a 1/4 ounce of Snow Cap. And to this day, me and my friends, when we see him, we call him Snow Cap. We don't even know his name. But then for the years, every time we saw him, we'd be like, "You got more Snow Cap?" Sometimes he had it, and it was killer. I never grew it. It was some of the crustiest weed. The Ziploc bag, the fucking would be coated with trikes on it. It was like true crusty, sparkly snow cap weed. And it was dank. And I was a big grower, had really great weed, but that guy had weed. Like, if somebody has really good weed, I'll buy it.
Yep. I will too.
I used to buy my Willie's Wonder. I used to smoke. I'd trade for it. But yeah, a dude from Nebraska I used to get Willie's Wonder from back in the day. Tour dude. And then I got an Afghani from this dude from Minnesota. I'm assuming it was Afghan 1. They just called it Afghan.
Yeah. Well,
yeah,
I'm
that was always a
one.
treat, dude. To get somebody else's well-grown pot or outdoor or whatever it wasn't you weren't doing, you know.
Here's a good one, and as much as I was gonna, this one is
there's like 3
DNA
packs in there, Robert.
DNA, and this one's 24 karat gold crossed into Chocolate Kush.
That's not it.
Hell yeah, I was trying to get that chocolate for a while.
Yeah.
Hey, can you guys read this one?
Nope. Harriet.
Operation 1620.
No, just
Google that shit, yo.
Pretty 1620.
Operation 1620. It's military time for 420.
I'm missing the O on that. Okay.
No, get another group working to get soldiers off pills and on to pot.
That's cool.
We just passed
Oh,
420 here.
that's a Sin City there. Green finger, the sunglasses. That's a Sin City one.
Sin City.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Haven't ran into Sin City still. Need to get a pack.
I'm excited to pop some here, dude.
I think you probably find better ones.
What do you got from Sin City?
Holy shit, there's a lot of them.
Yeah, there is.
Oh, yeah. Another Bloom one. Oh, no. There it is. The Medusa lady.
What is that one?
Oh. And look at this guy. Who's that guy?
Oh, wow. This is called My Dog I-95.
Billy Herbs.
Billy Herbs.
Yeah.
I-95. That sounds sick.
Hey, Canada. Shout out HPH.
Hey, Canada.
What's up, Canada?
Oh, Canada. Did you guys ever watch Oh Canada, the cartoon or animation, whatever it was? It was crazy.
What is the show? What's the hockey movie? Or the
I don't know what hockey movie. All of them are
the
Canadian.
funny Canadian one.
All of them are Canadian if it's a hockey movie. Come on, dude.
I want to say Blazing Saddles, but it's a freaking Western. Yeah. What is it?
Dude, not the Mighty Ducks.
Oh, you hoser.
It's the only American one I can.
Not Blazing Saddles, not
Shit, I don't know.
well, there's one that's like a mockumentary where there's like the big bruisers and shit or something like that. Or there's a bunch of fighting. Like a funny one. And then there's like a serious serious one.
I have no idea. I'm starting to get the rules.
Fucking hockey, eh? Whew. All I know is Gretzky was Jordan before Jordan was Jordan, huh? Or does that make sense?
No, remember the fucking what was the cartoon with all three of them? Jordan, Bo Jackson, and Wayne Gretzky as cartoons. Or it might not have been Bo Jackson. It was Michael Jordan and Wayne Gretzky. What's the cartoon? All Stars or some shit?
Oh no, I'm not even.
Michael Jordan cartoon.
That one's Skunk Ape. Skunk Ape Glassworks.
Yeah, I'll send you the backpack too. I have like a whole bunch of them.
Oh.
Hitman.
What do you
I have probably like 10 of them.
One of those big ones. Those are
I got a few of these.
I love those.
Bud's the Oprah Winfrey of the Fumi show.
I got a big
under
one, but
yours.
mine was like the nylon.
Hey,
it wasn't the leather.
free seed
Buddy
day.
got all the leather ones.
Dougie, Dougie Hitman, he pulled up right on Fairfax on this main street in a box truck,
U-Haul
like a
truck.
U-Haul rental truck, full to the brim of like boxes of different color
Backpacks.
sizes of backpacks, and proceeded to get in the back and just keep giving them out. Like, everybody could have had at least as many as I got, but most people only. Well, I know Dougie, whatever.
Oh, so they
I
have like
just
the
kept.
Hitman logo on them or something?
Yeah, they're not the
Yeah.
best quality overall. Like the zipper, it's not like it's Chinese. They're like promotional swag, right?
Right.
But
Yeah,
they're
but I
cool.
thought the leather ones were nice.
Yeah, no,
They're
they're cool.
heavyweight.
You can't complain about something for free. Fuck.
No. And he, like you said, you could have fucking ended up with 3, 4, 5 of them.
Yeah, he
All the
wasn't tripping
different
on that. He
ones.
was just trying to. It looked like he was trying to clear some space somewhere, and like he was
Yeah.
set on just like
Exactly.
giving away. Like, yeah, there
Tax
was only
write-off.
whatever
It's
few
like
hundred
he's
people there,
regifting them.
but he brought like 5,000 backpacks to give away. Like,
Got him with the good old regift.
yeah.
I got some regifting to do.
I got a small little leather one that I brought here, and I got a like nylon one that I left back in the States.
Well, I'm excited
I
because
wonder how many people just pass Christmas presents around from year to year, giving shit that was given to them to other people.
On the
Probably this
22nd,
big chain that just goes around in a circle, and nobody wants the shit. They just keep getting it and then giving it on to the next person, the next, and the next.
I think for like 3 years, I must have went up to Masonics on Fairfax pretty often. Long fucking drive, but every time was so much fun. Met all these great people, had the best vibe, free seed day, other events. But then, it got closed. He closed it down. It's been a long time at this point. But yeah, the 22nd, that's in 2 days, is an event, and it's closer to Compton, or it's in Compton. Whether I don't know what space it's in, but he put up an address. It's called Terp Tasting. Yeah, Masonics Terp Tasting, and it's from 4 in the afternoon to 10 at night, which is good because a lot of times Fairfax was more like 10 in the morning to 4.
Yeah.
And it took me 2 hours to get up there. And well, fuck all this 4 to 10. That's more my range. And yeah, and obviously it's a couple days for Christmas, so it'll be like Christmas, and it'll be the Masonic fam, that all the people that used to go to Fairfax having like a sesh or a party or whatever's happening. I don't know what it is. Terp tasting. So I guess it'll be hash.
Whole lot of dabbing going on.
Yeah.
Tasty treats.
Well,
Christmas treats.
And he's already said he's doing another free seed day, and it's going to be more in his neighborhood. One, yeah, the rent, and a lot of what happened in Fairfax was when he first signed the lease, it was right at the beginning of COVID, where the landlords were fucking super desperate. Oh
yeah,
so many places were empty, and so he had like a super sweet deal. It was for 3-year lease, and then when that became up, when he closed,
bingo.
Oh no, I think they were going to triple it or some like way ridiculous thing, because now that COVID's over, everybody wants a spot on Fairfax and blah blah blah. They could get more money for it. That's the way it goes. So it's so ridiculous to be up there, and it wasn't. Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit kind of cool. I mean, there was some food.
You could have moved it 3 miles and dropped your rent by like a 0.
Yeah, and I think where he's moving it yeah, it changes everything. Even the fact that in a lot of those neighborhoods in LA, the cops are too busy with real shit to even care about some sesh at some place. Where Fairfax, oh yeah, no, it's uptight up there.
Why are these cars here? Cops up your ass.
Now, 10 or 15 years ago, the life in LA would lead you to think, yeah, not good idea to go to that neighborhood unless you belong there and all that. But no, those days are over. I mean, there's still gangs and some idiots up, shit going on in the streets up there. But now the the craziness of all that. Some of those neighborhoods are like on the, what do you call it, regenifying. Like, yeah, their property values are up, and people have like made them into like neighborhoods, nice, decent neighborhoods.
So once a month there was this event held in downtown Detroit. It was literally right as they're tearing down the ghetto and putting up these townhouses. And they had two guys outside that I literally would give $10 a piece to make sure my car was there when I came out.
Well, I mean,
But
like one thing
your
about LA,
cops never came around, and there were like 150 people in this building buying, selling, doing dabs.
It's bad in LA, but if you park your car in like street parking or whatever, uh, chances are you come back, no problem. In San Francisco, if you park your car, chances are like 90% they call it blipped. Like, so to the point where, yeah, the best thing to do would be to roll all your windows
Leave your
down
windows down.
and leave your trunk open and all this shit. Prove to them there's nothing in there, because otherwise, yeah, and catalytic converters, and like at a rate that's so crazy that, like, yeah, that city's, it's sad to see that city at that level, but LA's not quite there yet. No, they, they're not like breaking into every car. You can see footage of like streets in San Francisco,
Oh,
downtown,
I'm not
where
talking about
they
breaking in
just
your
went
car. I'm talking about
one
your car
car after
being
another.
gone.
Yeah, the car theft is a thing, but it's like, it's weird. I guess it's not. Well, most cars have tracking and this and that, and are uh not as easy to chop as they used to. I know that there's certain, like Honda, certain models, because the seats are worth so much. Like there's weird little niches of where certain cars get
Yeah,
robbed or stolen because
for parts.
certain parts.
And Detroit's known for park shops. I mean, literally, if there's a tracking unit, it's probably cut out of that car, disconnected within 30 minutes of being stolen.
But then what it's done in San Francisco, there's always been paid parking, but now those guys charge more. And yeah, you pretty much have to park in like street
Yeah.
parking in San Francisco. Your car's going to get broken into, even if there's nothing in it. It's just, yeah, it's just some weird thing. It's like lawless up there. Oakland's even worse.
I was lucky the last time I was there in San Francisco and I went up on top of the hill by Jerry's house. I smoked a joint with the group of kids that were there on the corner, and they kind of watched my car. I also gave them enough to roll a couple too.
Well, even though I've lived in SoCal most of my life, I've lived in the Bay Area, different spots over the years at different times. my heart's in San Francisco. Like I'm a deadhead. Like home is San Francisco. The hate, the Marin, all of it. Berkeley, the psychedelic, the history there. Yeah, but it's really a shithole. Like, oh, over the years it was always like teetering, but yeah, it's beyond
As
bad
soon as
now.
they changed the law,
Yeah, some of it's just like,
COVID.
yeah, a combination of things. It's one thing about San Francisco as a city, it's only 7 square miles, the whole place, all of what is considered San Francisco. It's really kind of. I remember
What
the
if
first
they
times I
put
went
a
there.
wall
I
up at Mountain View and cut everything north of Mountain View off? I could see that happening. Do like a New York City, a New York,
well, no, somehow as
that
much as
movie.
fuck the law, right? Yeah, well, San Francisco, a lot of the problem is results. One, like you can shoplift up to 900 and some odd dollars. So now all the stores go, uh, uh, even breaking into cars, all this with non-violent, whatever crimes, they don't even, you can do it right in front of a cop. They're not doing anything about it. Like whatever happened with the police, the laws, the rules. Yeah, with humanity, you give them an inch, they take a mile. So like that, yeah, it's lawless. Well, even though fuck the law, I don't want to live in some lawless fucking place where my rent a car. Even when you rent a car in San Francisco, they tell you that they aren't covering like the break-in thing. Like even though you pay for the insurance, it's for crashing and this, but not for the break-in. And they warn you. They warn you all this stuff. Like right when you fly in and rent a car, they'll like tell you how your car's going to get broke into. It's bad. It's sad. And like other parts of the country like to make fun of it and like blame the liberal law or the democratic whatever, which might some of that might be true, but San Francisco's a special place.
Yeah.
Especially for weed and getting high and that culture of all that. Yeah, San Francisco's one of the special places. I always feel like I get higher when, like, even the same weed I grow, I smoke it daily here, and then I go up there for a trip and I smoke my same weed and I get higher because I'm in like the Bay Area.
J5, your adoring fan wants to see your face. Cake in a cup wants to see you. I hope you turned on the camera when I said that.
Dude, I've been on mute. I don't know how long, but I don't think I've said much except just dropping bombs.
Cake in a cup said he wanted to see you. So I just thought I'd tell you that before. And then you turned your camera off. It was perfect.
He said he could see me.
And right when he what did he say in chat? Can we get a cam on J5 to see if he hit the wall yet?
Yeah, he's working hard.
He speaks some Aussie shit. I don't understand him sometimes.
Wait, the sun is coming up where you are, right?
They say things like dingo.
You're still trimming away, and the sun's coming up.
Aussie homies.
About 6:30, 6 o'clock, it'll be up.
Nightbot just took him out too. Took out Cake in the cup for spamming.
Gangster. Caking it. Caking it. Caking the cakes.
4 o'clock.
Caking the
20
taking the
minutes.
crusty trichomes.
Yeah, it's daylight.
Taking up
in
that
Michigan.
fucking fresh rosin. What else can you take up? Cake in the motherfucking cup.
I gotta go get hamburger buns.
What else we got, Chad?
Yeah, I still have like donuts. I only ate one. I bought a half a dozen, and I guess I should have one more.
What's left?
Maple bar, a chocolate twist, another eclair one, one with nuts on it.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm gonna go with.
So I was
half
telling
of
you how
one.
this apples and banana animal cookie one tastes good on the relight.
Go with
That's
the chocolate
important.
twist.
No, I went with the chocolate old fashioned.
And
Or
a
no,
whole bunch of all
buttermilk.
the other stuff.
Buttermilk, half of it.
Like how I'm passing out. I was like, yo, I'm buying a piece out. Nobody's saying nothing. I'm gonna be sleeping in a second. I'm getting a second wind now. That fucking seeing that little red microphone fucking got me laughing hard, dude. I was like, oh, okay, now it makes more sense. Funny. Dude, I did that one time. I did that whole garden tour on mute. Somebody said it like the next day or maybe later that night, actually. I think it was, yo, where's Agnes? I haven't seen him in a minute. But he's like, yo, John, cool tour. But next time you should tell us what the plans are. And I'm like, what? I was telling you on mute the whole time.
Better than me passing out on the show.
I fell asleep standing here plenty of times. When my head's been down like this, I've been asleep like a lot just standing here. I learned how to sleep.
Well, they start at 11 o'clock in Pacific time, and even in Ohio, that's 3 a.m., 2 a.m.
We should have been going for 6 hours and 40 something minutes.
That's part 2 of the show. Remember, it got cut and had to come back.
Yeah.
So this
We
one
outlasted
by itself has been
the
6 hours.
spammer.
Yeah, this one by itself has been 6 hours. The other one was like 3 hours, or what?
Yeah, but somehow we outlasted whoever like reports it or whatever happens. We outlasted them.
Yeah. It was probably the guy up on the electrical pole. He heard me talking and gave us the thumbs down.
Yeah. I always think sometimes it might be people on accident too, like really high, pushing their phone and being like picked it up, pushed the wrong button, and walked away. Like, you just reported us, asshole. Damn it.
Although that's how you report stuff, it's just pushing that thumbs down.
Just push that
No.
the report flag right next to
Yeah,
it.
like I hear about this report and stuff, and I don't have any fucking clue how do you do any of this.
It's a share, report, clip, and then the save, all like next to each other. So if you press the wrong one, then you have to press the next one after because they give you a
Oh,
series.
like when the thing pops up on your screen? When the thing just pops up on your screen because you bump it weird and you're afraid to fucking push whatever?
Yeah, but it's more than that step, right? First you click that, then it asks you more.
Yeah,
I panic when I do that, dude. When I see that thing come up, it gives me anxiety, like instant.
I mean, I guess that you could have a butt dial that could do that. Sometimes I've had my phone in my pocket, whatever, and it goes to the report thing, and then I back out. But
Yeah, that's what I do too, but
Um,
it freaks me out every time.
but I don't think you could accidentally go all the way through the to make a report. I mean, I guess some miracle shot of.
I'm gonna roll another one, I suppose. I lost my
I
other
think
choice.
they make you click more than once, like probably 2-3 times or whatever to get to the.
Yeah.
And I think part of the way it goes is that they have like
Oh, I gotta go to bed. I
you
can't
have
do
to
this no more.
report it for like one of the reasons, and they only list like a few things like
It was like
bullying
5
or
main
this
things.
or
Yeah,
right,
abusive and all kinds of weird other ones.
and it doesn't matter like 'cause
What happened?
the people that do that they just pick whichever, doesn't even matter what you pick because it they created the
What did I
bullshit. It
do?
doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You did it.
Whoops. Yeah, fuck you for reporting me for whoopsing. I probably did do something.
You did everything. No.
Fuck.
No.
I
don't
hate to
think
be
you did
the
anything. You did everything.
Well, the
No, I'm
reason
all
why
subconscious, like,
Fumi
fuck,
show
what did I do something?
got canceled the one time was on his intro.
If you report me, may you.
The
I'm not
part
gonna do
where
it.
it tells
I can't.
you
I ain't
you're
got
not
to wish any
21, not
bad
to
or
come
mildew or
on.
anything onto somebody, but you know, something weird will happen for you eventually down the road. And it'll suck.
Clear bowl. Smoke another one. Honestly.
Yeah, we should probably. All right, it's 3:48, so by 4 we'll be like 90 night by 4. We'll make it 4. We're not making
Yeah.
420.
Oh, dude, so it's almost 6 for me, dude. Right? All right, I'm
It's
done.
almost 7. It's
All right.
almost 7.
I can tell by when you're come on, you're wobbling. Like you probably aren't really getting much trimming done per minute.
No,
There is a
7
point where
grams
you're
an
like,
hour.
even in most of my projects, I realize I'd rather do it in little short spurts because I for a
You're
certain period of time
enthusiastic.
I can do it at a certain quality, but then like even defoliating, like, oh yeah, if I do more than 2 trays, then I'm like not spending or doing it as detailed as I started. I'm like already like over it. But then if I come back the next day, do it little spurts. Then I used to do these long, brutal things. I used to do that. But as I've gotten older, no, little couple hours here and a couple hours there. I lose my attention span or not even that. I just don't I don't do it at the same quality, especially trimming. I'm good for like 2 hours. Then I need a break.
Yeah.
But I know I have like my Rick, maybe he takes like a couple hits off his pipe quickly. Maybe goes to the bathroom once or twice, but just works straight through. Like I'm always like, whoa.
8, 10, 12 hours.
Yeah. Like
yeah, I got a friend
he
like
doesn't
that.
get up. But then I've had other people like, oh, some people I smoke cigarettes, so I can't discriminate against them. But oh, they got to take a smoke break every fucking.
You
My
don't allow
eyeballs are
smoking
dying
in
from
the
this.
trimming.
I gotta go to
I
bed.
smoke and trim.
Well,
Cigarettes
smoke
and
weed.
joints.
Well, no, I smoke cigarettes, but I don't want them smoking cigarettes. They still like. It's a weird thing. They all remember Sabrina. So, oh, I couldn't even smoke by the fucking door. Like, she was like a cigarette, and man, she hated it. It would make me stand like far away, and definitely never in the house, ever,
Damn.
never. And when she passed, then I was like, yeah, fuck that. I remember it was only about a week, and I was like sitting here, and I was like, fuck, wait, I guess there's no reason. Why not? No one's gonna say anything. She's not gonna get pissed or bitch or whatever. And I just got my ashtray and started smoking here. But the other people, they still go outside out of respect or whatever. Even though I smoke here, they don't. Cigarettes.
All right, fellas. Thanks for having me on. Who's all
Yeah,
still
well,
here?
Later, Jay.
the
We
four
got
of us.
Dr. DGC, if you can hear me. If
Yeah,
you can hear me,
here.
Doctor. Have a good
Yeah, I'm
night.
still here. I'm fading, but
All right.
thanks
Green
for
Fingers, you're
hanging
on
in there.
mute, buddy.
Cheers.
Thanks for having me on. Thanks for keeping the show going. Feel me. You rock, Captain. Keep it 420.
Peace.
Yeah, and
Peace.
try to be back for the safety meeting. See what's
Oh, yeah, that's
necessary to
tomorrow.
stay safe. Probably tell us that we should have went to sleep earlier. That's the best safety, getting a good night's sleep.
Take a nap. Take a nap. That's
Yeah.
what I'm gonna do.
Yeah. All right,
Because
everybody.
my day and nights have been flipped.
Passing out.
Same here.
Well,
Nights
it
have been
was good.
flipped.
It's been good chatting with everyone. Let's see who signs off next.
Yeah.
Go ahead, and then I'll sign off last, and
Yeah,
hopefully
I'm
it
gonna end it.
closes
Just
the
keep
show.
going. I think I'm the one that's ending it.
Okay,
Later,
Mine
Jeff.
says end anyway.
Oh,
then I'll sign
well,
off.
whoever's the host.
It was a real fun night, everyone, and
Jeff.
we'll do it again soon. Have a good day. See you at the safety meeting.
All right. Yeah. Thanks
Peace,
a lot,
bud.
bud.
Yeah.
All right, I'm out. Peace out, Captain, Jeff.
Later, Robert.
Yumi, thanks for
Cheers.
having me.
Thanks.
Peace out,
Thanks
guys.
for hanging in there. You guys
Everybody
kept it
in
going.
chat. Peace. Jeff,
Cheers.
thanks for sticking around.
Yeah. Thanks for
Everybody,
keeping it going.
have a good one. Peace.
Have a great day or night.
Night now. Take a
Peace,
nap.
everyone.